17, so just got picked for the first 11. And I think, on memory, I did get two for.
Did you?
Think.
No way.
Yeah, two for about 20, something like that. And just loved it.
Okay, so you started at 14, and then obviously you're playing and improving, and then you make the decision when you're, what, 19, 20, to move, I guess, down to London and play for Middlesex.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
So Lancashire were in Division 2.
Yeah.
And everybody that played for England at the time played Div 1 cricket. So I thought, if I'm going to play cricket for England, I've got to take a bit of a leap of faith here and try and play Div 1 cricket. Not going to go to Yorkshire because it's Yorkshire, obviously. Yeah. So I was like, I'm not going to there. I think Warwickshire already had an overseas. So it was literally pick a team out of a hat, any of the southern teams. So I was like, right, Middlesex, no one will know who I am, what I do.
That was it.
Yeah, I was like, that one will do.
Yeah.
Just a fresh start. You know, nobody knows who I am. No one's got an opinion on what I do, that I'm rubbish with the bat or in the field. I can go and just be a new version of myself. So travelled down twice a week for 4 years or whatever it was. Yeah. But I loved my time playing for Middlesex. Like, if it wasn't for me moving down there, I genuinely don't think I'd have ever played cricket for England, because
really,
I got to be a new version of myself and work hard. And actually travelling down for cricket made me really focused on cricket. And I obviously met some amazing friends, which I'm still friends with now. And I've kept in touch with them all. So, yeah, wouldn't change it for the world.
Obviously, I've known you for 4 years or so. And your media kind of personality is, you're pretty confident and outgoing and like a laugh, and you kind of say what you think, and people seemingly love that about you. Have you always been like that? When you went down to Middlesex at 19, 20, were you like that, or were you more reserved and in on yourself?
No, I've always been like that.
Really?
Literally always been like that. I'm very Marmite. Like, a lot of people hate me before they've met me because I'm quite boisterous and say what I think.
Yeah.
Don't hold back. I don't know where I've really got that from. My mum's a little bit like that, but I reckon it's not that I'm confident, because I'm actually not a very confident person. I just come across confident. It's just my personality. It's just who I am. I guess I've always been comfortable in myself.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
So I go down and I'm like, "Hey, Alex the lad, Jack the lad from Manchester."
Yeah, I'm talking to everyone on the tube.
Yeah, but yeah, literally always been the same. And on air, the first piece of advice I got given was be yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
So I was
think
like,
it massively
right.
comes across if someone isn't their authentic self, or they're disingenuous about things.
Yeah, and I think...
So eating ice cream is perfect.
Doing stupid things, talking into your ice cream. But no, so, you know, be yourself on the radio, because otherwise you're going to sound stiff and, So, yeah.
Well, I want to talk to you about that in a minute, but you mentioned something earlier about playing for England. Mm-hmm. Was that always an ambition? And then how does that feel when you get that call to say, oh, yeah, you're in the squad and you're going to make your debut?
Yeah, it was always an ambition, but I didn't think it would ever happen, because at 15 I got onto the England Academy. At 17 I got dropped because I wasn't good enough, and I didn't get back on until I was 21.
Right.
So I dropped out of college. I was a will writer for a while.
Really?
I worked in a bakery just so that I could train.
Yeah.
Trained my arse off. I trained so hard. I never really got anywhere. Got back in the England Academy, but was then always a net bowler for England. Mm-hmm. And I would constantly bowl 60, 70 overs a week at the England girls and never get that call up. And Mark Robinson came to me on a Friday afternoon and was like, "I'll see you on Monday." I was like, "All right, okay, like, the girls need a net bowler." Like, and he was like, "No, you're in the squad." I was like, "Pardon?"
Wow.
Like,
how old were you then?
I don't know. I made my debut in 2016, so 24.
Yeah. Okay. And that was against Pakistan, right?
Yeah. But now I look back on my career and I'm like, I'm genuinely a fan that ended up playing cricket for England, because I've always just been a massive cricket fan.
Yeah.
And I used to follow England women around and watch them all around the country. Yeah.
So you make your debut in 2016, and then what? Less than 18 months later, World Cup winner.
Yeah, it was a whirlwind, absolute whirlwind. So debut June 2016 against Pakistan. Yeah. Worst day of my cricket career ever. Didn't enjoy it. Hated every second of it. Didn't bowl well.
Why did you hate it? Were you nervous?
So nervous. Yeah. Like, I'd tried so hard for so long that I thought I'd just be all right when the day came. And I was too busy concentrating on, was my partner's family okay? Was my family okay? Where are they sat? I can't see them. Where are they?
Really?
I didn't do all my routines. I didn't get into the zone. I was just so, like, oblivious to the cricket game.
Yeah.
I think I bowled none for 50, 56 maybe in 10 overs, and Pakistan probably only got 150. And
Right, you've shelled a third of their runs.
Yeah, and the first ever ball that came to me, I let through my legs for 4.
Did
So
you?
it just couldn't have gone any worse. Like
Okay.
it was just couldn't have gone any worse. Then we went away from international cricket.
When that happened, and it goes through your legs for 4, do you then massively get in your own head,
Yeah.
and then you can't stop thinking about it, or were you like, that's gone, focus?
You do go, oh, am I really good enough to be here? And then
Yeah.
all those thoughts start coming back, because I always believed I was good enough to play cricket for England. I just never got the opportunity. And then I got the opportunity and I was rubbish. So I was
Did anyone like put their arm around you or have a quiet word or go, okay?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course.
yeah.
They're all your teammates. They want
Yeah.
you to do well. You probably could see I was nervous.
Yeah, like a rabbit in headlights.
Yeah. And then we went to the West Indies. I got picked for the West Indies after a good KSL, the Super League.
Yeah.
And in the warm-up game, I did the same again, none for 80 in 10 overs. And the coach said to me, I was like crying on the pitch. I was like, I'm just not good enough for this.
Yeah.
He's like, where were you a year ago? I was like, in the bakery making chicken sandwiches. He's like, where are you now? I was like, in the West Indies.
Yeah.
Like, in Jamaica. And he's like, where would you rather be? I was like, here. He's like, well, get on with it then. He's like, you're playing the first game, get your head around it.
I mean, you don't want to make Danish pastries. What's wrong with
What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
I felt so fat just eating cakes all the time. So yeah, that was a real mindset shift, and it was the best thing he ever said to me. He was like, you're here now, get in the moment, you're playing the first game.
Yeah.
And then that tour broke world records and bowled really well, and that was it. I had a whirlwind 18 months.
I like
And then
but I reckon it would be
in
quite
the
chilly
final,
up there.
2 wickets.
Yes. Yeah.
Talk me through that.
I reckon it'd be quite
Well,
windy
I was
today.
always the wicket taker during that World Cup, so every time the game needed changing, I'd come on.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I
That
know,
was a good
literally,
one,
because
yeah.
I'm like, what's
'Cause I'm
going
so
on now? I'm
confident,
out
yeah.
the team now. I'm like,
Yeah.
this is amazing. How was that me? So we needed a wicket. We needed to get Harmanpreet Kaur out. So I got brought back on. She hit me
25
for 2 sixes. I was like, this is not going well. 2 really nice shots down the ground, into the crowd, both of them. One was a slog sweep over square leg, and then she top edged a slog sweep and Tammy Bowman at square leg. I'm stood there and I was like this.
Please,
I didn't even
Tammy.
watch it.
Did you
I
not?
was like that. I want to just hear the crowd.
Yeah, yeah.
Then she took the catch and the game completely changed from there. We didn't win the World Cup. India lost it, but it's still the
Who cares?
best day of my life. It was
Were the
amazing.
celebrations amazing afterwards? What happened, or do we not go there?
I drank a magnum of champagne on the lap
Did
of
you?
honour, and I don't remember.
On the lap of honour?
Yeah, I don't remember the rest.
That's pretty
It's
impressive.
really, it's the worst thing I ever did. It's my biggest regret.
What, because you
because
can't remember?
We
After?
worked for 4 years to sing the team song at Lord's,
Right.
and I don't remember singing the team song at Lord's.
Okay.
So yeah, all I remember is Kate Cross trying to give me a chicken drumstick and was like, eat that, you'll regret it, and I just threw it at her.
No way.
I was like, shut up. 2 hours later, I was in bed.
Class.
I woke up naked with my medal on, though. So I was
Did
like,
you?
yeah,
Yeah.
baby. I still got my medal.
It's the greatest story. I remember us talking about this before in terms of that's a pretty tricky transition time in terms of stopping playing for England
Yeah.
and then thinking, do I still want to carry on playing cricket, or how am I feeling about this? That's tough and takes a lot of mental strength and resilience. Was that a hard period for you?
Yeah, it was like the worst because I lost my England contract. I got told.
In the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, Thunder's first home game of the season, and as you can see, it is at Emirates Old Trafford. Here, the 2 sides are about to make their way out to the middle. 2 changes for Thunder. They bring in 359 international wickets. Sunrisers have won the toss and will bowl. They are unchanged. Glad to say, as you can see there, that there are a few clouds in the sky, but it's largely blue in between, and most importantly, the sun is shining here at Old Trafford. My name is Mike Perkins. Alongside me is Polly Starkey. We also have Scott Reed from BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire. as well as I'm 2 for 2 on World Cup winners in my my first 2 commentaries of the season in this competition. We also have Alex Hartley joining us as well, the former Thunder cricketer. So plenty to tell you about during the course of the day. Thank you for tuning in to Lancs TV. Thank you for clicking go on the BBC Sport website and app. As I say, this commentary being brought to you there by BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire. Polly, let's run the people at home through the 2 teams. As we say, 2 changes for the home side Thunder. Emma Lamb, Seren Smale, Katie Mack, Fee Morris, Ellie Threlkeld, Naomi Datani all retain their places. Kate Cross comes in for Danny Collins. Tara Norris retains her place. Sophie Eccleston replaces Mahika Gore. Phoebe Graham and Hannah Jones complete the Thunder lineup. As for Sunrisers, they go with the same side that beat Western Storm by 8 wickets. Grace Scrivens, Ariana Dowse, Cordelia Griffith, Jodie Grewcock, Maddie Villiers, Amara Carr, Flo Miller, Jo Gardner, Nicola Hancock and Kate Kopak. So, what do you make of those 2 teams to start with? As I say, it's 359 international wickets between Kate Cross and Sophie Eccleston, so that can only be a good thing for the Thunder, you would imagine.
Yeah, I was going to say quite expected changes with the Thunder side, with 2 of their England players coming back into the fold. For Sunrisers, I guess they won. They won a really good game against the Western Storm at the weekend. They were very convincing. Captain Grace Scrivens earning her 50th cap for the Sunrisers today, and she'll lead the team out. So it's expected that they didn't make any changes. For the Thunder, they're looking for their first win. They need to add a little bit more to their bowling attack, and I think crucially their batting needs to improve. They've got Sophie Eccleston and Kate Cross, of course, traditionally they're bowlers, but you know they do well with the bat. Kate Cross has proved it during the Ashes. Sophie Eccleston can hit quick runs. So I think for the sides today, it looks like it'll be quite a competitive game.
So it's going to be Lamb and Smale to open the batting. It was a 9-wicket defeat for Thunder in their opening game, so they'll be hoping to go a little bit better than that today. It's 5 wins from 5 for Sunrisers now, if you include the 4 at the back end of last season. So little wonder they're unchanged as Kopak's taking the new ball here.
Yeah, Grace Scrivens took over the side at the end of last season, and she's undefeated as the skipper. So, you know, she's only 20 years old, but her captaincy is proving to work. And although Sunrisers traditionally have been a team that have struggled for wins, it seems that something's changed in that camp, and they've managed to string a couple of wins together. And it's her
50th cap as well today, Grace Scrivens. I think she's one to watch on the England radar. She's now got 1,056 runs in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, passing that 1,000-run landmark. In the previous game was 63 not out, but it's all about Emma Lamb, 709 runs herself in this competition, who's going to be opening the batting for Thunder. And of course the context of those 709 runs is she has been on, it's earned her international honours. So she's facing up here to Kate Kopak, first ball of the day, and it nips through outside the off stump off a good length. Kopak right on the dot, first ball there, and it's a dot which is recorded in the scorer's book. But an excellent start there from the visitors, hitting the spot early on, Polly Starkey.
Yeah, Sunrisers' bowling attack has strengthened over the years, and Kate Kopak is one of those players. She's a little bit more of a senior player, but she's come into the fold and has picked up a number of wickets for the Sunrisers over the years.
Here she comes again, right arm over the wicket from the new pavilion end here, as the ball is returned to Amara Carr. No run again. That one prodded out into the onside. We have the James Anderson pavilion at the far end, and then the players now sit at our end where the media centre is.
Kopak had a very strong 2023, taking 15 wickets, and was Sunrisers' 3rd top leading wicket taker in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy last season.
Here comes Kopak again. 0 for 0 the score. And the first run will be scored with a cut off the back foot. Smale alert to it at the non-striker's end. And she gets through for the single to get Emma Lamb off the mark. 1 without loss. And that will certainly make Emma Lamb feel a lot better, Polly Starkey.
It's good that Thunder managed to get off the mark within the first couple of balls. They have a tendency of sometimes getting a little bit stuck. And to get those runs early in, of course, it's only the quick single, but it just gives that little bit of confidence and allows them to settle into the game.
Certainly gets things moving. just after 10:30 on your Wednesday morning, and Smale is looking to get away herself off the back foot, just manoeuvring the ball out towards cover with a twiddle of the bat, but it doesn't find the gap sufficiently powerfully to allow her to get off the mark, so she just prods at the pitch and settles for no run on that occasion. As you say, few clouds in the sky, but lots of blue in between them, and the sun has been shining this morning in Manchester, which is good to say given the April we've been having so far, as Kopak comes in again, delivers, and that one nipped back dangerously towards the stumps, and Smale was perhaps back in the crease when she could have been forward on that occasion, Polly Starkey.
Yeah, Smale's a player that is very exciting. Of course, she's only still 19 years old and she hasn't been in this team for long, but last season scoring 94 against the Central Spark. She's gone to New Zealand with England A, and she's had, I guess her career's, the trajectory of it is gone quite quickly, and she's really making a way for herself in cricket.
Yep, there's a few to watch on both sides, and Smale tends to hit the ball hard, as she was trying to do there off the back foot. Twirled the bat at it again, but didn't make contact on this occasion. It's through to the wicketkeeper Carr. It's the end of the first over. It's one without loss. It's all fairly steady so far, I would say, Polly Starkey. It's kind of honours even in that first over, as is often the case at the end of the first over.
Perhaps you could call it a slightly slow start, but I think for Thunder, actually the way they're playing and the way they've done in this first over, I think is quite crucial, because they are a side that tend to get bowled out. That, you know, that's what the stats show, and so for them to bat out those 50 overs and play it a little bit safer, I think is quite crucial, because yeah, Sunrisers, as I mentioned before, have a strong bowling attack and could definitely take advantage of Thunder's ability to slightly get a bit stuck and kind of lose their heads a bit and get out quite quickly.
Lamb can be one who sort of, she likes to use as many of the overs as she can and sort of build her way into the innings, but she will end up around about or above one a ball if it goes her way today. She's taken her guard and assessing the field around her with the bat slung over her shoulder, and we're about to begin the second over, and it's going to be Hancock to come in and bowl it, who had an impressive debut, but that wasn't a particularly impressive start. Wide down the leg side, takes the score on to 2 without loss in these early stages, but Nick Hancock, 28-year-old from Melbourne, and she recorded figures of 5.4 overs, no maidens, 15 for 3 in the debut victory over Western Storm by 8 wickets. As we say, it was Sunrisers' 5th on the bounce if you count the ones at the back end of last season. Right arm over the wicket again from the James Anderson end, and that one's clipped into the leg side, and it's impressively fielded by the always impressive Maddie Villiers. She has 17 T20 internationals to her name, so international honours there, and we're underway, Polly, which is good to say for a new season here at Old Trafford.
It's really exciting, and when the weather's like this, you just think it's finally the cricket season, and it's brilliant that there are so many more fixtures this year in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint and the Charlotte Edwards Cup, so it's looking like it'll be a very exciting season.
Here's Hancock again, flashing outside the off stump is Lamb, who was a long way down the track there, actually. She hadn't sort of danced down in the way we might see in the middle overs, but she was a long way out of her crease when she tried to drive that ball into the offside. Made no contact. There's a big gap at cover. 2 slips in place waiting for the edge, though. That one was a dot ball. Hancock certainly not feeling the chill out there, because it is still noticeably cold. The wind blowing from our end, the Brian Statham end, towards the James Anderson end at the far side, and that's where Hancock approaches from and bowls right arm over the wicket, and the all red kitted Lamb forces into the offside but can't pierce that gap at cover once again. So good start, plenty of dots from the Sunrisers so far.
I think it's fantastic that most of the teams now have overseas players. I think it adds a lot to the competition, and particularly because, you know, the women's cricket circuit in England and Wales is relatively small, and actually these players are quite used to playing against each other. But you add people like Nick Hancock into the mix, and it just adds something a little bit different and challenges the players. Dowse
and Griffith wait in the slips as Lamb drives. That one seemed to take the inside part of the bat as it went up towards mid-off. The captain Scrivens comes in to pick up. We've got Flo Miller out at cover point. We've got backward point in the form of Jodie Grewcock. Maddie Villiers, who we've mentioned in this over, is at mid-wicket. We've also got a mid-on and a long leg at the moment. And it's been a tight field so far. No runs conceded from the first 4 balls. The only run was a wide down the leg side, so no runs off the bat, as Lamb won't find runs off the bat again. Only finds the captain Scrivens with a drive up the offside of straight. And Thunder just struggling to get going a little bit here. 2 without loss at the moment, but crucially it's that blank wickets column at the moment that Thunder will be most concerned about. A couple of claps of the hands from Joe Gardner at mid-on. And jutting out with the elbows comes Hancock. Up to the stumps, bowls and pushed up towards Gardner, who returns to Amara Khan. And a very, very tidy second over indeed. 2 without loss. The wide, the only blemish on it, Polly Starkey. Exactly what you expect from an overseas player, I suppose, coming into these conditions, really. And she didn't record a maiden in her 5.4 overs the other day, but did pick up 3 for 15, so she won't have minded too much. But there's her first maiden in the Sunrisers strip.
There is that slight pressure as an overseas player when you come in, and I guess everyone expects you to have lots of expertise and to be very knowledgeable, and of course that's clear with Nick Hancock, but I mean, you've got to back that up with the performances as well, and she definitely did that on debut with that 3 for 15. Here's
Karpek, right arm over the wicket from the Statham end, and this one is flicked out into the offside again by Smale, jumping back in a crease. Only finds Flo Miller at cover point. Grucock still at backward point. Griffiths moved to extra cover for Kopak. So there's just the 1 slip in place now. For those listening on the BBC Sport website, Sunrisers in an all-black strip. It's all red for Thunder. You can also find this game on Lancs TV. And you're with Mike Perkins and Polly Starkey as Kopak bowls. This one's clipped into the square leg region, which was vacant. So it rolls all the way out to backward square leg, where Hancock is doing a bit of grazing between overs, picks up and returns. 3 without loss the score. We've had 2.2 overs so far of this game here at Old Trafford. Thunder versus Sunrisers, first home game for Thunder of the season. And it's a delight to be with you on Lancs TV and, as we say, the BBC Sport website, thanks to BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire. Here comes Kopak again, pacing in on what's a fairly lengthy approach. Right arm over the wicket, it's short of length and it's wide, in fact. 3 without loss, so extra's the main blemish so far. We've got a handful of spectators just in front of the James Anderson Pavilion at the far end. Cars busily making their way through the car park in the little gaps between there and the point, where there's a few spectators already on the balcony, a couple more up in the hotel to the right hand side. And here comes Kopak again. Delivers short of a length. There's a big flash of the bat from Lamb, who doesn't connect with that ball. 4 without loss it remains. A little bit of a chat between Lamb and Smale here. Smale with a single so far in the over. Both batters with a run off the bat so far, so that'll be making them feel more comfortable. But the lines and the lengths have been spot on so far, Polly Starkey, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been pretty good from Sunrisers so far. I think, yeah, extras would be their concern, but...
Here's Kopak again, down the leg side, and that'll be another extra. 5 without loss with a wide just pushed down the leg side.
Yeah, I mentioned the extras because in Thunder's opening game against the Northern Diamonds, 32 runs to Thunder's total was because of extras. I think it was their joint top scorer was extras and alongside one of their players. So I guess for Thunder, they kind of need to not be reliant on like their total being boosted from extras. It needs to come from their players.
What can come from the bat of Lamb here? Pushes into the leg side, knows there's a single on offer. It's wide of Villiers, who picks up and returns to the keeper Carr, but not without the cost of that 1 to the total. 6 without loss. Better over from Thunder this. Just rotating the strike nicely, but no real chance to free the arms just yet. we're not the only game today. There's games underway. Northern Diamonds 5 without loss in the early stages against Western Storm. Central Sparks 8 without loss batting at Wormsley against Southern Vipers. And the Blaze 8 for 2 already in their game at Leicester. As there's a big flash outside the off stump, there's a big appeal. The Sunrisers players certainly felt they heard something there. It was a flashing drive from Smale, who hadn't got forward as far as she would have liked, and from the umpire's point of view, there was only fresh air. A dot ball is the result, but we see a replay here, and I think there was fresh air, but, well, it wasn't the best shot Seren Smale will ever play in her career.
No, it wasn't a great shot. There was a very, very big appeal from the Sunrisers players, and I can understand why they went up for that, but the umpire was not interested one bit.
Here comes Karpak again. Fiddled into the leg side. Villiers there with the fielding. Returns sharply to Amara Carr. Brings the over to an end. 6 without loss after 3 in our game. Just to complete that scoreboard for you then, the Blaze 9 for 2 in the third over against South East Stars at Leicester. So that's where the early wickets have tumbled, but no wickets so far in this one. And a chat between those in red, Emma Lamb and Seren Smale. Chats on the balconies as well at the hotel from the onlookers from there, and this is honours even at this stage, although certainly the bowler will feel in the previous over, Karpak, that she maybe had the better there, beating that flashing blade of Seren Smale, who's just settling in as the cars whiz by on the Talbot Road in the distance, and in comes Hancock from the James Anderson end. Bowles, and Lamb getting forward again, and far forward and able to drive this time out towards the cover boundary. Miller in pursuit, picks up and throws back in and loses 2 runs in the process, but Lamb tried that in the previous over, advancing the feet, and that time she got to the ball and was able to drive smoothly through cover for 2.
Yeah, being able to find the gaps I think will be crucial to this. Sunrisers are very good in the field. They've got Maddie Villiers, as we've mentioned, one of the sharpest fielders in the competition.
8 without losses. Hancock's on her way again. Lamb turns into the leg side, but only finds Villiers at mid-wicket. A no ball signalled there by the umpire. And that'll be a free hit early in the innings. So 9 without loss the total moves on to. And there's a free hit here for Emma Lamb. What's she going to do with this, do you think, Polly Starkey?
I think you've just got to whack it and hope. She's kind of got nothing to lose. I think at this point, yes, it is early on, but
she swings into the offside and is caught at cover and nearly has run out at the non-strikers end. They almost ran on the shot there. It may have just been a bump ball, but it looked like it went straight into the hands of Flo Miller to me there from Emma Lamb. The players have a little chat about that. We're going to have a look on the replay now. Lamb swings the bat, and it did indeed go straight into the hands of Flo Miller, who caught the ball and threw down the stumps at the non-strikers end, because the batters had set off expectingly that they were going to score off the free hit. It's about the only way you can get out. After all that, the score's 10 without loss. We're in the 4th over of the day if you just join us. You're with Mike Perkins and Polly Starkey on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. Thanks to BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire. Here's Hancock. Bowling to Smale, who fiddles again outside the off stump and is again beaten. It's been a nervy start from the youngster, Polly Starkey.
yeah, it has. It's an interesting one because we've seen Smale get some really good scores and be able to quite maturely build an innings, but it feels like she is struggling to get off that market and find those gaps. I guess she has got Lamb at the other end who will guide her through this innings and who, has a lot of experience already. So I'm not too concerned about her. I think it's the point where you get frustrated when you're quite stuck and then you play silly shots.
The 19-year-old faces up again and is blocking much more firmly up towards mid-off this time. That'll be a dot ball, but a more comfortable one from the Smale point of view. Best of 94, as you mentioned, last season, Polly, and she is definitely a prospect, isn't she, Seren Smale?
Yeah, she scored a century pre-season against the Central Sparks in a warm-up game, so That seems to be the team she's best at playing against.
11:15, and we've not mentioned the absolutely fantastic Naughty Child podcast souvenir guide to the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. As that one's flicked away through wide mid-on by Smale. Best shot of the day, and she gets one on the pads and she gets it away for 4. 14 without loss, and it was a classy stroke from Smale on that occasion to find the boundary for the first time for Thunder.
That's definitely a demonstration of what Smale can do. It was a really nice shot, a very safe shot as well, and just recording the first boundary for the day for Lancashire Thunder.
Little discussion between Scrivens and Hancock. Just maybe a talk of splitting the difference here with this delivery. Beaten Smale on her outside edge, tries to go back towards that outside edge again, but Smale was advancing well again, as Lamb had earlier in the over, and she hit it well but didn't quite beat the fielder at mid-off. So we're 14 without loss at the end of the 4th over, and the mid-pitch discussions ensue. Polly Starkey, they'll be feeling better after that one, I would have thought.
Definitely, it feels like they've got their innings underway a little bit more with that boundary. They know they can find it somehow, and so I think with both players off the mark, they can head into the next over with a lot more confidence.
As you say, Lamb's the more experienced of the two. 709 runs in this competition, has been on England duty in recent summers and winters, as she claps that one in his court at mid-wicket, diving forward. Maddie Villiers takes the catch off the bowling of Kopak, and Emma Lamb is dismissed with a mistimed pull stroke into the onside. It was a good catch diving forward there, but Lamb is out for 5. 14 for 1 the score, and Thunder, who've struggled to get this innings going, seem to have done so in the last over, but Lamb taking one from outside off stump. She was well on the front foot actually when she hit it, but is out for 5 off 15 balls, caught by Villiers off the bowling of Kopak. Polly Starkey.
Yeah, it was a brilliant catch by Maddie Villiers. You can't play shots like that when Villiers is standing there. She will take it. So it wasn't a poor shot overall. It wasn't particularly placed badly, but as we've mentioned before, Villiers is a fantastic fielder, and she managed to get both hands around it and take the first wicket of the day. So I believe that brings Katie Mackin, the Australian overseas player for the Thunder, for the start of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Yep, first time we've seen her in a home game. Adelaide Strikers and Capital Territory are her teams in Australia. She's also played for the Birmingham Phoenix and Essex Women, interestingly enough, which was one I didn't expect to see on her list of previous teams. She was in good form back in Australia with 74 and 140 for ACT before making the switch of hemispheres to come and play here for Thunder.
Crucially with Mac, she's also a winner. She's won the WBBL 2 years in a row, so she really does know how to get her hands on silverware, as she'll be hoping to do with Lancashire Thunder.
Here's Kopak, bowling to Mac, who drives into the offside. Miller right on top of the new batter straight away into field the ball, and Sunrisers look sharp. So, as I say, this souvenir album for the 2024 competition, this competition, of course, finishes up this year, and we go back to counties, and Lancashire will have one of those counties. But an absolutely fantastic piece of work, this, from Polly Starkey, as in comes Kopak to bowl, right arm over the wicket. That one's defended down into the pitch. It's halfway through the 5th over, 14 for 1. Thunder just losing their first wicket. But I can't tell listeners and viewers enough just what a fantastic piece of work this is from Polly Starkey, summarising the full 5 years of this competition. There's a double-page spread for each team, there's key players, all that kind of thing. And I even saw one of them being signed down at Edgbaston the other day. Somebody had printed them out and was getting the players, getting Katie George, I think it was, to sign the little sticker-like pen picks in on each page, as this one skips up through outside the off stump, and that's through to the keeper's gloves again. Another dot ball. How did the souvenir album come about then? Because it looks like a lot of work, Polly Stark.
Yeah, so it was, to be fair, it was my dad's idea. It was one of those where he goes, oh, let's do this. you're going to have to do all the work for it because I've no idea what I'm doing, but it's a great idea. And I was like, do you know what? Fair enough, we'll do it. Given it's the last year, I think, of the regional system as well, we wanted something to kind of commemorate it and for people to look back on as well.
Here comes then Kopak, right arm over the wicket, and that one is just pushed into the onside towards Villiers, who took the catch earlier in the over. So 5th ball of the 5th over of the day, and it's 14 for 1 here if you just join us on Lancs TV, the BBC Sport website and app, thanks to BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire. We will bring Scott Reed in after this ball, and we'll leave you in the capable hands of Polly Starkey to continue the ball-by-ball commentary for the next 5 overs. As in comes Kopak, bowls, and this one is flashed away into the offside. Miller is there with the stop. It's the end of the over. Let's get a few thoughts from Polly Starkey, and then we'll bring in Scott Reed to get his thoughts on the early stages of this game.
End of the 5th over here at Emirates Old Trafford. Score 14-1 with Seren Smale at the crease, who opened the batting with Emma Lamb. Emma Lamb being caught out by Maddie Villiers to the bowling of Kate Kopak. Katie Mack also out in the middle. The Australian overseas player yet to get off the mark, has settled 5 balls in. Nicola Hancock is going to continue as Hancock comes in, faces Smale, and Smale plays that into the offside, is fielded. There'll be no run. The score remaining 14-1.
Good morning, Polly.
Morning.
Good morning, good morning.
It's an absolutely beautiful day for a bit of cricket, isn't it?
Makes a nice change, this, doesn't it? Happy days. Little bit of sunshine, and it's dry. We'll take
Indeed.
this.
Had a lot of rain in Manchester over the last few months, so it is very, very nice to not have the threat of that today. As Hancock continues to Smale, he defends that ball just dropping right in front of her. After a couple of really nice shots, particularly that boundary, feels like Smale's got a little bit stuck again and is just struggling to kind of find where she can place the ball in the field.
Well, it's a good start by Hancock, isn't it? They've got attacking field, which I quite like. Emma Lamb already out. Well, they did have 2, now down to 1 slip. They're going to strengthen that extra cover region with 4 fielders on the offside, plus the slip in place. Bowling's been accurate so far.
As Hancock runs in again, and Smale has got hold of that and has played it into the leg side all the way to the boundary. So 2nd boundary of the day. A fielder could not get there in time, moving the score to 18-1. Smale adding 4 to her total.
It's a bit of a gimme, that, wasn't it? It's about the rare bad ball sent down, heavy, well-stacked offside field, and able just to pull it behind square on the leg side for 4.
Yeah, Smale was able to capitalise off a poor ball, and that's precisely what she has to do in that game. It was a very safe shot, and just taking all the runs she can get. Hancock in once again to 19-year-old Smale. Just plays that gently into the offside.
It's better line and length, that, isn't it?
Yeah, Hancock is very experienced, and as we've mentioned, her debut went very, very well for the Sunrisers. 3 for 15 last weekend against the Western Storm, in what was a very strong victory for the Sunrisers. Thunder, as we mentioned, yet to have their first win this season. It's Hancock to Smale, who gently taps that into the leg side, down to mid-wicket.
Well, it's good running. I mean, they line up quickly to get through for a single. Put a bit of pressure straight away on the fielder at mid-on. Keep the scoreboard ticking over. It's a long time, isn't it? You've got 50 overs of cricket. It's a lot of balls to face, a lot of time to try and build an innings. loss of one of your key batters early on in Emma Lamb can just allow the side just to rebuild. There is time to rebuild and to start another platform.
It's Hancock once again from the James Anderson end, and that's defended by Mack. There's no run available, and that takes us to the end of the over. Score 19 for 1 after the 6th over.
Yeah, if you missed the wicket earlier on of Emma Lamb, it was a pretty spectacular catch by Maddie Villiers, wasn't it? Wonderful diving catch. Here we go, we can watch a replay of it here. Look at this for a piece of work. Absolutely walloped it as well, but that is a stunning catch.
Yeah, Maddie Villiers making sure she secures the wicket.
I mean, she did well to get to it, let alone kind of get to it, get your fingertips under it, keep hold of it as you hit the deck. You know, the ball doesn't bounce out. Yeah, it's a great piece of fielding.
Kate Kopak is continuing the bowling. It's played to Smale, straight down the ground, and that will go for 4 once again. Smale's 3rd boundary of the day. It was a very confident shot.
Might be the best of the lot, that.
It was a very nice shot. It was timed perfectly. She didn't get too much power on it, but just enough to take it to the boundary.
Yeah, it was all in the timing, wasn't it? Lovely straight shot. Moves to 14, puts the pressure a little bit back on the ball. The first ball of the over going for a boundary.
Kopak generally bowling quite well today, and she continues. And Smale tries to get hold of it, but it goes through to the wicket-keeper. She turns with it. Kopak, of course, getting the wicket of Emma Lamb early on, with, as we mentioned, that fantastic catch from Maddie Villiers. Kopak to continue. She runs in past the umpire to Smale, who guides that out onto point. There'll be no run on offer. Once again, the score staying 24 for 1.
It's okay, isn't it? Steady enough start, even with a dismissal of Emma Lamb.
Yeah, they started very slow, but they've kind of made up for that. And yeah, the rate they're going at the moment is absolutely fine, in my opinion. I think as long as they're not losing wickets, then just letting that score tick over, I think, is all they need to do. Smale takes guard with Kopak in once again, defended back to the bowler. It's a good line in length from Kate Kopak. He's only conceded 10 runs so far, but had a maiden and a wicket. I'd imagine Smale will be keen to rotate that strike. She's a little bit stuck there. She plays that behind her. It's heading towards the boundary and it's unable to be cut off by the fielder. Down at deep fine leg. Another boundary for Smale.
It's a good effort by Nicola Hancock. Kind of put the dive in, full and dive almost. I think pretty much got to it. If anything, almost kind of jumped over the ball. Kind of got fingertips to it, just trying to flip the ball back, but managed to reach the rope. Nicely timed, just a little clip away off the pad, just down to fine leg.
Kopak, who hasn't had the best over so far, continuing, and Smale once again gets hold of that. Won't find the boundary as it finds a fielder.
Yeah, just dropping a little bit short again. That's been quite an expensive over, this, hasn't it? It's been a really good first 3 overs sent down by Kopak from this Brian Statham end, but just not quite got it right in this over. Put the pressure back on straight away with that first delivery being punched down the ground for 4. Just dropped a little bit short and a little bit leg side from time to time.
As Mac takes a strike and defends that without a run. And at the end of the over, 29 for 1 for the Thunder.
That's a better delivery, wasn't it? Probably the best ball of the over, that. That's right on the money. A little bit full, just on off stump. Good over that for Thunder. The wide and then a couple of boundaries in there. 29 for 1 is a pretty steady start. There are games elsewhere taking place in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today. There are 3 other matches which are taking place. Northern Diamonds against the Western Storm, Southern Vipers against the Central Sparks, and the Blades against the Southeast Stars. Keep you across the scores from around the grounds as the day progresses.
Just noticed the Blaze are 5 wickets down. 22 for 5. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay has taken 3 wickets and Phoebe Franklin has taken 2. As Hancock continues from the James Anderson end. That's a very surprising result. The Blaze were finalists last year in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. They lost their opening game to the Central Sparks at Edgbaston. And now they're 5 wickets down against the South East Stars.
Early season rustiness, perhaps.
Perhaps, yes. They've all played pre-season matches, a couple of them going overseas. So you hope some of that rustiness would have gone as Hancock continues. Smale gets hold of that and plays it into the leg side. Fielded easily though, and they'll only get through for the single. The score moving to 30 for 1. Sarah Smale has found a way to 20 runs with a couple of boundaries. Katie Mack, though, yet to get off the mark. Has played 7 balls, has not been able to find a run so far. Hancock running in. And Mack hits it and she manages to get her first run. It's a tight one for Smale to run 3-4, but Mack is off the mark.
Yeah, I like that though. Made her mind up quickly. Little punch up to mid-on. Good reaction from Smale at the other end. Wanted to get back and make sure that Matt could get off the mark and get a first run.
Yeah, Matt called it very quickly and sprinted down to get to the other end. Hancock just having a discussion with Captain Grace Scrivens, who we mentioned is on her 50th cap today for the Sunrisers. Hancock continuing. Misfield, believed by, is that Maddie Villiers? Who, of course, we've mentioned how good a fielder she is. But a slight fumble in the field, which enables a run for the Thunder. Score 31 for 1. Hancock from the James Anderson end, defended by Mack. She holds that and claps around the ground from the Sunrisers players. It's been what Sunrisers needed after that over by Kate Kopak. They're just slowing Thunder's run rate down and putting them in a position they were a couple of overs ago, where they were struggling to find those runs. Hancock once again to Mack. He defends that. 2 players who I imagine have played quite a lot of cricket against each other back in Australia in both the WNCL and the WBBL.
There are a little battle taking place between them both in this, who not wanting to give the other a bit of an advantage. Good over that by Hancock, because as you mentioned, Paul, the previous one was just a little bit expensive, and Thunder able to attack and score a couple of boundaries and just tick the score along, and actually Hancock's pulled it back nicely in that over. That's the score we were mentioning before. That's a surprising scoreline in the 9th over, 26 for 5. The Blaze in action against the South East Stars. That's in the 9th over. Not at full strength, the Blaze, missing some key players, but right up against it early on there. 26 for 5 in the 9th. There are 2 other games which are taking place in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Southern Vipers against the Central Sparks, and the Northern Diamonds against the Western Storm. Central Sparks 27 for 2 in the 10th against the Vipers, and the Diamonds 41 for 1 in the 9th against the Western Storm. Can see some spin for the first time.
Yeah, change of bowler, and we're going to see Jodie Grucock, I believe. 19-year-old leg spinner. She captained England under-19 recently in Sri Lanka, against Sri Lanka and Australia. She's been developing her captaincy skills, and she's bowled her. Jodie Grucock has got through the gate, and I mean, Seren Smale has to walk back to the pavilion. It was a really nice delivery by Grucock, and missed time by Smale. The second wicket falls for the Thunder, 32 for 2 after 8 overs. Jodie Grucock coming on, having instant impact.
It's a good piece of captaincy, isn't it? Make that bowling change, maybe forced her hand a little bit because the way the previous over had gone, it was a little expensive from Kate Kopak, and turning into some spin from the Brian Statham. And I think this pitch will turn. I think we'll see that through the course of this match. Not so sure there was much spin on that, mind you, but it was, I suppose, a bowling change that's worked a treat for the Sunrisers. It's a shame because that looked like a nice little partnership that was developing there.
Yeah, Seren Smale was looking a lot more comfortable, but Grucock has been a big attacking threat for the Sunrisers last season, taking 14 wickets in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, with joint most for the Sunrisers. She's also handy with the bat, so I'm sure we'll see her feature later. Brings Fee Morris to the crease. He will take the strike. Morris, who was absolutely outstanding on Thunder's tour to Dubai and Bangalore with both bat and ball, and immediately she's off the mark. She plays that into the offside.
Yeah, well, they've got quite a bit of experience, haven't they, in the middle order, of which Morris is right up there. Just might need a little bit of experience. Of course, Ellie Threlkeld and Datani Eccleston, who's returned to the side today.
Grucock continues, and Morris just plays it out to the fielder. Flo Miller.
There's quite a bit of experience there. Fee Morris, Ellie Threlkeld, Naomi Datani and Sophie Eccleston. There's quite a bit of solid experience to come here for Thunder.
It's a strong lineup as Grucock continues, and Morris just plays it back to the bowler. This is what it hasn't quite made sense so far over the last couple of years about Thunder, is that they've got a lot of experience, particularly I look at the batting lineup, and there's a lot of strength there, but something's not quite clicked. As once again, there's no run. The over finishing 33 for 2 after 9 overs.
Yeah, it didn't click at the weekend, did it, on Saturday neither, the first game of a busy summer. A long summer ahead and plenty of cricket to look forward to, but first match for Thunder up in the northeast at Chester Street. All out for 165 inside 44 overs.
I think that's the thing. The summer is stretching ahead, and that was just the first game of the season. There's a lot of opportunity. You look at Southern Vipers last season; they lost their opening game to the Sunrisers and went on to do the double. So nothing is ruled out at this stage. It would be fair to say. It looks like Nick Hancock will continue. Fee Morris will be the batter on strike. As Hancock runs in, and let's go straight through to Amara Carr, the wicket keeper. No run on offer for Thunder. Nicola Hancock, who took 3 wickets in the WBBL final in December against Katie Mack's side, the Adelaide Strikers, who went on to win it. So it'd be nice to see if there's a little bit of a battle between those two overseas players today. Hancock running in to Morris, and she's played that nicely to square leg. Fielding done neatly.
It's good running that though, isn't it? Quickly wanted to make sure they could come back for 2. Just nudged away towards square leg. Got through the first pretty quickly.
Yeah, keeping Morris on strike. Katie Mack has managed to only get 1 run from 13 deliveries she's faced. Hancock has a slight false start. She heads back to her mark. As Hancock runs past the umpire into Morris, who plays that, beats the fielder, is heading towards the boundary at deep point. There'll be another 4 runs for the Thunder.
Nicely timed away, that.
It was very nicely timed. Just got the power she needed. Beat Jodie Grucock, the fielder. Just ran away to the boundary. 35 for 2. Hancock in again. And that's just defended by Morris. Straight drive. There'll be no run available. 39 for 2 for the score, apologies.
Just a little bit of width on offer there from Hancock. Morris jumped right into it, didn't she? It's a lovely shot, sliced away behind point.
As you mentioned, 3 other fixtures taking place, and we'll keep you updated on those scores. As Hancock continues to Morris, defended once again. She's slightly improving her over.
Hartley's arrived in the commentary box, you may have noticed. Oh dear.
Hancock once again. Fee Morris playing the identical shot. 39 for 2. The score remains at the end of the over. And I'll depart, and Alex Hartley will come in. And thoughts from Scott Reed.
Thanks, Polly. Well, that's 10 overs gone. 2 wickets to fall. Kiwani and Emma Lamb. Just need to try and find a partnership here, Thunder. Just settle things down a little bit. Can't be affording to lose 1, 2, 3 quick wickets on the spin. See, you were as quiet as ever.
I'm back. I'm allergic to my washing powder, so I'm
What?
constantly sneezing. I should probably change it, to be honest. But
How do you know it's your washing powder?
because it's not anything else.
Are you sure it's not you've not got hay fever? I just assumed you had hay fever.
Nah, that's for wimps.
If he was not for wimps, it's a proper thing. 39 for 2 after 10. I'm going to ask you for your thoughts on what you've seen so far, but you missed this, didn't you? This is Mac down the pitch and punching up towards mid-on for no run.
Yeah, look, I think the start's been slightly better than we've had previously. I know we're 2 down, but these two have sort of consolidated a little bit now and built a partnership.
Grucock in, down comes Mac again. That's worked along the ground through mid-on. This is a quick single. That's good running, actually. Hit it firmly to mid-on and made a quick decision to get through for a single. Mac moves to 2, 40 for 2 now.
I think Sarah Smale will be fuming with herself, you know, getting into the 20s and not going on and getting a score on the board. It wasn't the best of deliveries. It wasn't doing all that much.
Grucock, who got the wicket, brings Morris forward in defence and there's no run.
But I think the thing with Thunder over the last couple of years, it's been the same story. You know, you get off to a half-decent start and then what we've tended to do is collapse in the middle. So if these two come back for a long period of time...
Grucock to Morris. Trying to run it down towards third. Actually, Mac wants a quick single. Throw comes in towards the bowler's end. It's alert cricket for me, that Mac, who made the mind up for Morris. She didn't really have much of a choice as she looked up and saw that Mac was hurtling down the other end. 41 for 2 now. With 2 balls left of the 11th over. Grucock to Mac, who goes back and defends.
So I think if these two can just tick along at 3-4 and over for, you know, another 10 overs, and then, I nearly said England, Lancs can look to accelerate.
Final ball of the 11th, Grucock in, again off the back foot, and cutting the ball away. Picked up at Blackwell point. End of the over. How many off that? Just 2. Steady stuff by Jodie Grucock. Started nicely, picked up the wicket as well. 41 for 2, 11 overs gone. Mac on 2 and Morris on 8.
I think Katie Mack will be seeing the difference between Australia wickets and England wickets here as well. A lot slower, the bowling a little bit slower, doesn't really do all that much off the surface. The bounce not as good. So it's going to take Katie Mack a couple of innings to actually get used to playing here in England, but she's a very good player. When Lancs was looking at people to sign, she's one of the names that I suggested because she's tore it up in Australia for a long time, but without then getting that Australia call up, which for us as a Thunder team is good because you know you're going to have her for most of the season. And yeah, no, she's doing a little bit of swapping with Georgia as well. Georgia Volt. She's going to play the T20s. Mac will play the 50 overs.
It's becoming increasingly difficult in women's cricket as in men's cricket, isn't it, to get overseas players that are going to not just kind of come in and out of the team a little bit. I'm going to spin from both ends, just off the back foot and cut away through the offside. Beats extra cover, actually. But a little bit of pace taken off it. And they'll hustle back for a couple. Morris moves on to 10 from that. Seeing Maddie Villiers from the Jimmy Anderson end. So it's 43 for 2.
Yeah, the likes of Australia are going to be so protective about their players and not give them NOCs for the whole season, which I do sort of understand.
Villiers into Morris. That's then turned up behind square on the leg side. Morris wants to come back for 2. Mac wasn't certain, and they decided against it to just a single. 44 for 2 now. When
you've got overseas tours and World Cups coming up, you want to look after your squad of 15, 16 that you'll take to that World Cup.
So you're going to manage their workload, that type of thing. Is that what we're on about? Here's Villiers in to Mac, and that's nudged away to mid-wicket. It's Nicola Hancock to field, no run.
Yeah, just look after your players, make sure they're not getting injured. And also, they'd probably want a break as well. It's their off-season. They've been so busy.
You talk about breaks. Why are cricketers having breaks?
I never had one. Just that 6 months.
Villiers into Mac. It's a nice shot off the back foot. Sliced away behind square on the offside. And come back for 2. Played it late. Got nice into position to cut that away. Mac moves on to 4, 46 for 2. With 2 balls left at the 12th over. And just a little bit of energy put back into the Thunder innings here by Mac and by Morris. It's Maddie Villiers for some risers in and bowls, and a little nudge away, perhaps off the hip. It's trickling its way down towards fine leg. And they come back for 2. Is there a little bit of bat on that? There is, yep. A little flick away off the hip for a couple. And the score moves on to 47 for 2 now.
You can tell the difference between the two spinners at either end. Maddie Villiers has a little bit of extra pace, so sometimes it can be easier to score.
In and balls to complete a first over. Mack goes off the back foot and plays it safely away into the offside for no run. 12 overs gone. 47 for 2. Thunder batting first here at Emirates Old Trafford on Likes TV and the BBC Sport website and app. Mack on 5, Morris on 11. So how have you been? I've seen you for a bit.
Good, very good. Got back from New Zealand on Thursday.
Right, okay.
Tammy Beaumont's wedding on Saturday.
Oh, blimey.
I was in London for a dinner last night.
Oh, you social butterfly.
Train got cancelled this morning,
Oh,
hence
dear.
being late, so I do apologise.
Yeah, not acceptable.
I know, it wasn't. I was so stressed. I hate being late. Yeah, so I'm back. I'm really excited for the summer.
Been busy. So how was New Zealand then?
Yeah, really good, thank you.
Yeah,
really
okay.
good. Went over for a little bit of work experience. Did some commentating.
There's the Grucock balls. That's off the back foot by Morris and cut away, but straight to a well-guarded offside field. And there's no run.
Yeah, it's nice to be warm. I was in Pakistan first and then straight to New Zealand.
In comes Grucock, balls again. That's worked away to mid-wicket and there's no run. What is warmth? I don't understand this concept of being warm. I don't get that.
What I didn't expect was to come home and have to put the central heating back on.
You thought those days were gone?
I thought those days were gone. The timer's back on, twice a day.
How wrong you could be. Grucock in, swept by Morris behind square on the leg side for a single. It's now 48 for 2. Morris moves on to 12. Brings Mack back on strike.
Yes, I'm not seeing you since Big Bash.
Big Bash, yeah.
Yeah.
Big Bash. Some point over the winter, wasn't it? Mack shuffling off the back foot, just trying to work it behind square on the offside. Throw comes in towards the keeper, and there's no run.
You all cricket now, the season's started.
I've got one more football match, which is across the road at the weekend.
Okay.
At the other Old Trafford. And that's it. Grucock balls, a little flatter this time. It's off the back foot by Mack. It's almost a bit of a top edge, really, going back to cut it. Down towards the deep third boundary. Mack adds 2 to her total, moves on to 7. That brings up the 50 as well for Thunder, 50 for 2.
And that with that edge is what I'm talking about. We don't have the extra bounce that they've got in Australia because she's edged that one.
Another loopy ball, which is nicely played down the ground. Oh, that's beautiful timing. That'll be 4. Well, if the previous one was a bit of an edge, that certainly wasn't. It's a lovely shot. Hit firmly down the ground. A couple of paces towards the bowler. 54 for 2. Started very nicely here.
Yes, the first time that Max actually used her feet, she's been trying to play deep in the crease and play square of the wicket, which is actually what you tend to do at Old Trafford. It's easier to score square, but slower bowler in the off spinner, so she's come down the pitch and punched the ball nicely down the ground.
13 overs gone. 54 for 2. Thunder batting first. Mack on 11, Morris on 12. We've got spin from both ends to continues. With Maddie Villiers from the Jimmy Anderson end, with Fee Morris on strike for Thunder. That's a little defensive forward press by Morris. Smothering the ball, and there's no run. Remains on 12. There's been quite a lot of news over the last few days about women's cricket, in particular here at Emirates Old Trafford.
That's what we're doing.
Well, you've been away. This is a little nudge away by Morris towards square leg for maybe 2. No, just a single. Moves on to 13. 55 for 2. Well, I was reading that there's a new or an extended partnership deal with
Hilton.
Here with Hilton, which has increased the number of professional players
To 15.
to
16.
to 16. I think it's 16. As Villiers is into Mack, going back and across and being watchful and defending away into the offside. There's no run, which is great kind of commitment, isn't it, to what the club is trying to do. And then I was reading that there's extra players have all signed professional contracts, and that was announced, I think, yesterday. And there's Mack drives it through mid-on for a single, moves on to 12, 50 6 for 2 in the 14th over. So there's 4 players that have now been announced as have signed their first professional contracts with Thunder. An attempt to sweep by Morris is half an appeal. There could be a run-out chance at the bowlers, and it could be tight. Morris having to leap in, kind of putting the old Olympic swimmer's dive in there to try and get in. It was a little bit frantic, that. What do you reckon here, Hartley?
Yeah.
Direct hit, struggling?
Direct hit out.
Yeah.
Luckily, it's hit Maddie Villiers in the shin.
Final ball of the 14th over, 57 for 2. Down the pitch comes Mack and works it neatly through mid-wicket. Growing increasingly confident in her first appearance here for Thunder at Emirates Old Trafford. Gets 1 through the leg side, moves on to 13, nicks the strike as well. 58 for 2, 14 overs gone. So it just all seems like it's just a stream of very good and encouraging news, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's brilliant. So the 3 Scottish girls that have joined the club, they've got professional contracts, along with Danny Collins, to stop Collins, I guess. She was working in a garage, she was working, you know, in a warehouse during the night, then coming to training during the day, so she can concentrate on being a professional cricketer. So yeah, Lancs have been so supportive of women's cricket for such a long time, and that partnership now with Hilton I guess has just made that stronger. You know, the fact that we've got 16 professional cricketers all being able to concentrate on cricket, the standard is going to get better. And I know a lot of the fans will be frustrated with how we've played, you know, over the last couple of years, but it's going to take time.
It's Grucock to start over number 15. Mack advancing towards the bowler and driving to mid-off, and there's no run.
You can't just start paying everybody to be professional cricketers and expect it to happen overnight. You know, women's cricket domestically is still in its infancy. That's the right word.
Mack off the back foot, likes that late cut. Is picking out backward point, no run. Yeah, I suppose that is a point that does need to be made a few times, isn't it? That you know, it just doesn't happen, does it? You just don't start winning matches consistently just because you turn professional. It's a building process. This has worked out towards mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah, and you've just got to be patient, you know. And I know when you look at our team on paper, we've got such a strong team. But I do firmly believe once we get that one win in 50 over cricket, and we find our method to win.
Morris waiting, and driving away, bouncing out towards Cordelia Griffith, extra cover, no run.
That we will absolutely fly. I have no doubt about that. It's just we've really struggled in 50 over cricket over the last 4 years.
Grucock bowling for the Sunrisers, and guided away through point by Morris for 1 run, moves on to 15. That's now 60 for 2 in the 15th over.
I saw a bad stat last week that we've won. I keep saying we. I should say Thunder really now, shouldn't I?
I think you could say we.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Still fresh retired.
It's Grucock into to Mack. It's down the leg side, stumping chance here.
Missed it.
Yeah. Wide called as it's speeding down the leg side, and Carr with an opportunity to try and break this developing partnership between Mack and Morris.
She should have taken that in Moricart. She's fumbled the ball and taken the bails without the ball in her hand, which has allowed Katie Mack to get back in her crease.
Final ball of the 15th over. Could be a costly fumble, that. Mack looks in good touch. Down the pitch she comes this time, no messing, as that's driven towards mid-on for deepish mid-on for a single, and that's the end of the 15th over. 62 for 2, Mack on 15, Morris on 15. I'm going to leave your Max to come back in, Alex.
Yeah, the stat that I saw was, I think we've won 8 games in 30 or 35 in the 50 over competition. I don't know where I saw it. I'm hoping it's not true, but it feels true. It's not been it's been a tough couple of years, but you know, Thunder were amazing in the T20 stuff last year. We got to finals day, and I think it's going to be the start of hopefully us getting better and better.
Hello, Alex.
Hello.
In comes the latest over to Mack, who works into the leg side and will pick up 1 off the bowling of Villiers. 63 for 2 the score moves on to. As you saw between overs there, the 2 batters out, if you just join us, are Lamb and Smale. Lamb out for 5, Smale for 21. Yeah, I think it's the T20 competition that I've seen one or two actually saying we fancy Thunder in that, but perhaps more so than the 50-over competition as Villiers comes into bowl again. That's a lovely shot from Morris, clipping it off her legs. It'll only bring a 1 out to deep mid-wicket, but that was a very smooth bit of cricket from Morris advancing down the track, 64 for 2.
If you're a Blaze fan, shut your ears. 47 for 8 they are. What's the lowest score in the 50-over comp, do we reckon?
We can find that out pretty quick, I think.
And the Central Sparks aren't far behind. 43 for 5. It's even worse than I was saying.
So that probably brings a bit of a context to the score here, which is 64 for 2 as Villiers approaches, and that one really turns down the leg side, but it would been dragged short, and that's probably going to go all the way for 4 byes. It does just pop up off the rope, and in fact it'll be 4 wides because it's down the leg side. So 5 to the total, 74-2 it moves on to, and those are valuable extras for Thunder. But these two just starting to settle, although the missed stumping I suppose brought the alarm back.
Yeah, we'll ignore that. No, they've built a brilliant partnership, these two.
Here's Mack back into a crease, working leg side, picking up another single. Score moves on to 70-2.
But Sunrisers, will very much know that get 1 wicket here and Lancs could collapse because it's what's happened previously. So they just have to stay patient, stay in the game.
It'll likely be the captain, Threlkeld, next. Atani there as well, as that bounced alarmingly from a good length. And we mentioned this pitch is going to turn. It's certainly what it did in the little bit of cricket we saw in the championship game here, and that was evidence of it there. Just popping off the bat of Morris. Faces up again though, doesn't seem to have phased her too much, and again that one probably turns too much for Villiers down the leg side, 71 for 2.
Yeah, I like the look of Thunder with Datani in the middle order. I think it looks stronger. I think we look stronger.
Here comes Villiers again, flicked leg side by Morris. Picks up a 1 wide of mid-on, 72 for 2.
Just adds a little bit more experience in that middle order, and not a youngster in there, although, you know, I love seeing the young girls come through. It's happening in every region now.
Villiers again. Mack down the pitch, pushes out towards Long On, who's gone back, and a single is added to the total, 73 for 2. I think you've got an answer to your question there.
I have the lowest scores in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Sunrisers 53 all out versus the Diamonds in 2021. Diamonds then 62. How good that we're not seeing Thunder on there. Not until 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. So.
And that's a triple figure score as well,
that is
110.
Yeah, that's spelter.
Well, comparatively to some of the scores we're seeing today in the competition, it might well prove to be. I think there's 1 or 2 at the Blaze right now who might give something quite considerable for 110.
Yeah, so 47 for 8. Well, the Blaze.
Grewcock again from the Statham end, as this one is prodded leg side. Villiers there to come and pick up off a strip 2 away from the one we're playing on. She's at mid-wicket. Dot ball recorded. Grewcock again, right arm over the wicket, trying to exact a bit of turn. Miller, who's been very busy in this game, picking up and shying at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and sending Morris scampering back. So Blaze 47 for 8, Sparks 45 for 5. I think both of them will be quite happy with 110 right now. It's been a strange Wednesday so far, but Thunder are looking okay so far. Mack just can't quite find a run with that drive down the onside. A more orderly affair at Northern Diamonds, 70 for 3. Here's Grewcock again. That one turns, takes the pad. There'll be a single on offer. And Mack gets to the non-striker's end. 74 for 2. It is a leg bye in the end. Mind you, you're listening to BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire via the BBC Sport website. And you're also with Mike Perkins and Alex Hartley on Lancs TV. Here at Old Trafford for Thunder versus Sunrisers. First home game of the season for Thunder. And their first task is to try and get a total on the board. And that's watchful from Morris, who's defensively forward to a good length delivery, 74 for 2 as we approach the end of the 17th over of the game.
He's got quite a slingy action as Grewcock. Normally what you see with left arm spinners.
Bowls again. That one's carved really out into the offside. Griffith there with the fielding. One who'll be familiar with her surroundings, of course, has Manchester Originals experience. Alex, as do yourself.
She's a belter as well. She's
good fun, is she?
Yeah, good girl, good cricketer. So strong down the ground. I used to hate bowling at her because, you know, she's just going to use her feet and
she hits it
back
hard
down the
as well,
ground.
doesn't she? Very, very hard hitter of the ball. Very good fielder as well. Covers a lot of ground. Very useful player to have in the 100 all round, really. It's her sort of game, I think.
So we were having a discussion the other day. Is there anybody that's done 4 in 4 in the 100? Has anybody had 4 in 4? And I don't think there has been yet.
Here comes Villiers, bowling. Turned leg side again by Mack. No run on offer. Douse there with the fielding. Got the first century scored by anyone in Sunrisers shirt. No, I can't.
So there is one that comes to mind, which might happen.
Here's Villiers. Mack guides away behind square on the offside. And there's no run on offer.
And I might be wrong with it, but Fran Wilson hasn't been picked up yet in the 100. So if she gets picked up in the next round.
So what would her 4 be? Fire would be one, is it? She turns that on leg side, does Mack, and finds Douse again, who's busy at square leg.
Yeah, that's what I've got to figure out. She's at the Trent Rockets as well.
Yes, yeah.
Was she London Spirit? Oval.
Could have been, yeah. I think she was there with Heather Knight, wasn't she? As that was driven. Lovely shot, this one from Mack. She's been using her feet throughout the innings and did so to great effect there. Villiers with the extra turn, just throwing it wider. And that's a brilliant shot for 4 from Katie Mack. 78 for 2.
Yeah, lovely from Mack. She's looked so good today when she's used her feet. Quite often she's tried to go deep in the crease, play off the back foot. This one punches that through extra cover.
That was the sign of someone who back in January had scores of 74 and 140 in a recent innings before making the trip up to Manchester. Doesn't get a touch on the next one. She again sort of advanced but aborted it really. Here's Villiers. Bowling to Mack, and that's again... I mean, I think that is a sign of the turn, isn't it? There's a lot of people looking for cut shots who are getting very cramped for room here. That one missing leg stump in the end.
Yes, Maddie Villiers is turning the ball quite a lot. It's not really what you want to be seeing in a 50-over game, but...
Well, I think from your point of view, you'd be thinking... I remember the 6 for at Southport, 6 for at Egbert. They were turning those on those days. I thought the fingers might be twitching again, Alex.
Couldn't get in the team last year. No, I'm very happy that I am not out there playing. It looks freezing cold.
I was going to say, I went and stood on the balcony, and that was a mistake as Grewcock comes in to bowl this latest over, the 19th of the innings. Big sweep shot there from Morris, but all she found was fresh air.
I've not missed it yet.
It'll come at some point. As forward goes Morris, defending that one down into the ground, and Griffith across to do the fielding from short extra cover on this occasion.
Sort of hoping it doesn't though, so then I know I've definitely made the right decision.
Yes, that is true. That is true. As Grewcock bowls, and this one up above stump high again. Again, an attempt to kind of get onto the back foot, but there doesn't seem to be a great amount on offer when batters are doing that so far. Morris assesses the field once more. Finds short cover mid-off, a conventional cover, and sweeps into the leg side. There's no one behind square on the 45, so this will be a 1. Rather duffed it, but still picks up a run there. 80 for 2, and it's 49 for 9 now in the Blaze game.
Oh, they've just hit a 4.
Oh, so they've got the 50. Well, it is a very, very difficult afternoon from the side for the East Midlands today. But here the side representing the Northwest. Chip away another single. Katie Mack very good at doing that. She hit the nice 4 in the previous over, but just sort of chipping away at the total here, up to 80 for 2.
They're not going to get the lowest score.
That was 53, wasn't it? And that was Sunrisers, was it? As that one's played down the onside, and another single is picked up out to Joe Gardner at long on. Good rotation of the strike from Morris on this occasion. 81 for 2 then. We've had 19 overs so far. Alex, how are you assessing the situation Thunder find themselves in?
Yeah, good. I like this partnership between Mack and Morris. I'm glad neither of them panicked. I know there was that missed opportunity for the Sunrisers, Amara Khan missing a stumping, but these two, they look very calm and collected out there in the middle. They look like they know what they're doing with their plans. I like when Katie Mack is using her feet to the spinners and Fee Morris playing a few sweep shots, so they're both sticking to their strengths as well.
It's my first view of Mack in the flesh, but she's just sort of a very busy cricketer, isn't she? She's just always sort of on her toes, always up and down the track. As Morris comes down the track again and flicks that one nicely. She took that from roundabout off stump and hit it through wide mid-on for 4 runs all along the floor. That is a classy cricket stroke from Fee Morris. And 85 for 2 the score moves on to with that 4. Beautiful shot.
Slightly aerial from Fee Morris, which would have kept the bowler just hoping that went to mid-wicket, mid-on, but it was just pierced the gap of the both. That was easy for me to say. Just pierced the gap of both of them really easily.
And that's the gap to go for, I guess, because there's one back at mid-wicket as that one's defended into the offside, one at backward square leg. So that's the region that's on offer.
Yeah, it was a great shot, timed perfectly through mid-wicket.
Waits again, does Morris. Fairly crouched stance. Goes for the paddle on this occasion. I think originally she was thinking reverse and then maybe switched idea there. Didn't bring her a run. It almost went to square leg in the end.
I don't want her to get ahead of herself here, Fee Morris. She's striking the ball nicely, decent strike rate.
I guess with the paddle she was maybe just thinking singles here. She could make a profitable over after the boundary, but has to settle for another dot with that prodded defensive.
Yeah, and that's what I'd love Thunder to be able to do, is turn the good balls into singles as well. It's what we see on the international stage. You know, there's very rarely a massive group of dots.
How can Morris finish the over? She flicks again into the leg side. This one will find Flo Miller, who's very quick across the ground out at deep mid-wicket, and there is just the 1 run on offer there as we approach the end of the 20th over of the innings here. And Mack will settle once more. Villiers onto the hip of Mack, who turns it leg side, and that's a very quick single taken to Dowse, who just seemingly couldn't gather as cleanly as she would have liked, and that's the end of the over. And the score is 87 for 2. So we'll bring back Polly Starkey for Alex Hartley. Thank you for her contributions so far. As I say, I'm 2 for 2 for World Cup winners on commentary so far this season, so it's been a good start to the year in that respect, and it's been a decent start to the game from Thunder, I think. They'll probably want to press on in these next 10, you would imagine, but 87 for 2 is not a bad position to be in, particularly with 2 batters both on 24. As Grucock approaches, Mack is down the pitch. She's driving firmly up to mid-off and may have even contemplated the single there, just given how far down the track she'd gone with her feet.
Yeah, Thunder have come along nicely since I've been off air. 87 for 2, plodding along well.
Grucock again, turning down the leg side. Across comes Amara Carr with the gloves, nice and cleanly that time, but it'll be a wide. 88 for 2.
Partnership of Katie Mack and Fee Morris is exactly what Thunder needed, and it seems to be working quite well at the moment.
Mack slashing this one on the drive as she advances down the pitch out to deep cover for 1. Grucock's there, 89 for 2. The score moves on to. It looks very eventful in other parts of the country. 56 for 5 the Sparks score, 54 for 9 the Blaze score, and 3 wickets down for 83 for Western Storm up against the Diamonds at Headingley as Grucock bowls. Back into the crease goes Morris, and on that occasion, which has been a rarity really with the turn in the pitch, she was able to have the room to use her arms to send it behind point and out for a single. 94-2.
Yeah, you mentioned the Blaze. I am not quite sure what's going on there. Rihanna McDonald-Gay for the South East Stars has got a 5-foot.
Grucock bowls, and this one is off the inside edge as Morris on this occasion looks to... Mack looks to advance. Mack has 25 to her name, faces up again, back in the crease, drives off the back foot really, sort of, it was a kind of 45-degree shot in the end. Just getting back in and playing it out to cover for 1, 91 for 2.
Feels like Thunder are kind of opening themselves to a plethora of shots and a little bit more into the game.
Grewcock again, and Mack just trying to force it this over, it feels. And Morris again on this occasion trying to force that ball, not finding the gap. 91 for 2, and that was rather the story of that over. The batters just trying to force the ball into the gaps and perhaps not quite getting the time in there, Polly Starkey.
Yeah, definitely. I think it'll be interesting to see what Grace Scrivens does in terms of bowling options, whether she'll bring herself on at some point. She's a very handy all-rounder, but Thunder seem to just kind of know what they're doing at the moment, seem to be slightly in control.
Having got in here, you really sort of want these two, from a Thunder perspective, to go on and make this a proper partnership here.
Yeah, and you would hope that they would do so. I mean, they've got the experience and the knowledge to do so. It's whether, for example,
Villiers around the wicket now. Mack again advancing again, trying to force the ball towards the gap, and again not succeeding. It's out into the leg side, no run.
Sunrisers have bowling options, and we've seen that they've been quite attacking in the field. So it's to what extent do Thunder take risks and kind of counter-attack.
Here's Mack again, and she's evaded the fielder at short mid-wicket, who was interested for a second, but the ball flashed past her left shoulder and away to the wide long-on boundary for 4, and that's a stroke that Mack's been looking for the last couple of overs. Succeeds in sort of really smearing it away in the end. 95 for 2. And this partnership is starting to become profitable for Thunder. It's up to 63 as down the track comes Mack. Little twiddle of the bat on this occasion, takes it up to mid-on. And or long on rather, for a single. 96 for 2.
That previous shot was so well executed. It was timed really nicely and just Matt got a lot of power behind it. Just sailing past the fielders.
Morris retaking guard now with Villiers coming around the wicket. Because it's Scrivens, the captain, we've got at short mid-wicket there, has just moved a step straighter as well. In comes Villiers and beats the outside edge of Morris, who's forward defensively. In fact, it's Hancock, the Australian, who's in at short straight mid-wicket. Scrivens has got hand on chin, as captains often do up at mid-off. Villiers again bowling, and that one is just prodded away into the onside. Sunrisers in an all-black strip today with just a few flashes of red, whereas Thunder are in the all-red strip, matching the colours in the stands as well around us here at Old Trafford, as Morris dabs into the offside. There's a bit of a hesitation. Mack has to get a move on now. Does do so. The throw in the end goes to the non-striker's end, where Morris was well home. 97 for 2. We've had 22 overs here.
Yeah, it was a decent throw and to the stumps. Of course, if it was a bit quicker, it might have been a run out, but Mack was safely back.
Approaching the 100 mark then here, Thunder. That'll be sort of first target in these two's mind. Having got past the 50 mark with the partnership, now looking towards 100 for the team total. 28 overs more remaining in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Thunder, first home game of the season, looking for their first win of the season, having been beaten by the Northern Diamonds. Sunrisers winning their first game. It's going to be Esme McGregor to come on to bowl from the Statham end. A little bit of discussion from Scrivens. Interesting they're going for a seamer here, Polly Starkey, given the amount of turn we've seen.
Yeah, they have been quite successful with spin, so it is an interesting decision, but Captain Grace Scrivens is unbeaten in all the games she has led the Sunrisers, so you kind of have to just trust her with this.
Certainly do.
She might only be 20 years old, but she does know what she's doing. And she's led this side fantastically at the back end of last season. and the start of this season so far.
Captained England at an under-19s World Cup as well. As McGregor comes on, fairly conservative field, and the fielder out at deep cover will be the first one called into action as a swish of the bat takes it away into the offside on the cut from Morris. 98 for 2. We also have a backward point, a cover and a mid-off in the ring on the offside, as well as a fielder down at third on the boundary. In the leg side, square leg is back, long on is back, and then up in the ring we have mid-wicket and a fielder sort of on a 45-degree angle right on the back of the ring there. As Mack will take a guard. 31 to a name. Busy little cricketer who's going to face up once again. McGregor, right arm over the wicket. Mack forcing off the back foot, finds mid-off where Scrivens is there with the fielding and will examine the ball. Sunglasses on top of the cap at the moment. Don't think we're going to have too much need for sunglasses today. The sun's been out, but it's not that sort of blinding sunlight today.
I can't say anything, even if it's cloudy, you'll catch me in sunglasses.
Smattering of spectators at the James Anderson end. Beneath the hotel as well. Imagine it's quite chilly out there as this one is worked up to long on. Joe Gardner on hand with the fielding. Another single goes to the total, 99 for 2. Thunder approaching 3 figures, and it's been a good little rebuilding job from 32 for 2 when Lamb and Smale were out. If you just join us on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website, as McGregor and Scrivens chat again.
McGregor, a product of the Sunrisers Academy, and a real success story from that academy structure, making her debut last year in June against the Southern Vipers. Ended up playing 3 matches for the Sunrisers and taking 3 wickets, so has made that transition quite smoothly to the senior side.
Yep, a new name for Sunrisers supporters as this one's played up to mid-on. Gardner's come into the ring and is able to pick up, and Thunder must wait for that 3 figures. But Mack and Morris doing a good job here. Fee Morris with lots of runs on the pre-season tour. And she'll be hoping she can continue that vein of form. McGregor, right arm over the wicket. Morris goes airily towards Gardner. 1 bounce into the fielder's hands at mid-on. And that was a bit of a false stroke.
You were speaking earlier about players that have gone 4 from 4 in the 100 with their teams, and a player who could do it this year, I think, and I could be wrong, is Joe Gardner. I don't think she's been picked up this season so far.
Here's McGregor, short of length outside the off stump, played out to Flo Miller, and they're looking for 2. And Morris just picks up the 1 in the end, but it does bring up the 100 for Thunder. 100 for 2. And that's mainly due to an excellent partnership between Mack and Morris. Morris on 28, Mack on 32. And that's a very good spot indeed. So you've spotted the Alex Hartley quiz, and we knew Polly Starkey would have one up her sleeve.
I was racking my brains before, and so I think she's played for Oval Invincibles, Southern Brave, Trent Rockets, and then I was thinking about the draft, and I don't think she's been picked up. I could be wrong, so if someone can tell me otherwise, then let me know, but I think that's the case.
There we go. So there's one on for the 4 from 4, and she's will be keen to impress today with those final 100 selections in mind. As a little dab takes the ball away, fine, and that's going to run all the way down towards the rope. 3 fielders chase, but none of them will get there in time, and that's a very impressive way to start the second 100 of the Thunder innings. A little dabbed sweep from Fee Morris, just using the angle of the bat to take it away for 4 runs.
Took its time to get there. At one point it did look like the fielders could cut off, but it went all the way to the boundary.
The deftest of touches, and it brings a change in the field because Dowse has gone to 45 now, just to try and cut off that option for Morris. As this one's bowled, and Morris flicks this one into the leg side. We'll look for 2. Mack's eager for it, and we'll get there. Mack very fast between the wickets. A little rapid run to one end and back again. Good shuttle from the diminutive Mac. 106 for 2.
I was going to say she was extremely fast between the wickets. We saw that a little bit earlier on when she was getting off the mark, but it's a good run for 2.
Villiers around the wicket again and spearing it into the pads there. Morris can't quite find a run to continue this profitable over. But it's one of those overs that you need in a 50-over game where you already got 6 halfway through it and have power to add, and Mac's going to look to get there and back again. I'm not sure if Morris is going to manage it though, so 107 for 2 the total moves on to. Morris, of course, a county championship winner when the competition was in that form with Hampshire before it became the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy and the Charlotte Edwards Cup as it is now. Mac taps her bat a few times and looks for the same little dab that Morris played earlier in the over. Max went slightly more uppish and that took the pace off it, so Dowse, who'd returned to the backward square leg position, was able to get round and stop it escaping the ring. Still a profitable single though, 108 for 2. It's been a good over this for Thunder. 24th of the innings. So we're approaching the halfway mark and it looks as if Thunder are going to have power to add in the second half with wickets in hand. Villiers just contemplates her next move as she spins the ball hand to hand. As everyone's back on the leg side as Morris will cut into the offside, and that one is stopped well by McGregor, and that brings the over to an end. 108 for 2 then. Scores are elsewhere. Diamonds now find themselves 5 down. They're 91 for 5 against Western Storm. The Blaze hanging on, 61 for 9 at the start of the 22nd over. And Central Sparks are also 5 down for 69 now in their game against the Southern Vipers at Wormsley. So certainly looking at the wickets column and the runs column, if we're honest, Thunder ahead on those marks. So that's probably a good sign, Polly Starkey.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very positive sign for Thunder. And you look at some of those sides that are batting first, and you've got real strength there. Northern Diamonds, who beat the Thunder very convincingly at the weekend. Central Sparks, who also won. The Blaze, however, who are set to lose their second game.
McGregor again, second over of the game, and it takes a... Well, it just slipped off the face rather than the actual outside edge. It was a mistimed stroke from Max. She was sort of through it before the ball got to her, and it just slipped off the face down to third for a single. 109 for 2.
You mentioned about Fee Morris winning the county championships, and of course will return to counties next season, as this is the last year of the regional structure.
McGregor bowling, and forward comes Morris. Sunrisers will become Essex, Vipers will become Hampshire, and Thunder will become Lancashire, although, I mean, in everything but name, they felt very like Lancashire over the years.
Yeah, I think it helps that the other counties in that region, Cumbria and Cheshire, are minor counties and didn't put a bid forward for Project Darwin.
Here comes McGregor with a red 88 on her back, but an all-black Sunrisers strip, and that one is pushed out to Griffith, Manchester, who's represented Manchester Originals in the 100, does the fielding there. 109 for 2 as a engine revs in the distance. Cars whizzing along the Talbot Road out towards the Town Hall at the back of the James Anderson Pavilion. Cloud building slightly here, but it's not of a threatening nature as McGregor comes and bowls a full toss, which is clapped away, and it should beat the fielder at deep mid-wicket. A tumbling stop, and it just about stays inside the rope. Well, there was some debate for a moment whether Hancock was going to keep that one inside the rope, and just about manages to in the end. 2 to the total. I think when that had left the bat of Morris, she was expecting rather more, but Hancock just, we think, as we look at the replay, just manages to keep it inside the rope.
I think you'd need really, really slow motion.
You need to get the old magnifier
to
out
see if she was touching the rope and the ball at the same time.
I think she kept it in. We're quite happy with that one. Clapped away into the offside now, but another sweeper is found in the form of Flo Miller. And It's returned for the cost of 1 run, 114 for 2. Last ball then of the 25th over. We'll bring Scott Reed back after that, who has seen the only game to be completed between the Sunrisers and Thunder in year 2 of the competition, because the other 3 have all been no results. But I'm pretty sure we're going to see a conclusion today, as this one is hit up to Gardner. That's a dot ball. Some more thoughts from Polly Starkey, who'll pick up commentary, and Scott Reed will move in alongside her.
Yeah, Thunder have come along nicely. 114 for 2 after 25 overs at the halfway mark. Looking to continue that run. There's a good partnership going between Katie Mack and Fee Morris. They currently have a partnership of 82 runs. Katie Mack on 34 from 57 and Fee Morris on 40 from 52. Alongside me, Scott Reed, as we continue commentary here at Emirates Old Trafford. You're listening to Lancashire Thunder versus the Sunrisers in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. As mentioned, we're at the halfway stage. Thunder on 114 for 2. Sunrisers has managed to dismiss Emma Lamb early on so far. That was Kate Kopak bowling, caught by Maddie Villiers. And Seren Smale was bowled by Jodie Grucock on 21.
Yeah, and this is an 82-run partnership now, isn't it, between Katie Mack and Fee Morris, and this has been really good. They've battered nicely together. They've got quite a bit of experience, and they've shown that. And actually, as you project a little bit further through the course of the summer, and how Thunder might play and how they might fare in the 2 different formats, and in particular the early stages while Mack's with them, this is quite encouraging, I think, isn't it? Yeah,
definitely. And I think, in terms of obviously this game, yes, they are doing well, but you look to the future, they're going to have tougher games. The Sunrisers are a very good side, but you look at the Southern Vipers and the South East Stars, who are currently playing very, very well against the Blaze. The competition's getting higher and higher, and it's getting tougher. And so to put in these performances early on and get points on the board, I think is important when you head into those more difficult parts of the season.
Yeah, and especially under a new kind of regime, isn't it? I suppose with Chris Reed being appointed in the winter, it didn't go well at the weekend, and clearly didn't go to plan at the weekend. But first chance to try and put it right halfway through their innings. This is a really solid response to a disappointing performance on Saturday.
Yeah, and everything I've heard from players, they're very encouraged by Reed coming in, and they've enjoyed that change and have really embraced it. I think it's difficult when you've had a head coach for so long, and it can sometimes be a bit disruptive, but it seems to have worked really well, and he's instilled kind of a good mindset inside of them, and you can see today how the way that partnership is built, that yes, things have gone not to plan early on, but they've been able to recover from that and are building a really strong innings.
Well, he's an experienced coach, isn't he? He's coached in women's cricket in different franchise competitions, an experienced player through his county career with Nottinghamshire, and at an international level with England as well, Chris Reed. So interesting what that change of voice, that change of leadership brings to a dressing room, I suppose. It'll be really interesting to watch Thunder progress this summer and see what impact he has, what impact he can have on the players, and what impact he can have on the captain as well, who I think this is the 3rd season now, isn't it, as skipper of Thunder. And it'd be interesting to see how it all develops through the course of the next few months, the changes that have been made. We mentioned earlier the addition of more professional players and what that brings to the setup, as well as a new head coach. But this is encouraging, even though only halfway through their potential 50 overs. A very good partnership here and a very good platform to build on between Mack and Morris.
And it looks like Grace Scrivens is bringing herself on to bowl. Grace Scrivens, the very handy all-rounder, of course captains the side and is yet to lose a game as the skipper. She was the Under-19 Women's World Cup player of the tournament with 293 runs and 9 wickets last year. It's her 50th appearance for the Sunrisers today here against the Lancashire Thunder. Just going to bowl a bit of off spin. Scrivens is in to Morris, who whips that to square leg. They won't. She'll run through for the single. Moving on to 41 from 53 deliveries, creeping towards that half century. Scrivens with off spin again, and Katie Mack hits that down the ground towards onto the leg side. Maddie Villiers with the fielding. Good rotation of the strike here from Thunder. Scrivens conceding 2 runs from her first 2 deliveries. Morris having to defend that one. Scrivens just tightening up on that line in length. And Morris not having an answer. 116 for 2. Scrivens once again. Morris defending. Just tells Mac to wait at the other end. Cheers from Scrivens' teammates. She runs past the umpire into Morris. He gets some bat on that, hits it down to deep point. The fielding is done, but they will run through for the single, moving the score 117 for 2. It's been a tidy over from Scrivens. Scrivens once again. Matt plays it up, goes down onto the ground. It's a quick run. There was a slight appeal as Amarikar whipped the bails off, but Morris was safely back. And the end of the over, 118 for 2 after 26 overs.
Yeah, steady start, wasn't it, by Grace Scrivens? I was just looking at what she did in this competition last year for Sunrisers in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. I mean, she wasn't a big wicket taker. She only took 5 wickets. She bowled quite a lot. She bowled close to 60 overs through the course of the competition. But she was really economical. Just a fraction under 4.5 an over. So she's really quite difficult to get away. Clearly, even if she's not necessarily being a key wicket-taking threat for the Sunrisers, and that's a pretty decent start.
McGregor continuing from the other end, and the paddle shot has come out. Katie Mack behind it. It's heading towards the boundary. I think the fielding will be done. They managed to get through for 2. She had a little bit more power. It might have headed towards the boundary, but it was good fielding in front of the James Anderson end.
It's quite improvised cricket, though, isn't it? Getting creative with that, trying to find ways to score. I like that.
McGregor charging in, and that's hit powerfully by Mack into the onside. Fielded neatly though, so will only take 1 run from it. The score moving to 121 for 2. As mentioned, Esme McGregor, a product of that Sunrisers Academy, making her debut last year. So she's not particularly experienced in this side, but has really kind of embedded her place well, taking 3 wickets last season. As she continues, Morris has got hold of that, hits it into the leg side. McGregor, 122 for 2. Played once again down the ground. It will go for 4. It heads to, races away to the boundary. Fee Morris confidently got hold of that. It's been a slightly sloppy over from McGregor. Some words from Grace Scrivens, perhaps giving her a bit of advice, guiding her. Score moving to 126 for 2. Mack just plays that to mid-wicket. Goes through for the single. Thunder are just continuing this partnership. Both Katie Mack and Fee Morris reaching the half-century marks individually. Esme McGregor, 88 on her shirt, runs in. And Morris, a slight misfield at mid-on. So managed to get that single, which I don't think they would have if the fielding was a little bit tighter. The end of the over, 128 for 2, with 23 overs left. Katie Mack on 44 and Fee Morris on 44 as well.
Yeah, 96 run partnership between these two. It's been excellent, hasn't it, by Mack and Morris? That 4 in the previous over by Katie Mack was a lovely shot. He played away through kind of wide mid-on. Beautifully timed, wasn't it? Just eased into it and pushed it away through mid-on for 4 runs. She batted really nicely. Good stuff, this. Edging towards a century partnership between Mack and Morris.
Scrivens is coming back into the attack to Morris, who plays, and the fielding's done by Cordelia Griffith. No run. Scrivens once again to Morris, who plays that behind the bowler. Again, no run on offer. The fielding done very well. Mid-on came in. Scrivens once again. A very similar shot to last time. They do run through for the single, taking the score to 129 for 2.
It's been a big part of this partnership, hasn't it? Actually, the running between the wickets. I mean, they've both hit some nice boundaries in the middle of all this, but they've run well. Been really positive, turn 1s into 2s.
Katie Mack, we've seen very, very quick between the wickets. As Scrivens once again from the Jimmy Anderson end, and that's hoiked by Katie Mack all the way to the boundary. It goes straight to deep mid-wicket, and that'll be another 4. As you mentioned, they are very good running between the wickets and getting those 1s and 2s, but we have seen a couple of boundaries. Katie Mack with some very powerful strikes, and that was another example of one. And the 100 partnership is up. It's 101 runs between Katie Mack and Fee Morris. From 116 deliveries. Scrivens once again. Mack plays that out to square leg. So Mack just 1 run away from that 50 milestone. Fee Morris on 45, just following. Thunder 134 for 2. The last delivery of the over, which is just defended. Fee Morris repeating a shot, just shadowing it. After 28 overs, Thunder are 134 for 2.
Yeah, it's super stuff, this, isn't it? Katie Mack and Fee Morris. So there's a little bit of concern when they both came together at 32 for 2. We lost Emma Lamb reasonably early on. And then Sarah Smell perhaps just giving it away a little bit. Could have been a danger that things could have kind of unravelled a little quickly. We're still in the power play then as well. We're in the 9th over when Thunder lost their 2nd wicket, but these two have showed great experience and great class as well to get the score up to 134 for 2.
Scrivens giving the ball back to Esme McGregor, who continues to Mack. And Mack will reach her 50 milestone with a quick single. Her first 50 for the Lancashire Thunder in only her 2nd appearance. Cheers from round the ground from her teammates as she meets Fee Morris in the middle. Her 50 comes from 67 balls, and 5 of those have been fours. She's reluctant to raise a bat. She knows she's got a job to continue. As Fee Morris clips that to backward square leg. A single once again will be taken. Thunder do look slightly in the driving seat. They look quite confident. I was surprised that Scrivens brought McGregor back on. She was a little bit expensive, but I guess from Scrivens' perspective, she knows what it's like to be a young player and come into the side, and to entrust a player even after they haven't had the best over. I think that's quite important. As McGregor continues, Mac with some rapid running again. That was lightning speed. There was an attempt at the stumps, but it went through and was backed up by Cordelia Griffith, who missed it. But Jodie Grewcock finished the job. That was extremely fast.
That was a pretty sharp single,
wow.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
But take every run you can get. And she was clearly confident in her ability. As McGregor to Morris. Morris plays that straight. Fielding done by Joe Gardner. You're listening to myself, Polly Starkey, alongside Scott Reed here at Emirates Old Trafford. Thunder against the Sunrisers in the second round of Rachael Heyhoe Flint fixtures 2024, the last year of the regional structure. As McGregor continues, it's slightly paddled by Morris, and it will head almost to the boundary. The fielding done very, very well. A slight roll. I can't quite see who it is, but they look. Ariana Dowse, she looks in a little bit of discomfort in her back, and she did a very, very good attempt at stopping that.
It's a great effort.
Saves the boundary. It was going quite fast as well, so it did look like it was going to head over the boundary. As McGregor runs past the umpire. The identical shot again. Ariana Dowse having to put the work in. And once again, she does it with slight more ease. She got there a bit faster. So Fee Morris brings up her 50. It comes from 66 balls with 4 fours. This partnership is going along really nicely. Now 109 runs between the pair of them. Thunder 141 for 2 after 29 overs.
When you look at the number of deliveries they've faced in this partnership, it's pretty even. Which represents, I think, and reflects quite nicely how they've rotated the strike.
Scrivens once again to Mac, who defends that and cause of no run.
58 balls faced by Mac, 66 by Morris, so it's been a pretty balanced partnership between the pair of them, both reaching good 50s.
Scrivens once again, Mac gets hold of that and hits it to deep square leg, where Flo Miller does the fielding. Yeah, they've been very good at rotating the strike, and I think a lot of that has come from their quick singles, or they've been running twos, but on the whole, it's been quite an even game between the two, and they've done very well to build this partnership quite maturely. As Fee Morris just defends that one, Cordelia Griffith with the fielding. Thunder 142 for 2. Morris taking guard as Scrivens is in once again. And a similar shot, they will scramble through for a single. It ends up to be quite safe. There's a slight misfield by McGregor in the covers. Captain Grace Scrivens. Mac plays that out to point, and there'll be a run on offer for the pair. They do like their quick singles. In this case, it was a slightly slower single. 144 for 2. So we approach the last ball of the over. Morris goes over her partner batting. and hits it down to mid-on. There'll be 1 run, and the over finishes 145 for 2 after 30 overs with 20 overs left. What do you think is a good score for Thunder here?
Well, at the minute, they've given themselves a great platform, haven't they, to go on and to attack. Presumably, Ellie Threlker will be due in next. When you look at some of the powerful hitting that's due to come, Ditani, obviously Sophie Eccleston's back in the side. We know about her clean hitting and how she can be pretty destructive. Tara Norris, Kate Cross can all come and give it a bit of a bash, can't they? So it's a really good platform here for Thunder to build on this. I don't think there's much need for them to do anything differently, certainly for the next kind of 10 overs or so. Just keep ticking along as they had done. It's been pretty risk-free so far, the approach by Mack and by Morris. Polly Starkey's left us for a break, and Alex Hartley's back alongside me. It's been going pretty well, hasn't it, so far for these two? I don't know what that's about. They've played really well, haven't they?
They've played really well. Both of these two together. I think for me the most impressive thing is there was both under a little bit of pressure when they came to the crease, and knowing that, you know, there's been a few collapses here and there, and especially in the last game for Thunder. So the fact that they've built that partnership, both gone on to get 50s, and now they can look to accelerate as well. And it's going to be a tougher ask when, well, Hancock's coming back into the attack now when she comes on, but also that added pace onto the ball for somebody like Katie Mack that loves the cut shot.
I'd be interested in how this goes, to go back to Hancock, as she comes over the wicket and bowls. That's taken away off the hip down towards fine leg by Morris for a single. Just felt like it was a little bit samey, wasn't it, with the spin? Maybe just give... I mean, Hancock's bowled 5 overs at the top, so she's still got 5 left. I mean, ideally, you want to save them towards the back end of the innings, but it's worth maybe an over or 2 here just to see if she can try and find a way of breaking this partnership. Yeah,
and I think that's what Thunder have, you know, when they've got Mahika Gore and Kate Cross into the attack, that they can almost gamble a couple of overs here and there, but you can feel that they've been trying to save Hancock here.
In from the Brian Statham bench, ball's back of a length, that's muscled away towards the leg side, half a chance. And actually, it might be worth 2 for Mack. She hurries back nicely for the second. It would have been an absolute terrific catch.
Dow's there at square leg, just in front. Went like a tracer bullet to her. Just stuck out an arm, and one of those where it just hits you in the forearm.
Maddie Villiers took a really good catch to get rid of Emma Lamb right at the start of the innings. That would have beaten that. It would have been a brilliant one-handed grab. Just kind of in front of the square leg umpire. It's
always the case when you're chasing runs, isn't it? You get out to a screamer of a catch.
148 for 2. Mack's on 55. Here's Hancock to Mack, down on one knee and dragging the ball away through mid-wicket. Just for a single, moves on to 56 now. So edging towards that 150 mark. Partnership in excess of 100 between these two. They both reach 50s. I don't think they need to do anything differently.
No, I think keep ticking along at 4 and over, then you look to accelerate in the last 10, especially if you're only 2 down, and with the power hitting that Thunder have got to come as well. Sophie Eccleston can hit a long ball. Has the hotel been hit yet? She could be the first to hit the hotel.
I've not seen it been hit yet. There's Hancock's in, and that's an edge down towards the deep third boundary, just for a single for Morris. Moves on to 54, 150 for 2.
I never forget watching Aaron Finch here clear the point.
I remember it, yeah. Yeah, that was in the Roses match, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. 150's up for Thunder. Yeah, that was a crazy hit, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was. It was a monster.
Well, maybe, I don't think... Should we be advocating batters trying to hit the new hotel?
Yep.
Okay, right, fair enough.
Yep.
Let's see if we can try and hit the new hotel. Here comes Hancock in and bowls. Back of a length to Mack. Sliced away through a deep point. But only for 1. Moves on to 57. 151 for 2. We're actually playing towards that side of the ground, which helps. That's certainly be pleased with that.
I feel like Liam Livingston might be the first. And when it's done, he'll probably go 3 stories up as well.
You reckon he could clear it?
Easy. He's hit one onto the tram track before.
Yeah, he has, yeah. And he cleared the stand at Headingley, didn't he, in a game? In fact, I think we were both there, weren't we, for that?
That was a monster.
That was a monster. Well, we'll see if we can clear it in the summer. Here's Hancock in. That's plenty with bottom hand by Morris. Just trying to find a way through the leg side. Picks out mid-wicket. End of the over. How many off that? 3, 4, 5, 6. 151 for 2. That's another, without too much risk. It's been another pretty productive over that for Thunder.
Yeah, it has. It has. I think for me, they've been impressive of just now turning those dot balls into ones and those ones into twos.
151 for 2. Mac 57, Morris on 54. 31 overs gone of this Thunder innings.
You're puzzled, aren't you, Scott?
I'm always puzzled, Alex, you know me. Spend most of my life being confused about things. I get confused about life in general. Mike waits, and he's down the pitch and working the ball through mid-on. As Scrivens continues from the Jimmy Anderson end, just for a single. 152 for 2.
Max impressed me. The way she's managed to catch up a little bit as well. Her strike rate was about 40 at one stage. She won off 15 balls.
Morris off the back foot just beats short straight mid-wicket and takes another single. Moves on to 55. 153 for 2.
But not letting that, I guess, frustration of not being able to rotate the strike get to her. And now she's managing to catch up and capitalise on the partnership and the platform that she's built with Fee Morris.
Scrivens over the wicket to Mac. Manages to find a way again. Oh, through both short extra cover and mid-off. And hurry back for 2. Moves on to a really fine 60 this. And as Alex was saying, she's played catch-up. Took a little bit of time to get going. But now 60 from 76 balls faced. It's been kind of along with Fee Morris, they're kind of the beating heart of this Thunder inning so far. 155 for 2. We're halfway through the 32nd over. Scrivens to Mac, who's down on one knee, pulls the ball. I'm trying to paddle it probably around the corner, but picked up inside the circle at short fine leg. And there's no run. First dot ball of the over, that. They managed to score off every delivery prior to that one. There's a long on, there's a deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg and a deep point. Mac comes down, again just a half step forward, punches the ball through straight mid-on for a single, and moves on to 61, 156 for 2. One ball left of the 32nd over. And Fee Morris on 55 waiting for it. The field as it was for Katie Mack. Scrivens in and balls to Morris. Again advancing towards the bowler and working the ball through mid-on for a single. So 32 overs gone. It's 157 for 2. Mac on 61, Morris on 56. For those watching on Lancs TV, as we look at how the innings has been put together so far by Thunder, you can see to the right of screen there the newer of the two hotels. At what point this summer are we going to see that cleared?
I'd love to see it hit today.
Hit, okay, hit today.
That's a big hit though, isn't it, that really? It looks shorter than it is, I think, from up here. You think, oh, it's not that big.
Yeah.
But I think it's bigger than I'm thinking. If we had Deandra Dottin still in the side, maybe she'd hit it.
Okay.
But if I'm going to put money on anybody, it'd be Eccleston.
Sophie, okay.
Yeah.
Well, when she gets out to bat, maybe 10 overs time, something like that, it's going to come out with. If it continues like this with a great platform.
I'm going to shout off the balcony, hit the hotel.
I'm not sure if that's mentioned in the team meeting before play started, by the way. One of our objectives today is to hit the new hotel.
Have some fun.
So it will be a second over on the spin from the Statham end for Hancock. She find a way to break this partnership. Morris off the back foot. Well, that's sent up towards mid-on. Shy at the stumps as they get through for a single. But, not a direct hit, so Morris safely through for 1. Moves on to 57, 158 for 2 now.
I know that Fee Morris, with the extra pace of Hancock, will be thinking about the paddle. She plays it really well, likes to play it a lot. With that fine leg fielder slightly wider, there is a gap for that to be played. But then it's when do you play that risk to get the reward?
Hancock sets off again to ball right arm over the wicket to Katie Mack. A little bit of width there, and just goes back and across and guides the ball safely away through the offside. She likes that cut shot, doesn't she? She's strong cutting late, and anything kind of with a little bit of width, she's getting runs.
She's showing that she's from down under with that, isn't she? They love a cut shot out there. Think about Meg Lanning. They played Sri Lanka once, Australia, and they had 4 points to Meg Lanning, and she still got it through. I think it's that extra bounce, and especially with the extra pace of Hancock, you can go off the back foot and just guide the ball. But yeah, it's one of her strengths, Katie Mack, playing off the back foot. But today she's looked particularly good going down the wicket to the spinners and playing off the front foot, hitting the ball down the ground.
That's a good knock. 62 not out at the non-striker's end. One or two issues here. One of the challenges here for the bowler and the captain for the Sunrisers. Pretty lengthy conversation between the skipper and the bowler. What's the outcome of this? Any particular change to the field? They're going to bring up point. Well, cover. There's a backward point, and now they're going to bring up the deep cover in towards the circle.
It's got to be a slower ball with this field, surely. And pace on. Anything outside off stump's got to be hit for 4.
Long on, deep, square leg and fine leg. That's slapped down the ground, firmly hit all the way along the ground. Just for a single, though. There's scooped up on the boundary in front of the media centre. 150, correction, 160 for 2 now. Mac moves on to 62. Morris is on 58. Hancock will have 3 overs left after this one. Brought back in to try and find a way to break this partnership. That is a slow ball, but it's down the leg side. Taken by Amara Carr, the keeper, just skipping a pace or 2 to her left, and there's no run. Well, there's an addition to the score with the wide, rather, 161 for 2.
It's a little wins.
It is. They all count.
I remember when I'd be batting in the nets and a bowler wide down the leg side and they'd apologise. I'm like, I'd love plenty of those out in the middle. I don't have to do anything.
There's Hancock to Morris. Well, that scoot back over the bowler's head will land safe. Grace Scrivens coming across from mid-off. Single taken. Score moves on to 162 for 2. Brings Mack back on strike. Try and find a breakthrough from somewhere. The Sunrisers. It's turned away off the hip behind square on the leg side. Oh, and the dive comes in, but it beats the attempted dive, and it's another boundary 4. Fee Morris just flicking it away off the hip. 4 more.
Just trying to manipulate the field there, Fee Morris. Wasn't the shortest of deliveries, but she's waited and almost played a shovel pull shot into the leg side. Been impressed with housemate Fee today. She's really excelled in the T20 format, batting at number 3, and found her role in the team, I guess. And 50 over cricket, she's known she can score runs. She's frustrating herself having not.
In comes Hancock and bowls. That's off the back foot, just trying to force the ball away, but it's pretty well guarded, the offside field. And there is no run. So it's about kind of just finding a place in the side and a role in the side that suits you then.
Yeah, and I think it's being patient. When you know you've got the skill and you can do it in one format, you know you can then do it in the other format, and it's, I guess, in T20 cricket you can play all the shots. You can play the ramp shots early because you're able to take those risks, where in 50 over cricket you want to, I guess, take your time a little bit more, get settled into your spell.
That was the end of the over. There's been just a slight little hiccup with the score on that, but I think after a little bit of consultation between the umpires and the scorers, we've agreed that indeed was the end of the over. So I think that's 33 gone. I think it's 166 for 2, but it's in that region of either 165 or 166. I think we're all in agreement that it's now 166 for 2.
Yeah. We'll add an extra run. Why 167?
Just keep pitching runs, you.
It's more than we got last weekend.
Yes. Yeah.
So take the positives.
I was saying to Polly, it's a really good. I mean, obviously, it's not. ideal start, clearly, when you skittled out inside 44 overs for 160 in the first game of the season. But this is a really good response to that.
And it's a good comeback, isn't it?
Well, Max on strike and just playing cautiously off the back foot, working it back to the Sunrisers skipper, Grace Scrivens, and there's no run. So this is over number 34, 166 for 2. And Mac comes down the pitch, pulled up in front of square on the leg side, timed well, out towards that deep mid-wicket boundary. And they've hurried back for 2 more. Positive cricket.
Yeah, these two have run so well together. I can't get over how quick Katie Mack is between the wickets.
She's lightning, yeah. And you've got to be alert, I guess, when you're batting with her, haven't you? Because you got through the first really quickly. You know what's coming. Here we go again. Down the pitch. Again, it's burst through the fingers, a short mid-wicket. And Mack takes a single this time. And the score moves on to 169 for 2. With, we're halfway through the 34th over. What's this partnership worth now between these two? Must be approaching the 150 mark, can't be too far away from that. Morris working it back down the pitch and fielded nicely off her own bowling by Grace Scrivens, and there's no run. 137 is the partnership between these two. 2 balls left of the 34th over. Reverse sweep attempted here, and timed nicely down towards the boundary. There's a chase on. That reaches the rope for 4. Nicely played on the reverse. Little reverse lap, wasn't it, rather than a full-blooded sweep shot. But the outcome's 4. It's now 173 for 2.
Yeah, Fee Morris just letting the pace of the ball do the work there and almost just guiding it around the corner. There is a short third in place as well, so to get it fine enough past that fielder is a good shot from Fee.
Another productive over. 7 from it so far with just a delivery left to go. 173 for 2. And that's worked off the front foot by Fee Morris through mid-on for a single. And quite handy for her. She's nicked the strike as well. It's the end of the over. 34 gone. 174 for 2. Morris on 67. Mack on 66. They're the partnerships. Is that big whopping partnership which is still unbroken between Mack and Morris. 142 they've put on so far, which has been a really impressive response here. 34 overs gone. 174 for 2. And here's that little Hancock 2-over spell that's come to an end. I'm going to go back to some spin. Jodie Grucock is going to replace Hancock.
Grucock to Hancock, Hancock to Grucock.
It's a bit of a tongue twister, is that? You've got to be careful when you're saying these things.
You have, haven't you?
Yes. Well, she managed to pick up a wicket earlier on and see if she can try and break this partnership here. 174 for 2.
I hope I never grow up.
I'd find it quite difficult to believe you ever would. And why should you?
I find it mad that I've got my own house, I live on my own. I look after myself.
You managed to do all these things successfully, do you?
Yeah, for about 12 years now.
Wow.
I know.
Oh, my word.
I know.
Who would have possibly have thought that?
Not me.
174 for 2. Over number 35 is Grucock in and bowls and driven on the bounce down. Oh, it's burst through the fingertips of Grucock and down towards the fielder up, and it's long on. So a single taken. There probably should have been a dot ball really there. 175 for 2. I'm going to get out of here as quick as I can because there's something worrying me on the screen to my left. Max back on strike, 66 not out. Get through the over here, Grucock, as quick as you can. Down comes Mack. That's driven away through extra cover, up and over the field, down towards the boundary. 4 runs. Mack moves on to 70.
It's a great shot from Katie Mack. Again, just using her feet. The ball, not a great ball from Grucock. Wide outside the off stump, covers up inside the ring. You've got to be targeting the stumps here. And just slaps it through the covers.
Mack eyeing up 3 figures.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
You'd be thinking about it, wouldn't you?
Ooh, got to be, haven't you? 70 from 84. Likewise, Morris, I guess. It's a nice shot. Met on the full. Punched down the ground for a single. She's now 180 for 2.
So talking about being mature and, you know, growing up and being sensible. You see the scab that I've got on my nose?
Yes.
I was doing my hair for Tammy Beaumont's wedding on Saturday morning.
It's Grucock into Morris. That's a edge down towards the deep third boundary. It will be worth 2 for Morris. She moves on to 70 as well. 182 for 2. Yep.
And there was this big whiff of fish that came through the room. And I was like, what is that? So I went to smell my hair straighteners and I clamped my nose with the iron of the hair straighteners. So I burnt the end of my nose.
150 partnership here. Why would the smell of fish make you want to smell your hair straighteners? Grucock in and balls. That's Morris off the back foot. Can't clear the infield. No run.
Well, that's what I thought. That's where I thought it was coming from.
Why would it come from your hair straighteners?
You know,
no, I don't.
No, I just thought it was the hair straighteners. Turns out that they were hot, but they didn't smell of fish.
182 for 2. Final ball of the over. Morris takes a single, moves on to 71. 183 for 2. I'm leaving. Polly's going to come in. Don't go burning your nose again with hair straighteners.
So for anybody who's wondering why Scott was so desperate to get out of this commentary box, we've got a TV to my left-hand side with all the other scores around the grounds. The Blaze still going, 96 for 9, but Lancs TV have put a lovely picture of Scott up on the bottom right-hand side of the TV, and I've been giggling for the last hour waiting for him to notice. And he finally did, and he was terrified of himself.
It took me far too long to notice that it was there.
Neither of you noticed when you were together on comms. Probably shows that you're actually working.
Well, I was going to say, I'm so focused on... I mean, speaking about maturity, I'm so focused that didn't spot the prank in the corner.
You're with me now, I'll loosen you up.
As Scrivens is continuing, and Morris just flicks that down the ground. That goes to mid-on. How are you, Alex?
I'm good, thank you.
I think this is our first time commentating
It
together.
is, isn't it? I was thinking that when I got in this morning. I heard your dulcet tones on the way in.
Thanks for that. As Scrivens, once again, she almost takes the catch to miss Mac, but drops it. They'll run through for a single.
Yeah, Katie Mack there just punching the ball back to Grace Scrivens on the full, who puts the ball down. That's the second time that she's been dropped now. Katie Mack wants a stump in, this time a caught and bowled. A couple of lives for Mac.
Just goes through Scrivens' arms, but you need to. Sunrisers need wickets, and that was a big opportunity. And Katie Mack on 72. Scrivens once again to Morris, who plays that into mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. Can't get my words out.
Pretty teeth in.
The score 187 for 2 after just over 35 overs. Grace Scrivens, we've mentioned before, she's on her 50th appearance for the Sunrisers, now captaining this side in her 6th game. Morris plays that into the leg side. He'll get 1 run to add to their total. Thunder they started very slow, but they are really coming along now, and I think this partnership has been the most crucial part of that. But they've just played their innings really, really well. As there's a big appeal from Scrivens, but I think Mac was safely in her crease as Amara Carr whipped the bails off.
Yeah, I don't mind the slow start as long as you build on it. And I guess you'd rather have a slower start but wickets in the shed than, you look at Blaze and Central Sparks today.
Scrivens again. A single is taken.
That have both lost consistent wickets throughout. And I guess Thunder as well. Sorry, that's the end of the over. 189 for 2. Thunder in the last game losing consistent wickets. So I don't actually mind the slower start. 40 off the power play isn't horrific. Going on at 4 and over, it's quite a decent power play. And then these two have just accelerated, and now the run rate over 5 runs and over. So they'll be definitely talking out in the middle now on when to accelerate, when can we start taking more risks, because we have got some firepower behind us. And I think first and foremost for these two to score the next 25 runs each and get to 3 figures.
And first and foremost, Thunder have wickets in hand. They're only 2 wickets down, and that's a very different scenario to what they've been in previously, either last week or even previous seasons. So it's definitely a lot more positive as Jodie Grucock will continue. There's no run on offer as Katie Mack has a swipe at that.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who's going to come in next for Thunder. It's carded to be Ellie Threlkeld, but with the likes of Datani and Eccleston, I wouldn't mind Eccleston going in next and having a little pop.
Yeah, she's a bit of a big hitter as Mac hits that down the ground, too long on. And the fielding is done, so the boundary is saved. You mentioned scores from elsewhere. The Blaze are still going.
I can't believe it. Cannot believe it. Kirsty Gordon is 28 off 61 and Ballinger 21 off 61. I love that.
Fantastic. Crewcock again, he plays it straight back to her. The Central Sparks 112 for 7 with just under 10 overs remaining, and the Northern Diamonds are 167 for 5 at Headingley against the Western Storm. Crewcock in again, and Fee Morris plays that down to deep backward square leg. A run through for 2. Once again being very efficient between the wickets, taking that total to 192 for 2, approaching the 200 mark. Yeah, you mentioned Sophie Eccleston coming in. I would like to see her as well. In an England shirt, she's put in some strong performances with the bat, although she is obviously primarily a bowler. As once again, the partnership run a double. Marikar whips off the bails, but Fee Morris is safely back. I didn't really have to sprint that one either. It was quite safe running.
I feel like this has got to be Fee Morris's high score for Thunder, especially in 50 over cricket. Didn't score the amount of runs she would have liked last year. I've had that conversation with her plenty of times, but she's worked so hard. You know, moving to Manchester has, I guess, changed her life, you know, in the fact that she was dropped from Storm. They weren't giving her a contract. Thunder have given her one, and she's thrived in this environment.
Yeah, I guess Fee Morris is a great example of how professionalism has helped a player, particularly those more senior players who didn't have that opportunity when they were younger. And she plays that down the ground. They'll scamper through for a single as a misfield, which makes sure they're safe.
They've not been great in the field today, the Sunrisers. Very, very sloppy. They've got some good fielders that have done some good things, but they've not been the cleanest today. No,
and I guess that gives Thunder a bit more confidence because they're willing to risk those singles. Previously, they might not have because, you know, those opportunities weren't on offer. But yeah, Sunrisers have not been as sharp as I'm sure they would have wanted to be in the field. But yeah, Fee Morris, she had a decent season last season. I think with the ball as well, she was very good, proving her ability as an all-rounder. And then pre-season tour, I thought she was absolutely fantastic. So coming into this season, it's good to see her in a bit of fine form and currently on 80 runs.
I'm glad you kept up with Thunder's pre-season tour because I had FOMO, so I decided not to check. While they were out in Dubai, I thought, I had such a good time last year. Not cricket-wise, but it was a great tour.
As Scrivens is in from the James Anderson end, and Fee Morris clips that off the hip and run through for the single. Well, yeah, I was part of the commentary team here at 2 AM, covering when their tour in Bangalore, which was, do you know what? I've never experienced anything quite like it.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it was really, I felt like I was dreaming.
Mm-hmm. When you come in to watch the telly?
Yeah, it was really strange. It was a very good experience, but one of those where it felt like I was watching an alternate universe because I wasn't I was at cricket ground, but not commentating on the cricket in the ground. As Katie Mack hits that down to deep back point. It goes for the 4, gets the boundary. The 200 is up for the Thunder in the 38th over. Applause from round the ground.
Yeah, it's a great shot that from Mac. She's loved the cut shot today. A couple of times she's not quite got hold of it. This time just pure timing. Doesn't actually look to cut the ball hard, just glances it off the face of the bat. Pass backward point for 4.
Scrivens into the attack, and again a misfield by Ariana Douse. Example of Sunrisers not quite being sharp in the field. But on the note of pre-season tours, I guess you went on a number of tours with Lancashire Thunder, and it's quite incredible that they were doing it before anyone else. You've got, obviously it's great that pretty much all the regions do it now, whether they go far to India as Sparks went to Mumbai, or they go to Desert Springs, for example. Scrivens to Morris, and and there'll be no run. But the fact that Lancashire Thunder have been doing it for so long, you know, when other teams didn't have that investment, it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and I think that's why there's a little bit of pressure on Thunder to do well.
Scrivens, once again, Morris hits it to deep point.
Because I don't know if anyone's watched the documentary that's just come out. You know, there's a lot of people on there, I think Scott Reed as well, and saying, well, the investment's been there, but now it's time to perform, and now it's time to prove that, you know, we're putting in the hard yards, and I guess getting that return on investment.
Scrivens into the attack, and Mac just tickles that down to Douse. They'll scamper through for a single, as they've done many a time in this innings, taking the total to 203 for 2.
We've just seen Fee Morris ask for a drink. So they've run one out, 12th and 13th. Not 12th and 3rd. That'd be harsh, wouldn't it? Making number 3 run a drink out. She's still out there. And they look freezing. They've got the full football coat on that they've got. It goes down to their knees. Woolly hats, gloves. It looks cold out there.
It really does. I was slightly glad when this game was moved to Emirates Old Trafford rather than Sale, because it can get quite windy and cold at Sale. But we're nice and warm inside the commentary box, which is a nice change.
I was glad it got moved here because I got asked to work.
Well, it's brilliant to have you on commentary. You are listening to the stream for Thunder versus the Sunrisers in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy here at Emirates Old Trafford. I'm Polly Starkey. Alongside me is World Cup winner and former Thunder captain Alex Hartley. Currently Thunder are 203 for 2 with 12 overs left. And I'll bring you the scores from elsewhere. The Northern Diamonds 171 for 6 against the Western Storm. Central Sparks 125 for 7 against the Southern Vipers. The Blaze still going 113 for 9 against the South East Stars. And of course, as mentioned here, Thunder 203 for 2.
Now, it's not often that this gives me so much joy. When you look at the scores around the grounds and we're on top. Get in.
Yeah, it's a good indicator that Thunder are sailing here at Emirates Old Trafford against the Sunrisers. I did tip the Sunrisers to win the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
That was silly.
So, well, I did actually say Thunder will win the Charlotte Edwards Cup. So my 2 winners here, as Esme McGregor will come back into the attack to Mac, who plays that down the ground to mid-on.
Hypercourse has been in touch. We were talking about Fee Morris and her highest scores. It is Fee Morris's highest score for Thunder. Her best was 52 versus Vipers last year. Hypercourse, you've literally got everything, haven't you? Overall, this is the second highest of her List A career. Her career best of 127 for Gloucestershire versus Oxfordshire in Division 5 in 2011.
Now that's niche.
That is niche.
That is a fantastic
I have so
stat.
much respect for you, Hypercourse. You blow my mind on a daily basis. And I don't know how you listen to every single game that's going on around the world.
Yeah, just has the answers for everybody.
I want you to tweet me now, Hypercourse, please.
As McGregor once again, and Fee Morris has defended that.
How many hours sleep a night do you get?
I know, because it's every country, every series, there's a stat for everything, going back to like 1800. It's so impressive.
No.
It does, and it's really handy as well, because it makes us sound a lot more knowledgeable when we can just whip out these stats. McGregor continues as Fee Morris has flicked that to backward square leg. Runs through for the single. Fee Morris, we now know, has surpassed her highest total. It's currently on 83 from 97 balls.
Martin's been in touch and said, give us a shout out, Alex. Martin and Emma in stand A. I'm a postie and wearing my shorts but regretting it.
That is a brave decision. As they scramble through for a single, it feels like this is a bit of a theme within the game. Katie Mack is absolutely rapid. I don't think I know anyone else who can run through the wickets that quickly. I don't know what they give them in Australia, but she's running very, very fast.
They've got an outdoor lives in Australia, haven't they?
Yeah.
It's hot all the time. A lot more active.
McGregor charges in, and that's flicked by V. Morris down to mid-on. Yeah, although wonder how Katie Mack is finding the weather in sunny Manchester. It's
She wore shorts to training the other day, and I said that was brave. She said, I'm trying to acclimatise. I said, you acclimatise by wearing hats and scarves and gloves.
Yeah, it's deceptively, it's very sunny, but it is deceptively cold today. And there's a bit of a breeze. So McGregor is in. And Nick Hancock, also an Australian, will do the fielding. I was saying earlier, I think it's absolutely fantastic that now there are so many overseas players in the competition. Each team can have one at, can field one at the one time, and I think it just it increases the calibre of the competition, but also it's a great opportunity for other players to learn from these overseas, and a lot of them have been kind of fringe players for their country, or I mean, in the case of Danica Neerkirk coming in last year, you've got really, really experienced internationals. So I just think all round it kind of boosts the profile of the competition.
Yeah, me too. Another thing that Thunder set the trend on, having the first overseas. We've had Deandra Dottin for a while, but she didn't quite perform last year. And unfortunately, I guess if you want to win trophies, you've got to sign players that you think are going to help you win those trophies and improve your team. So we've got a couple of different players this year.
Yeah, I'll be excited to see Georgia Volt come into the mix later on in the season. The young explosive batter from Australia. As it's misfielded by a Sunrisers player, and it heads towards the boundary. It makes it all the way there. There's a diving attempt by Jodie Grucock, but it goes all the way for 4. Another great shot from Katie Mack. The score moving to 212 for 2 after just over 39 overs. Katie Mack on 87, Fee Morris on 84. Scrivens once again. Mack down the ground. They'll run through for the single. Total taking over 213 for 2. Grace Scrivens yet to get a wicket. Has conceded 47 runs from just over 7 overs. Scrivens to Morris. Plays it directly to Hancock.
Yeah, Morris looks frustrated with herself there. It was just slapped straight to mid-wicket.
Scrivens once again kind of tickled down to Ariana Dowse. Tries to, it's kind of a cross between a sweep and a paddle, but doesn't really get much on it.
Yeah, what you do know is if it goes straight to short third, there's always one. The worst fielders field there, and I'm allowed to say that because I spent my whole career there, and I was terrible at fielding. I used to do fine leg to fine leg, and I'd cover about 12, 13k in a game, which is more than the all-rounders did. So it's where you hide your fielders.
Yeah. Next time I get placed there, I'll know why.
Yeah, sorry.
Scrivens into Mack, who defends that. No run on offer.
And you get 2 types of people. Ones that want to improve and get out of there, or ones that are quite happy sat a short fine.
Scrivens once again. Mack attempts to sweep it, misses. Goes to Grucock, who's behind wicket keeper. They get a single at the end of the over. 215 for 2 after 40 overs. Alex Hartley is departing, and in comes Mike Perkins. And
hello, Polly.
Hello.
It's all going rather well for Thunder this at the minute.
It is going very, very well. Do you know what? I'm slightly surprised given how previously their batting has, I don't want to use the word disaster, but it, you know, overall it hasn't been great. But an 183 run partnership between Katie Mack and Fee Morris, 2 players almost in the 90s, it's looking very, very positive.
Yeah, they've sort of kept pace with each other very well, which is it's quite a nice little quirk to this. The minute Mack is just ahead on 89, And in comes McGregor, and down the wicket comes Mack to move to 90 with a nice clipped shot onside of straight down the ground to Gardner. Just came off the sort of the bat twisted in her hand slightly as she struck that one, and it went down the ground. But we said she was in good touch. She'd had sort of her second and third innings before getting on the plane to come over here had been scores of 74 and 140 as McGregor bowls to Morris this time, who also firmly drives down the onside of straight and picks up another single, 217 for 2. So that was back in January, admittedly, but she was clearly in good touch at the back end of the Australian summer and is enjoying what's passing for an English summer at the moment. The sunlight is out here at Old Trafford. We're enjoying Thunder versus Sunrisers on the BBC Sport website and app and on Lancs TV as down the track comes Mack again, looking to open her arms slightly there, finds the cover fielder on the boundary, 218 for 2. She's sort of, Matt, there, that was the stroke of somebody who isn't thinking about the 100 really. So that's, you know, it was sort of fairly high risk, that one, you have to say.
Yeah, it is quite brave. I guess she must have it somewhere in the back of her mind.
Here's Morris across the stumps and sweeping hard into the leg side. Picks up another single to add to her highest score in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, 220 for 2. Very impressive from these two. It's been appreciated downstairs, we can tell, where the players are sat. Below us at the Brian Statham end. Traffic still busy along the Talbot Road in front of the Town Hall in the distance as McGregor bowls. This one's flicked by Mack. She's got in her head the thought of 2, but I don't think Morris had the same thought. And they do settle for 1. 2-2-1 for 2.
I've got another stat from the fantastic Hypercourse. So this is now Thunder's highest partnership for any wicket in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, beating the record of 177 by both Lamb and Cleary. The third wicket versus Western Storm in 2021, and Threlkeld and Tatani fourth wicket versus Storm in 2023.
McGregor again, this time to Morris, who pulls into the leg side, finds the fielder back on the square leg boundary. Another one to the total, which makes it 2-2-2 for 2. Which will probably excite people at Hypercourse at home. The fact that the stats line up. Oh, we're showing 2-2-1 for 2. Oh, that was disappointing. We're showing it before that single.
Just repeat what you said after the next ball if it goes for a single.
I'm very disappointed there. I thought we were going to get 2-2-2 for 2, but we got 2-2-1 for 2 anyway. So they could ruin it all with a boundary now. Long mid-pitch discussion, but actually it doesn't seem there's a lot to discuss. Just keep going here. Last 9 overs. I want to open the shoulders a little bit and look to get this score up towards 300 as close as they can get it to that. But actually, this is progressing very nicely for Thunder here.
Yeah, they've done a very, very good job, and I think I mentioned earlier, getting those points on the board early on in the season will be really handy when, you know, it gets a little bit more difficult as the season goes on, and Thunder are really looking for silverware. I think that's the overriding thought heading into the season, and they'll be disappointed with their performance at the weekend. So to get their first win at home, I think that's certainly what they have their eyes set on for today.
It's really interesting, isn't it, that a lot of teams almost feel they need silverware this time round. Blaze getting to 2 finals last year. Sparks haven't really ever done it, just the one final for them as Kopak comes into bowl from the Anderson end and Morris chops into the offside and finds Griffith at cover. It's a dot ball. That's what they'll be trying to cut down on here, Thunder, the dot balls in the closing stages. Stars have won something but will be keen to add to their trophy collection. Diamonds, you feel, will want to go out on a high before they become Durham, and obviously I think Headingley, where they're playing today, there's a feeling of a bit of a point to prove. Thunder have invested heavily as Morris one of the players they've invested in clips the ball into the leg side and does make it 2-2-2 for 2. So we have that statistical quirk, if you like. 222 for 2, 222 for 2. Would make Richie Benno in his day very happy, that one. But a lot of teams that will feel they need to get a trophy on the board, and of course getting past the Southern Vipers is so difficult in this competition. Here comes Kopak to bowl to Mack, who's hit this one high in the air, and it's going to land safe, is it? Yes, just in front of McGregor coming up from long leg. Had she been 2 or 3 paces off the boundary, or 2 or 3 more paces off the boundary, she'd have got to that one, but it just landed agonisingly. Another single to the total, 223 for 2. Mack moves on to 93. Nearly gave it away there. The ball was just on her quicker than expected. Big top edge as she went for the pull stroke. Brings Morris back onto strike. Waits now with the bat raised, and that one's kept a little low, and it's out. Fee Morris out for 89. LBW to Katie Kopak. The breakthrough finally comes with the partnership closing in on the 100 mark. And a big stand for the 3rd wicket here by Thunder. Comes to an end with an LBW, and it was going to take something like that, wasn't it, Polly Starkey? A ball keeping low. It gets Fee Morris out for 89 of 106, including 6 fours. LBW to Katie Kopak.
Yeah, the 191 partnership broken, just shy of that 200 mark. But Fee Morris, a fantastic innings. 89 runs from 106 balls, including 6 fours. Her highest ever score in a Thunder shirt. We're in domestic circuit, so a fantastic innings by Morris, and such a good partnership by Mack. We mentioned before about the way they kind of just kept up with each other. There wasn't one of them accelerating, the other anchoring. It just was a kind of the perfect partnership, and yeah, 191 runs from that, which is brilliant. Katie Mack crucially on 93. She almost threw away her wicket there in the previous ball. But Ellie Threlkeld, the captain, comes to the crease. We suspected perhaps Sophie Eccleston may get a look in, a bit of a big hitter, but perhaps it's slightly too early on. There are just over 8 overs left.
794 runs so far for, or coming into this year's competition for Ellie Threlkeld. She will look to add quick runs here at the end of the innings. 8 overs and 2 balls to go. Partnership of 191 in the end for the 3rd wicket as Kopak bowls just short of a length. Threlkeld pushing it back down the pitch from the crease. Doesn't bring her a run. And this is the challenge now for Thunder. They've set the base. How big can they go in the final overs with batters coming to the wicket? Threlkeld faces up on this big playing surface at Old Trafford. Flicked away behind square on the leg side. They'll pick up 1. They'll think about 2, but they realise Miller is the fielder out there, and she's very quick across the ground. Good over for Sunrisers that. They get the breakthrough. Kopak now 18 for 2 from her 5 overs, 224 for 3. They've got to be looking now, haven't they, Polly Starkey, to get up towards that sort of 270, 280 mark and maybe even beyond. Yeah,
I think the last couple of overs they're just going to have to go for it and try and push that total as high as possible. You look at Sunrisers' batting lineup, and you've got a lot of strength within Grace Scrivens, Jo Gardner, Cordelia Griffith. There are options there, and so Thunder will want to put themselves in the best possible position heading into the 2nd innings. Look at scores elsewhere. The Blaze have now been bowled out for 126. They did go on really well. Kirsty Gordon.
Grucock delivers, and this one's pushed into the offside. McGregor there at cover with the fielding. No run.
Kirsty Gordon finished 41 not out from 86 balls, and Ballinger was LBW 25 from 75 balls. So we at one point we didn't
again, and this one is cut past the cover fielder and out to the sweeper on the boundary on that side. That's Griffith. Another one to the total. 225 for 3 becomes 226 for 3.
At one point we didn't think they would get past the 100 mark, but they've done I say well to get to 126. It's better than we thought it would be.
That 41 not out, was it, from Kirsty Gordon? That has the feel of an annoyed captain proving a point there, as this one's blocked by Jodie Grucock into the onside, almost rolls along the side. It did stay at 225 there for 3 the score, and remains so. That has the feeling of a captain trying to almost go, well, come on, it can't have been that difficult, as Grucock bowls again, short of length. Pushed into the offside. McGregor there with the fielding, but can't prevent the single. Threlkeld and Mack will be very quick between the stumps here. Mack's on to 94 now. 1 hit away, but it will be Threlkeld to face first. It's a big old rope to clear today, though, isn't it? If you are going for the 1-hit option, it's a little bit in at the far end, and actually, I suppose below us, the sort of the straight boundary, but. Certainly very, very wide playing area today. There's going to need to be a little bit of treatment here for Grucock, who I think's just taken a bit of a rap on the hand as the ball was retrieved to her. I'm glad you brought up your prediction, though, Sunrisers. That was quite a brave prediction, coming to do Sunrisers Thunder, but I see you covered yourself by going for Sunrisers in the 50 over and Thunder in the T20.
Yeah, because I think part of me is always thinking, oh, the Vipers exist. They're probably going to do something. But I wanted to go a little bit rogue and put my faith in some different teams this year.
Grucock bowls, and that one is forced down the onside of straight up towards Gardner. Another single to the total. 227 for 3 is the score. The wickets to fall so far. Lamb for 5. Smale then went for 21, as this one is bowled and pushed into the onside. Another single on offer for Mack, who moves on to 95 unbeaten. She was partnered for 191 of Thunder's runs by Fee Morris, who was LBW to Katie Kopak for 89. But it's all eyes on Katie Mack now to see if she can get to those 3 figures in these final 7 overs. 228 for 3. Mack and Threlkeld at the crease. Skipper's hand is on hit. What will she be thinking right now, do you reckon, Polly Starkey?
I reckon she'll be extremely happy with how the game is going. And there's 2 early wickets felt. I think it would have been quite frustrating for Thunder, and Threlkeld may have been thinking, I might need to pad up soon. But Mack and Morris did a fantastic job out there, and Mack is continuing to do so. And so Threlkeld has got a little bit of an easier job, just coming in and sticking around for a couple more overs and getting a few more runs on the board.
They've got 3 good hitters to come in next on the card, as Matt clips that one leg side. Good shot. Evades the umpire, and Miller, who's out there on the boundary, returns the ball. You're with Mike Perkins and Polly Starkey on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. This commentary brought to you by BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire. Alex Hartley and Scott Reed, part of our team as well today. Flicked away the last one, now brings Threlkeld onto the strike. She drives straight and hard. Possibly was a run there, but they decide against it. 229 for 3. That's what they've got to avoid now, Thunder, these dot balls. They've got to make sure they're scoring off everything. They're playing bat on ball cricket. Threlkeld 3 off 6 at the moment. As in comes Kopak again. She's been probably the tidiest of the Sunrisers bowlers and continues to be so. With another dot delivery in the book. Has a maiden to her analysis. 19 for 2 off 5.5 overs so far. Fairly quiet on the hotel balconies. To our right-hand side, as Kopak makes her way in again. Right on over the wicket. A flash of the bat from Threlkeld. Did she get anything on this, or is it going to be buys? It's 4 runs either way, and it does look like she got just a slither of bat on that one to take it past Amara Carr, who stood up to the stumps and was left with relatively little chance on that. And it evades Carr. I think it went so far, and it had been quite a difficult catch for first slip as well. And away it goes from Threlkeld, and it doesn't really matter how they come at this stage. bonus runs for Thunder, 233 for 3.
Katie Mack near that century milestone. She's had a fantastic innings, and it would be an incredible feat if second time in a Thunder shirt as the overseas player she could reach that milestone.
Here's Threlkeld facing up, trying to drive, misses, and Carr can't gather. It's been a torrid over for the wicketkeeper. Takes a bit of a bump there, and a bye is signalled. 234 for 3. The board whirs onto in the distance there. Time ticking up towards 20 past 1 on the town hall in the distance. The clouds have gathered, but they're very unthreatening today. They're white fluffy things, which is no bad thing. It does look frightfully cold out there though, as Kopak delivers. Played nicely between the fielder at backward point and short third, and away for 4 runs. And Kopak, who's been very miserly so far, is conceding runs now. And Katie Mack goes to that century with a lovely stroke behind square on the offside. She takes off her Thunder helmet, and in only her second innings for a new team, she has made a magnificent century. Katie Mack, 109 balls. That was the 9th of her 4s. And that was a lovely, lovely way to bring up 3 figures. Katie Mack leading the Thunder charge, 234 for 3. Polly Starkey.
It's an excellent way to bring up her 100, and very reflective of the innings she's had. She's been absolutely rapid between the wickets, but then has also been able to find the boundary now and then. And Thunder have made a fantastic signing in the form of Australian Katie Mack. She's a serial winner with the Adelaide Strikers in the WBBL, winning in 2022 and 2023. And she's proving her ability over here in what is probably quite a chilly Manchester for her. But 100 runs in 109 balls with 9 4s for Katie Mack.
She joins the list of Centurions at Old Trafford. The latest one of those coming in this competition in 2023 is the first delivery of the over to Threlkeld is a dot ball. Schofield and Threlkeld herself passing the 100 mark in 2023. Katie Mack the first to do it in 2024, as this one swept away behind square on the offside. This might go all the way for 4, but there's a fielder just arriving in the nick of time to keep it to 2 more, 240 for 3. The list of Centurions goes all the way back to 1934, when McLagan scored one for an England 11 against the rest of the world back in 1934. As down the track comes Threlkeld, swipes it into the leg side, wide of Gardner, who is at long gone. 2 more taken, 242 for 3. The batters will be puffing a bit, but these are 2 of the quickest between the wickets you'll see anywhere out there. Emma Lamb making 111 against Sunrisers in a Charlotte Edwards Cup game back in July. That was some innings, as I recall. And that one's flicked into the leg side. Another single to Threlkeld. She's added 5 this over after the max century in the previous over.
Thunder continuing their good play this game so far.
Villiers tweaks another one and will get a stumping. Max innings comes to an end. She charged down the wicket, looking to swipe it over the onside, but a magnificent 100 for Katie Mack. She's outstumped by Amara Carr of the bowling of Maddie Villiers for 100 runs off 110 balls, 9 4s in that innings, and she has led the charge for Thunder today. Couldn't connect with a big swipe into the leg side there, but that's exactly what you buy an overseas player for, isn't it, Polly Starkey?
Precisely. She's done her job perfectly, and I think the way she got out was extremely respectable. She was going for that big shot, and that's what she needs to do. There are only 5 overs left. They want to rack that total up as much as possible, so it's completely valid that she went for that, and I'm sure Ellie Threlkeld, the captain, and coach will be happy with that decision. But it does bring Sophie Eccleston to the crease, who first time in a Thunder shirt this season could be quite exciting with the bat. Can hit big. Could we see the first 6 of the game?
Just having a quick check of Sophie Eccleston's bat to make sure it meets the regulations. And the umpire happy with that. And Eccleston is a clean hitter of the ball. Interesting they've sent her in before Datani. Maybe we'll see Tara Norris next as well. She can hit a clean ball too. We know that at Southport last year when she salvaged the tie against the Southern Vipers by hitting a ball over the tennis court in the final over. Here comes Villiers again. Bowls a short ball that turns back in towards the stumps and is prodded by Eccleston. The tall figure of Eccleston back down the ground for a single. 244 for 4 at the end of the over. Our thanks to Polly Starkey for her thoughts in this innings. We'll get Scott Reed back in for some final thoughts before the interval. But 244 for 4 here. Thunder in a commanding position and able to send in the players who can give it a long handle towards the end here,
well,
Scott.
I guess it's the perfect situation to be in, isn't it, to get these two out at this stage with 5 overs left. Especially getting Sophie out there and giving her just a free rein to try and see what they can get from the final 5.
I mean, Datani can hit a clean ball herself at times. She's a former Sunriser as well. But they've decided to hold Datani back for now. They may well be tempted by Norris, as I was saying, because she's hit 6s in a Thunder shirt and in a Vipers shirt. So they've got options here, and they've got a very, very good position.
They have, and they've got fielders out on the boundary, unsurprisingly, with Sophie Eccleston on strike. There's a long on, there's a deep mid-wicket, there's a deep backward square leg. It's down the leg side, hits the pads of the keeper. Umpire has signalled a wide, and they've got through as well. So the score edging slowly towards that 250 mark. It's now 246 for 4. We've seen magnificent partnership and a brilliant century by Katie Mack. The 89 by Fee Morris. 191 run partnership that's bossed the innings, really. It's caught back from the Anderson end. Bowls again. That's scooped out towards the leg side, bouncing just in front of the fielder at deep square. Ellie Threlkel gets a single. And the score moves on to 247 for 4.
Yeah, as we were saying earlier in the innings, Thunder's highest partnership for any wicket in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and that's what sent them into this commanding position, thanks to Katie Mack and Fee Morris.
Car back for the Sunrisers. Balls again, chopped away into the offside by Eccleston, straight to extra cover, and there is no run. 247 for 4. Still the 3 leg side boundary riders. There's a sweeper in front of the new hotel as well, so 3 on the leg side, long on, deep square leg, fine leg, and deep extra cover. Kopak back in to Eccleston, slower ball just onto the pads and just nudged away into the onside, picked up at mid-wicket by Nicola Hancock, and there's no run. 247 for 4.
Clever delivery.
She bowled well at the top, didn't she?
Yes, yeah. In fact, until probably that over where Matt went to her century, she was had very tidy figures indeed.
2 for 30 now, just slightly ruined by that over. Halfway through her 7th, that's cut down towards short third. Scampering through for a single. And Sophie Eccleston's doubles the total, moves on to 2. It's now 248 for 4. Brings the captain, Ellie Threlkel, back on strike. 13 not out.
We've not seen the oomph just yet in the innings, have we? It sort of needs to come fairly soon now.
2 balls left for the 46th over. Kopak in, balls, playing a miss by Threlkel. Taken by the keeper, no run. Yeah, just perhaps waiting for that little extra burst at the back end of the innings here. These 2 batters certainly can hit big and clear the ropes. They've got licence to do that, but there's not been a great deal there for them to work with. Slight change to the field. Going to bring sweeper on the cover boundary inside the circle and pushing mid-wicket out towards the rope. So there's now 4 on the leg side boundary. There's a single or 2 on that leg side, but the boundary's well guarded. And that's swatted by Threlkeld down through mid-on for 1 run. And it's the end of the over as well. So 4 overs left. Ellie Threlkeld's on 14. Sophie Eccleston's on 2. And it's 249 for 4. With 4 overs remaining.
Almost hit that one better than she would have liked there, Ellie Threlkeld. Just hit it straight down to long on rather than maybe sort of fiddling it into the onside and looking for 2. But it was quite a well-set field, that, because unless Kopak had dropped short or offered some real width on the offside, it was unlikely to offer a boundary option. Villiers now just wants backward square, moving a little bit further round, a little more backward.
Villiers from the Statham end, and Threlkeld meets it. Able to work it down the ground for a single. Moves on to 15. That does bring up the 250. Good response this by Thunder. Disappointing day on Saturday up in the northeast at Chesterley Street, but emphatic response a few days later to get to 250 for 4 in the 47th. Eccleston off the back foot drops it into the offside, and the captain calls a through for a single. The throw comes in towards the keeper's end. Eccleston moves on to 3 now. 251 for 4.
Hancock, the overseas, warming up very vigorously just at the long off position during this over.
Villiers bowls. Down comes Threlkeld, just trying to paddle it around the corner. I think Villiers saw her coming. Able to get the ball away. So a dot ball, just 2 off the over so far. 251 for 4. Flatter, a little quicker this time, scooped away towards the leg side, down towards the boundary, just for a single. 252 for 4.
So the 250 up, but it just feels that they sort of need to get that on another 20 if they can here, which is going to be difficult.
Villiers in, a little bit flatter, that's hit high towards the leg side, aiming for the hotel! Oh, just dropping short. But it's still a big hit from Sophie Eccleston off the back foot. Hammered over deep mid-wicket. And all the way for 6. The hotel was in range for Sophie Eccleston. Just didn't quite get the radar right there. It was within distance.
There was a big smile on her face as she hit that one. She enjoyed that.
258 for 4. Eccleston moves to 9. With the first 6 of the innings. It had the legs to reach the hotel, just didn't quite have the radar.
Yeah, it was just wide of it, wasn't it?
It was. Villiers back in over the wicket to Eccleston. That's thumped down the ground, bouncing towards Nicola Hancock on the long off boundary. And Sophie Eccleston's into double figures with that. 10 from 7 balls faced. It's 259 for 4. And that's the end of the 47th over. 3 remain.
Exactly what the Thunder innings needed, that big hit from Eccleston. And Villiers and Eccleston will have done this thousands of times in nets at England training camps and that kind of thing for T20 internationals. Villiers has played 17 of those, but been involved in a lot of squads. And I would imagine she'd probably ended up on the wrong end of a few of those from Eccleston. She does like to try and clear the ropes when she can. Obviously has Women's Premier League experience now over in India as well to add to her collection of teams. As the batters return to their ends for the final 3 overs of this innings, how many more 6s could we see?
Well, hopefully a few more. It's certainly, from a Thunder point of view, potentially a sign of what might come. That's a big boundary to the leg side from the James Anderson end.
It feels harder to hit him at this end, doesn't it?
Yeah. Albeit they've got it well guarded with Sophie Eccleston on strike and long on the deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. fine leg comes inside the circle, as does third. So there's a fielder sweeping the cover boundary in front of the hotel. It's a big old blow to the leg side from the Anderson end. We'll see what Eccleston can do. Run away through the offside just for a single. Moves on to 11. As the throw comes in from Joe Gardner and on that cover boundary. So 260 for 4.
Because I'm not sure Hancock offers enough pace for the scoop and the paddle over these fielders who are up in the ring at 45, short third and backward point. Maybe extra covers the option, just sort of played a little bit more classically.
Here comes Hancock from the Anderson end to Threlkeld. Well, these runs to the leg side with the field set back, but I think the aim was to try and come back for 2 there, just trying to push it almost to the edge of the circle and come back for a second, but maybe just actually got a little bit too much on it for that. So yes, restricted to a single.
It was the old sprint training from Eccleston there, wasn't it? She just got a head down, round turn, but it wasn't on, unfortunately.
So 261 for 4. Sophie Eccleston back on strike. Here comes Hancock. In and balls. Let's thump down towards long on. Just for the single. Sophie Eccleston moves on to 12. 262 for 4 now.
Reminder of the scores elsewhere in the competition. Central Sparks have set Southern Vipers 173 to win. South East Stars chasing 127 against the Blaze. It wasn't looking like it was going to be even that at one point. And the Northern Diamonds, Holly Armitage approaching a century at the moment.
Hancock balls to Threlkeld, trying to shovel the ball away. Just bounces away towards the offside. Again, they get through for the sharp single. Good running. Threlkeld moves on to 18, 263 for 4.
She's got 94 at the moment in a total of 237 for 7. So a real captain's innings there for the Diamonds from Holly Armitage.
2 balls left to the 48th over. Hancock for the Sunrisers sets off again. Sophie Eccleston waits. Over the wicket to Eccleston, hit back over the bowler's head. It's a lovely shot all the way for 6. It's a gorgeous shot, up and over, kind of straight mid-off, down towards the straight long off boundary. Second 6 of the match, both off the bat of Sophie Eccleston. Beautiful shot.
We wondered what the option was. Straight down the ground. Look at that. Wham. Over the top. And bouncing away after it's cleared the rope. Lovely shot from Sophie Eccleston.
Love how she held the pose as well. Admired that one. This is the top edge actually from a attempted pull shot, but it just loops towards the very edge of the circle at square leg. Actually, she's kept the strike. It's not the end of the world. That moves on to 19 with 2 overs remaining, 270 for 4.
Little bit of chatter with Nicola Hancock when she reached the non-strikers, and I think Eccleston actually felt she missed out a bit there. I think she felt she'd set herself well and could have clobbered that one towards that vast boundary on the leg side. But this is the over where, and a single's probably not a bad result there, because this is the over where Eccleston can really cash in. It's a brave decision from the captain to stick with Villiers. With a short leg side, or shorter anyway, leg side boundary. Watch out in the hotel is probably the advice at the moment, and they have got to that 270 mark with 2 overs to spare.
Eccleston's 19 from 11 balls faced, and Threlkeld 18 from 21.
Threlkeld just needs to get Eccleston on strike here. Say, I wonder if Tara Norris will have her pads on as well.
Well, Eccleston's on strike for the start of the over. It's off the back foot, cutting the ball away behind square on the offside for a single. Moves on to 20, 271 for 4 as we start the 49th over. Live from Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. For this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy fixtures, this is flatter and quicker and wide by Villiers and run cleverly down towards deep third. for 2 for Ellie Threlkeld. She wanted to come back for a third. But a sensible decision to decide against that.
It's almost one of those shots that deserved more. I like the way it sped into that gap there, but it just sort of slowed up.
Yeah, kind of late cut, wasn't it, from Threlkeld down through that very narrow gap between the two fielders behind square. That's pulled potentially for 4, I think, yeah. Away towards the deep backward square leg boundary. Nice shot by Threlkeld. There's a lot of power and force from one end with Eccleston, and Threlkeld just running it to third man and then on that sweep shot behind square for 4. Good stuff, 277 for 4.
Proper wicket-keeper's shot, that one, wasn't it? They love a sweep, and Threlkeld's no different.
7 off the over. Mentioned, Mike, it was a bold decision potentially to go with Maddie Villiers. Been productive one so far for Thunder. That's dragged away off the back foot by Threlkeld through the leg side. And moves on to 25 not out, 278 for 4 now.
Now this is where the pressure comes on Villiers. She's got to stay away from a ball that can be clapped into the leg side for 6.
Villiers to Eccleston. Well, she was eyeing up that leg side boundary. The ball sneaked underneath her bat, down towards the boundary. Now, I don't know what's on this, if anything. Hustled back for 2 byes, so nothing on it. It did just get underneath the bat without flicking the toe end of it, but she was going for that big shot towards the leg side.
Poor Amara Carr couldn't see a thing there other than Sophie Eccleston. It was right in her way.
280 for 4. Final ball of the 49th. Villiers in to Eccleston, chipped up and over extra cover. And 2 more it'll be. 3 fielders all converge on the ball, and Eccleston does run back for a second, and that completes the 49th over. So there are 6 balls left, 1 over left for Thunder. 282 for 4. Eccleston's on 22 and Threlkeld's on 25.
I mean, I doubt we'll see the 300, but they can get fairly close. They can certainly get up to the 290 mark, you would hope, in this over. Long chat about how to go about it, but I think that 6 that Eccleston hit down the ground is maybe showing the best option there. Will be Hancock to bowl it. I suppose it's the overseas job at this stage of an innings if your opposition are 282 for 4 and the 6 balls left. I think the overseas at this point has to go, right, okay, this is what I'm here for. I need to bowl these final 6 balls and get us out this innings.
Nicola Hancock, 8 overs for 49.
She looks the sort of bowler who'd relish this challenge as well.
Into the Thunder skipper, Threlkeld. That's punched up towards mid-off. And through for a single. It's a decent outcome. First delivery, take a single, try and get a run, at least a run off every ball here.
Well, the skipper fielded it and went, yeah, I'm happy with that. I'll just hold on to this ball, thank you very much.
26 to Ellie Threlkeld, 283 for 4, so 5 balls left. Eccleston's on strike.
I mean, everyone knows where she wants to go here.
Hancock into Eccleston. Back over the bowler's head, long on, could be in the game, might just drop short, it does. And Eccleston turns and hurries back for 2. As the throw comes in towards the keeper's end. 285 for 4. Eccleston moves on to 24 not out, 4 balls remaining.
Just sensibly taking a bit of time here, Eccleston, to catch her breath and prepare to have another go. Hancock at this stage of the innings, I don't think too concerned about taking her time either. They're going to bring another one into the leg side here. From short third to sort of a mid-wicket position, it looks like. Just almost in between the long on and the straight mid-wicket on the boundary.
Yeah, so there is that long on, there's a deep mid-wicket, and there's a mid-wicket inside the circle, and there's a deep backward square leg. It's well stacked is the leg side field, plus the short fine as well. Hancock to Eccleston. That's muscled back over the bowler's head, down the throat of long on, who takes the catch. And it was fun while it lasted for Sophie Eccleston. Maddie Villiers with the catch. A wicket for Hancock. for the Sunrisers. A little bit of relief right at the back end of the innings here. Eccleston hauled out towards Villiers in front of the pavilion and departs, and it's now 285 for 5.
Wasn't a bad hit in the end, but it just didn't quite have the distance, and Hancock got her field right there and got the right fielder underneath that one in Maddie Villiers. Very rare you see her drop a chance, and she comfortably held on. Ditani to the wicket.
She bowled well to the field there, didn't she? Because she'd stacked the leg side field. The only big shot on really was to try and clear long on, try and hit it towards the leg side. We saw previously that 6 that she kind of hit a little bit into out, up and over, long off, but that wasn't on from that delivery. It was a good ball, wasn't it? Good ball to the field.
Yeah. Just tried to baseball it in the end and got a good chunk of it, but just not quite enough. Left-hander coming in as well, so that's a interesting little dynamic, because that will open up the much shorter side and create a bit of a headache for the Sunrisers here.
So 285 for 5. We've got 3 balls left of the Thunder innings. Innings which was being dominated by 2 batters really, Katie Mack and Fee Morris, but some good fun at the back end of it from the captain Ellie Threlkeld, and that 24 from Sophie Eccleston off just 16 deliveries with 2 sixes. Thunder still lining up 290 here.
Hancock and Scrivens having a long discussion here about where they want their field. They're going to go for a long... Oh no, in fact it's going to be a deep mid-wicket in the end, as well as a sort of slightly forward square leg on the boundary, and then 2 up at short fine leg and long on the leg side. And then it's a kind of 2 out on the offside at third and cover, with the rest of the ring up inside the 25-metre circle.
So 3 balls to go. Hancock 2 Ditani. Well, that's beaten the keeper. It's run down towards the boundary, and it's gone for 4 byes. Nothing on it from Ditani. It bounced awkwardly past the keeper.
It took a horrible, almost like second bounce after on the way through to the keeper out of like a foothole or something, and just jumped up over the top of Carr there.
It's a 289 for 5. Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate for Amara Carr, wasn't it? So it did take that ugly looking bounce.
Just way above her. There's nothing she could get on it.
Ditani still on 0. Here's Hancock in and bowls. It's hammered away off the back foot through the offside, out towards deep extra cover. And 2 is the call from the captain, and Ditani running back towards the keeper's end has been able to force out a second. And that does get Thunder up to and beyond that 290 mark now. 291 for 5 with 1 ball left.
Very, very good innings from Thunder this. They couldn't have asked for much more when they were put into bat. Ditani having to get the motor on there to get back, but she did so. It was a real proper head-down job to make her ground, but it's earned her the chance to try and hit this last ball for runs.
Yeah, bit of a free hit, final ball of the innings, and swings, and in the end just pushes away through the offside and scampers through for a quick single. But that's a very fine effort by Thunder as they reach 292 for 5 from 50 overs. Ditani finishing unbeaten on 3, and Ellie Threlkeld on 26 not out. But a pretty impressive performance with the bat.
Certainly is. Really, really good from Thunder, finding runs in the middle of the innings. It was Mack with her century and Fee Morris with her 89 that really set this up, after Lamb was out for 5, Smale for 21. Threlkeld not out 26 at the end, Eccleston 24, and Ditani ending on 2 not out. Pick of the bowlers, Kopak, and with 2 wickets for 32 from 7 overs. So that's where we are at halfway. Thunder with a very, very impressive first innings score of 292. Sunrisers will come and chase 293 after the break. Do make sure that you join us for that.
Take me Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
I think the pace of the women's game and how far it's moved and how quickly it's moved is absolutely phenomenal. And I think not many people would have ever envisaged that it could have moved the way that it has done.
So you would never imagine seeing that type of crowd for a women's match when I used to go and watch Thunder play Blackpool in the KSL.
Just to see the growth of the game, it's a super exciting time.
Been here at Emirates Old Trafford in the indoor school over the winter. The first time ever as a women's team we've been able to have a really good training block here.
Today there's huge misogyny in cricket. There's huge casual sexism every single day.
I guess it's pretty entrenched. Women's cricket wasn't really on the agenda. Problems in cricket have been dominated by a very sort of small pool of white men, basically.
I think it's pretty clear there's a huge funding gap. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
As females, we don't want equal pay, we want equal opportunity, and that's what we're getting now at Lancashire.
Okay.
I'm recording, so...
Nice. 3, 2. The Charlotte Edwards Cup begins on Sunday, and it's going to be a very exciting competition.
It's a massive competition, you know, especially for our Thunder girls as well. After, you know, a relatively quiet showing in the 50-over competition, I think the coaches will be really pinpointing this competition to do something.
So the Charlotte Edwards Cup is our T20 domestic competition for our regional team.
Obviously named after the great Charlotte Edwards, who's strangely a coach in the tournament, so she's playing for her own name.
It's a round-robin competition, so each team plays each other once.
Then the top 3 get through to a finals day where top of the group go straight through to a final and second and third play off in a semi-final.
I think in a way this season coming up could be quite pivotal for Thunder. I think they're at a point where they're going to try and show a little bit of something for the investment that's been put in.
The pressure's there at the end of the day, you know. We're putting in significant investment from the likes of Hilton and Sports Breaks, and the club are over-investing over and above what the ECB are putting in as a regional programme, and which to a level more than any other team. I mean, we're trying to develop a professional elite environment.
The fact that it is so much more visible, that people know they can make good careers from it now, will engage the teenagers and even younger women than that to really get involved in the sport and drive it forward, which is an exciting thing for all of us involved.
A lot of teams were looking at us going, wow, they've been on this amazing pre-season tour, what are they going to be like?
Emma Lamb on strike.
You'll need 2 or 3 individuals to step up, and you need the team to function effectively as a unit.
Deandra Dottin tries to sweep, but completely misses, and the stumps are rattled.
With that investment and with that support comes increasing expectations.
Should be a catch here, straight to extra cover.
Maybe there's an element of trying to run before you can walk a little bit with it.
A big swing here, and this time she does connect. 1 bounce, and it's gone for 4. There's a fielder underneath, put down.
Actually, that motivation going into a new season is always really exciting and can set you up as a group to really start performing.
Prendergast will go for the single, shot at the stumps, and miss. And Western Storm are home.
And a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. Thunder team against the Blaze here in the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Kirsty Godden balls down the pitch comes Leak and chipped right up towards mid-off, and Emma Lamb's gone.
What do we think is going wrong? Why aren't we winning these early games, you know? And there wasn't any one thing that we could put our finger on.
Ball, and she's looking to ramp that. It could be LBW. It is LBW. Rachael has gone. She's gone for 22.
Returns for her fourth and final over. And Eccleston chips the ball back over her head, and Kelly takes the catch.
But ultimately, when you're playing at an elite level, then that pressure exists, you know, whether the additional funding is there or not. The reality dawns that that is what professional sport is.
Overcrossing and balls. That's chipped up towards mid-on. But not Thunder's day in the second match. This will be the winning runs.
So I think there's an element of you put that support in, you put that investment in, right, start winning games. It just doesn't work like that, does it?
The better team, the stronger team across the pitch won the match.
Good for you, Scott.
Okay. Well, Paul, what's your thoughts on today?
Yeah, it's we're disappointed, obviously, to lose the game.
Paul Holton with me on commentary for a bit today, and he said that it looked like a team that's not won all season against a team that's actually played quite well this season. Would that be a fair summary?
I think that's fair. Yeah, I mean, we probably lacking a little bit of confidence at this point in time.
Yeah, you're winless obviously so far this season in the Rachael and in obviously 2 matches in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. How disappointing is that? There was kind of a lot of optimism coming into this season, I think.
Yeah, look, we're disappointed. There's no doubt about that. That's the game, isn't it? And what we've got to do is we've got to keep building belief in the players and be ready, work hard and work smart and be ready come Saturday.
We always joke about Crosby having its own climate as well. Like every time we come, the weather's nice. First thing on a Sunday morning, it's like so quiet. Like it's early, but there's like nobody here. The first time we brought Maisie here, she thought the statues were real people, and then I was like, yeah, so did Charlie. I don't live far from here and grew up playing at Rainford Cricket Club in Liverpool Comp, which is all because of my brother, really. So, brother played both cricket and football, and I did the same because of him, really. So, opportunities-wise, I always just played boys and men's stuff, really. Yeah, it was brilliant, and Rainford they give me all the opportunities that they could, and played a little bit at school as well. And then obviously got picked up in the Lancashire setup from sort of nine onwards. So yeah, played for many years, coming through the age groups, which was all women's stuff. I'm Ellie Threlkeld, wicketkeeper, batter and Thunder captain.
Oh, Ellie Threlkeld, an amazing skipper, fastest hands in the northwest and in the whole country, I'd say. So I think behind the sticks as a wicket-keeper, she's a phenomenal talent.
You can't look past the skipper, Ellie Threlkeld. I think she's been brilliant over the last few years, you know, taking on the reins as skipper. It's never an easy job, especially with a young group like we've got.
She's, you know, a formidable individual. She's still so young and she's got such incredible leadership skills.
Ellie's great. Ellie is what we're about at Thunder. And it's challenging for her in terms of the pressure of keeping, captaining, batting in top middle order as well. So she's got a lot of pressure on her shoulders as well.
Played for Lancashire since the age of 9, I think, so a very long time. I've been part of the Thunder setup for 3 years now when it first was created. One of the first to receive a professional contract in 2020. And yeah, I've been part of the setup ever since and became captain 2 years ago. So yeah, this would be my 2nd season in charge. It's something I've always wanted to do. I think I've done it a lot at age group cricket. When we found out Alex Hartley was stepping down, it was not really talked about a lot for a long period of time, and it was sort of myself, Georgie Boyce, a couple of other players were getting opportunities to do the leadership roles on the pitch, and it was mentioned to me that it might be possible, and I sort of gave it everything from my end and said I really want to do it. But yeah, I remember the moment Shawsey told me, and I just couldn't really believe it, to be honest. I think obviously I was only 23, and yeah, it's pretty young to be able to do it, and I think since then I've done everything I can to sort of get better and to try and impact the group as much as I can.
I think a captain in cricket does have a lot of responsibilities. There's decision making, obviously there's a lot of input from a coaching team beforehand, but on-field decision making of if the game plan's not going quite how you wanted it, who's coming on to bowl next. You've got a foot in both camps in a way that you're working with the coaches around selection, and then you're also part of the team like everyone else.
All the support we're getting from Lancashire's absolutely brilliant. Hilton have been amazing, and yeah, likewise other sponsors have as well, and I don't think we'd be able to be going on pre-season tours and funding extra professional players without their help, but there becomes a point where, yeah, we've got to give back as a team, and all the support we're getting, it's got to translate to results on the pitch.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Very well, how are you? I know.
The women's game, the growth has been magnificent, really. I think it's been a rapid pace of change, but it's also on a journey where you kind of just know it's still got so much further to go.
The game will only get better in quality if women can be given the opportunity to have 12-month contracts, to train in the way that the men do, to completely focus on cricket, and that it's the money.
Exactly. We needed to do more, we wanted to do more. I think one of the things that we've always been guilty of is wanting to run before everybody else wanted to walk. You know, we can go and drive additional commercial sponsors, but we need some more from the governing body. The governing body can achieve that if it actually recognises that by going and doing a broadcast deal or getting a big title domestic sponsor for the Charlotte Edwards Cup trophy, that would be game changing, because that would fill that gap that would enable the women's pro structure to pay what it needs to pay and do what it needs to do to really compete there.
I think in terms of where the women's game is right now, I think we're only scratching the surface of the potential actually, and I think it's going to take a real collaborative effort across the whole of the professional game network. So that's all of our partners, so that's whether it's the first-class counties, the national counties, commercial partners. It really does have to work together in a cohesive way to sort of rise the whole tide.
We are, as the ECB, over-investing in the women's game at the moment relative to the direct commercial returns that we create from it. That's partly because we believe it's just the right thing to do, because ultimately where we're trying to get to is a self-sustaining economy where we build the audience, we create the value, we're able to pay players what we'd like to be paying them.
Stop treating the domestic game as a performance sport. It is a commercial elite sport. There will be a way of doing that if there's a will.
In terms of women's domestic cricket, we are very much in our infancy, I guess, in terms of establishing that as a broadcast product. I think it's something that I am optimistic about in the future as to where that will sit.
I genuinely have always just wanted what's best for our women's professional squad and what's right for our women's professional squad. You know, it isn't our job to make the life easy for the ECB and others. It's our job to be on a journey and do what's right by our women's professional squad.
I think for me, the most important thing about cricket and my love for it came from the friendships that I developed. You know, started playing cricket with Kate Cross at an incredibly young age, at 12 years old, and she's been my ride or die ever since. And, you know, friends that I've made throughout the game have obviously been my rock through my darkest times, but cricket for me is just the most incredible sport. For me, nothing in my life will ever beat the 2017 World Cup final at Lord's, and we won it. And then you almost think, how does it get better than that? That's the high. Your dreams have come true. And then you lose your England contract and you go, who am I? Who have I become?
Right, so Alex, we'll start with the intro questions, so they're some nice and easy ones for you. So first is your name and your role.
I'm Alex Hartley, former Thunder.
Straight into the hands of deep mid-wicket. Kate Cross with the catch.
Ragadoosh, baby. Time for a batting clinic now. Oh, I don't like that one.
Alex Hartley, World Cup winner, Just an absolute firecracker of a player, really good fun.
Oh, they're having sex. Oh no, it's not, it's dead.
The moment she came back to training again, it was fantastic. She just brought an energy, a keenness, a directness about her as well.
Alex, left arm spinner, enthusiastic player, absolute cricket nut, loves getting involved in everything cricket.
Alex Hartley, one of my oldest and longest friends, the heartbeat of many teams and one of the reasons that I fell back in love with the game.
I was pulling my hair out, my eyelashes out. I had a breakdown on my mum. Couldn't remember the last time I laughed. Couldn't remember the last time I smiled. And I was coming back from cricket training. I was miserable. I cried every single day. And had to start therapy because I didn't know what else to do. And I really had hit rock bottom of just going back to that dark place that I was in 2019. Therapy for me got me through the summer of my last summer of playing cricket, and I'm really glad I did that, really glad that I got through that, because if I'd have retired at the lowest of lows that I was at and in a really dark place, I think I would have hated cricket forever. But through therapy, I got to play another season with the Thunder girls, I got to play in the 100, and I retired quite proud of what I've achieved in my life.
Beautiful day here at Emirates Old Trafford, and we are starting, of course, with the Thunder against the Sunrisers. Delighted to say that I'm joined by Lancashire's Sophie Eccleston. Great to have you with us. As you say, it's not quite gone according to plan so far. Have you been able to really sort of put your finger on where things are going wrong for you?
I think we just need to be a bit clear on bowling plans, man. I think we should bowl a bit straighter. I think we've been a bit wayward with our lines recently. Get a few, have someone like Lammy to go big today and get some runs on the board.
Ellie, thanks very much for speaking to us. You've just had the toss. What's the verdict?
We're going to have a bowl today. Yeah, lost the toss, so we're in the field.
Right, girls, all I ask is we sit here after this innings, we've given everything, okay? Energy for 20 overs, do the basics really well, all straight. Come on.
After the tough start, I had concern, definitely. You know, I've kind of staked my team's name on really supporting and getting behind this group.
The consequence of people not performing is, you know, those opportunities aren't there anymore.
I think there was pressure, maybe that played a part.
Kate Cross to bowl the first. Cross strikes, wicket with the second ball of the match.
But I know we are good enough, but we're just not showing it on the pitch.
Here's Cross bowls. As she cleared extra cover, Lamb running backwards. Norris coming into the attack.
Villiers sliced away and caught. Second wicket to fall, 28 for 2.
That's gone high, more height than distance, I reckon. Should be gone. Is gone. Straight to Deandra Dottin. Gardner, the new batter. There's Lamb in and balls. That's driven for 4. 2 balls left. Oh, and bowls. This is excellent by Ditani. Really good couple of overs at the death here for Thunder. That will be, I think, a really, really happy Thunder dressing room. It's all about the batters now. Job done.
That game really felt like it was the first time that everything was coming together. We'd bowled really well, and you could see the confidence of the girls was through the roof as well. And it felt like if we could nail the second innings, then we were really onto something.
There's pressure there, but the team went in believing. You really backed us. You know, the team walked out and you thought, yeah, we can do this.
So here we go. Liberty Heap and Emma Lamb heading out to bat. A lot of pressure on Emma Lamb if she can get off to a good start.
Kopak to open up the bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end. It's flashed away to mid-wicket. Nicely played by Emma Lamb. Well, it's a ferocious looking shot. Appears to me to be a marked improvement in running between the wickets. Oh, that's a skyer. Could be caught. Probably should be caught. Oh no, put down. 49 without loss. A run away from a 50 partnership for the first wicket between Emma Lamb and Liberty Heap.
And drives down the ground, and that's going to bring up a half-century partnership.
Kelly Castle coming into the attack.
Lamb looks to sweep, and she's gone. LBW, big blow. First wicket to fall. That's the first breakthrough for the Sunrisers. Emma Lamb out.
Side in the air, caught, out, and that is the end of Morris. She's gone for 7.
Oh, she's been bowled, out for 46. Frustration for Liberty Heap. Fine effort with the bat. Dottin comes down the pitch. It's another monster hit for 6 for Deandra Dottin. Just need 2 more to win. Yeah, here she comes down the pitch, heaved away into the onside. They're up and running, their first victory of the season. They've beaten the Sunrisers here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Happy captain.
Happy captain. Girls, I just want to say I'm really proud of us. I think we talked about creating our own energy, and I thought that's the best I've seen us out there. Thought the bowlers were outstanding, and I think to turn around what we've done to that today is a great effort. And sitting in now, it feels good, doesn't it? So I think hang on to that, and we go again for the next one.
The defeat the other day, that we've got to stick together, and that's what you did. It was absolutely brilliant. I would have thought you'd won every game you played so far. So, fucking well done. You deserve this. You deserve it.
It means so much. It means so much. It means so much to me, the staff, and everyone in here. So, cheers to you all. Thanks. Let's have many, many more beers that taste like this. Well done.
I think still when people think of cricket in this country, they think of the men's game. We're still working to get the women's game up to that level in the public consciousness.
The men's game has too much cricket at the moment. We all know the schedule is congested and it impacts performance. The women's game is entirely different. The women's game is in a different phase and it's hungry. It needs as much cricket as possible.
Women have been put on small club grounds with not great facilities. We're obviously a long way off gender pay parity, and that has to be the ambition, that women's cricket can bring in enough revenue and stand on its own 2 feet that women can get paid what they're worth.
And I will always fight for the cricket girls. You know, I want them to be paid more. I think they should be paid more. You shouldn't have people having to live with friends just so they can try and save money for a house. I think they should be paid enough to be able to save money.
In terms of equal pay, the ambition is obvious. We want to end up there. Things like the 100 and domestic cricket, 100 is, both teams are doing exactly the same thing. They're playing a 100-ball match. The sponsors are massively interested in the women's game. We've got to close that gap.
We absolutely want to get to a position where salaries for male and female cricketers are equal. You know, we could put all of that investment in salaries. That might give you equal pay. But what that wouldn't make is equal pay a sustainable outcome from a system that you've built. It would just be something that you've chosen to prioritise at that moment in time.
Funding is always going to talk, money always talks, but if you have these investments from organisations, you know, such as Hilton, such as Sports Breaks, then it does mean that you can just do that bit more, and every 1%, 2%, 3% is going to help develop a side and give them that sort of confidence and the ability to go forth and be the best team they can be. We are in catch-up mode, so I think it's unrealistic to say, right, we're going to equalise everything tomorrow just like that. There are things that need to be built in, and there's changes both in terms of, there are procedural things that we need to change as well around that. So it's investment, it's mindset, it's culture. But look, I think fundamentally the biggest thing within all of this is leadership. We need strong leaders in the game at every level, both at ECB and within our regions, within our first-class counties, within our national counties, that believe in presenting men and women, boys and girls, and with equal opportunities moving forwards.
We're possibly getting closer to it than we would have been a couple of years ago. I think it's a conversation that is in the public domain, certainly more than it ever was. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
When I wasn't at school or playing netball or doing any other activity, I was always down here playing. I'm Kate Cross and I'm a Thunder bowler.
Do you see yourself as a trailblazer?
No, yes, but no, it's not. You know, you don't sign up to... I wasn't playing cricket down here to be a trailblazer. I think naturally, just the way that my journey has been, it's had to be that way.
Kate Cross, England bowler, really smart and engaging and a great follow on social media. And she has a podcast with Alex Hartley, which is essential listening for a cricket fan, I'd say.
Kate, opening bowler, definitely getting up there in the batting stakes. Real leader on the field and off the field, and has broken down a lot of boundaries.
She's got a very good impact on the players. They can see her professionalism, and that's probably the word I'd use a lot, is the professionalism.
She definitely has been a role model, I think, and future players have followed, and in the main, the vast majority have gone on to be international players.
Kate, it's Lancashire Thunder's first training session today. How excited are you to get started?
Oh, massively excited. I always get a real buzz when I come through the gates at Old Trafford, and I think it's making it very real now. It's really nice to be here, and I'm looking forward to get going now.
Kate and the whole Cross family are fundamental to Heywood Cricket Club. I'd actually finished playing for the first team when Kate made her debut, but was at the ground when she did it. And you know, I think the whole club is just proud of what Kate's done. She's a great role model for the club. You know, there's a lot more females and girls wanting to play cricket at Heywood and the surrounding clubs just because of Kate and what she's achieved.
I think Kate paints or embodies that vision of women's cricket, how it's moved on from those real amateur days of how you have to fight and earn your place in an academy and then in England. Her journey now would be easier, and that's the brilliant thing. And I think the legacy of someone like a Kate is that these changes come in. So nowadays they'd be coming into a county age group set up at Lancashire, set up into one of our emerging player programmes, and then into the academy, and then into the Thunder setup.
Kate was a 15-year-old girl bowling in the nets, and this coach said, Stanley, just come and have a look at this girl. And I went there without any sort of preconceived ideas, went and looked at a ball over the balcony, and straight away I could tell that there was a player there of some real quality. She had this just late swing and delivered the ball in such a way that was really quite a powerful indication of her future potential. So I made up my mind there and then that she would be part of the academy, and I've had no regrets. My only regret is that I was just so blinkered.
Yeah, I mean, there was always comments. It was just such an easy thing for people to talk about. I wasn't put off by it, and I know that some girls could be and have been. And I think that's what is so brilliant about the stage that we're in at the minute with the women's game. I think the fact that there's now a real pathway for girls, a lot more women's cricket clubs as well, or cricket clubs that have women's teams as part of it.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford, and it is the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy between Lancashire Thunder and Sunrisers. Thunder finished their innings on 292 for 5. Emma Lamb scoring 5, Seren Smale with 21, Katie Mack, the talk of the day, with a century, her first major milestone in a Thunder shirt in only her second game. Fee Morris with 89 runs, Ellie Threlkeld 26 not out, Sophie Eccleston had a cameo of 24 from 16 and Naomi Datani 3 not out. Sunrisers will require 193 runs from their 50 overs. I'm Polly Starkey, alongside me, Alex Hartley, for this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game.
Hello, hello. That was a nice little break. Had some lovely lasagna.
Had a lovely lemon cake. That lemon cake might be the best bit of lemon cake I've ever,
It's good, wasn't it?
ever had. As Kate Cross opens the bowling here, and that's defended to start the innings for the Sunrisers. Grace Scrivens and Ariana Douse at the other end. Captain Grace Scrivens in her 50th appearance in a Sunrisers shirt, leading the side for only the 6th time. Cross runs in again past the umpire. And that's defended. There's a slight shout, but the umpire's not interested. Kate Cross and Sophie Eccleston, the only 2 changes for Thunder here today, coming back from international duty.
I love that they're playing as well. So they're on time off for another week or so, and they've decided, no, fancy a game for Thunder.
Kate Cross, number 16 on her shirt. And again, Scrivens has to defend. Kate Cross has got a good line and length. Yeah, it's fantastic to see them back in. It obviously really strengthens Thunder, but then I guess from a spectator's point of view, it's great to see the England players down, and it boosts the quality of the game.
Yeah, I did notice Thunder put Crossy straight on the team sheet. Get all those fans involved. She's got a stupid amount of followers now.
Cross continues. Scrivens yet to get off the mark. Sunrisers 0 from 0. Yeah, it is fantastic to see actually the profile, particularly of the England players, being boosted. I know with the 100 as well, even the domestic players, they've become a lot more recognisable, which I think is brilliant, because that's how you get fans into the ground really. Cross once again to Scrivens. That goes straight through to Ellie Threlkeld, a wicket keeper and the captain of Lancashire Thunder, and has been for the last couple of years.
Yeah, Scrivens there just fishing outside the off stump. Bit of a nothing shot there for Scrivens, as she now replays the shot and shakes herself down, tells herself to concentrate.
Final ball of the first over. Cross charging in. Scrivens once again doesn't quite know how to play Cross there, and the first over, Sunrisers are 0 from 0. Thunder at this point, of course, had only got the 1 run, so it's relatively even at the moment between the 2 sides. The Sunrisers do have a big job to do though. Think about Katie Mack getting that century. Who in that Sunrisers squad is going to step up and do that for the side?
Yeah, you look down their side and a lot of pressure on Grace Scrivens, Cordelia Griffith, and then Maddie Villiers as well. So for me, Thunder have probably got an above par score, but you can't just presume that they're going to win. They're going to have to bowl well, obviously, but there's a lot of pressure on just 3 players here for the Sunrisers.
Tara Norris is going to open from the James Anderson end. Some left arm seam.
She's a resilient player, Tara Norris. Had a brilliant WPL in the first year, then didn't get picked up, got dropped. And didn't have the best of times throughout the year, but has come back really nicely.
Norris comes in to Douse to face her first ball. Goes through to Ellie Threlkeld behind the stumps. Yeah, she was the only associate player in the WPL in 2023 in the inaugural edition, and did really well. She took that 5 for 29 against RCB, and it was a fantastic performance, and I guess showed what associate players could do. She represents the USA, but I mean she's also played for England A, so potentially one who could move her allegiance to England. As she continues here, Douse gets hold of that and plays it down to a deep backward square leg.
And with the franchises coming in, it's tough for players because, you know, you're going to someone like Tara Norris gets picked up and you sign a 3-year deal, but the team can also release you as well within that 3 years, which is what happened with Tara. And so you think, you know, oh, I'm in here. I'm playing in the Women's Premier League, which she has done, and she did fantastic. Someone like Sophie Eccleston signed for a certain amount of money, but actually on reflection, could she go for more? But she's stuck on that for 3 years.
Yeah, I guess particularly with Tara Norris, she did play so well, so it does feel harsh when they get released. But of course, with franchise tournaments, it is slightly more brutal in terms of turnover of players. As Norris once again to Scrivens, who defends that. She looks slightly awkward as she was defending it, and there'll be no run.
Sophie Eccleston's managed to find a shirt with her name and number on for the second innings of this match, which is peculiar.
Oh, did she not have the right shirt on before?
She didn't. She had a blank one on.
Oh, it's good. She went to the club shop, got it printed in the innings break. Norris once again into the attack. To Scrivens. He just gently taps that. Won't manage to get through for a run. Yeah, Sophie Eccleston, of course, doesn't actually represent Thunder that often because of England duties. But when she is there, very handy with a little bit of left arm spin.
I reckon she might be more than handy.
You know, just the best bowler in the world. Norris, once again, to Scrivens, the left-hander. Fielded well by Katie Mack. Sunrisers 1 without loss as we head into the final ball of the second over. It's an absolutely beautiful day for cricket. It does look quite chilly, but there are blue skies, a couple of clouds looking over Emirates Old Trafford. You can see the Manchester skyline in the distance. Norris once again has stopped beautifully by Seren Smail. Prevents the run. At the end of the second over, it is 1 without loss for the Sunrisers. Feels like they need to get off the mark if they're going to chase down this target. Yes, they've got time, but a lot happened in Thunder's innings, which Sunrisers will have to replicate.
Yeah, but I also think you look at how Thunder went about setting their total. You know that if you have set batters, it's easier to score. So you can almost take your time in the first few overs, make sure that you get used to the wicket, how it's playing, and get yourself in before you start playing shots. You know, Scrivens now, nearly called her Scrivs then, that's so unprofessional. Scrivens now faced 10 balls, so you'd expect her to then start to rotate the strike. But for me, I think just build those partnerships, build that platform.
Cross continuing to Douse, who defends that without a run.
I like that Thunder are being aggressive with the field here. Cross with 2 slips, Tara Norris with a slip and a gully from the other end.
Cross charging to Douse, who started her career with the Vipers, and that's fielded quite easily. And yeah, Ariana Douse, she's quite interesting because she grew up in kind of like down south in that system with the Southern Vipers, and then made that switch to Sunrisers because she just wasn't getting a place in the Vipers side, and has come in and has done really well for the Sunrisers and kind of solidified her place in that lineup. And I guess we've seen a couple of players do that. I know another Sunrisers player, Eva Gray, did that. She was at the South East Stars previously. And it does feel that, and I know potentially next year with the restructure back to county system, that there will be a lot of player movement. Cross once again to Douse, who just nudges that into the offside.
Yeah, you think there is opportunity for a little bit of player movement, don't you? But you would think the majority would basically stay where they are.
Yeah, I think particularly with Lancashire Thunder, for example, it's very set up in a way that I don't think a lot will change. No. They already train at Emirates Old Trafford all the time. Everything's based here. It's other counties where I think it will slightly differ. Cross continues, and that's just chipped by Ariana Douse down to deep point. They'll run through for a single. Score taking over for 2 without loss.
I texted Crossy this morning and said, "Are you looking forward to the game today?" She was like, yeah, but it's meant to be freezing.
Cross opting for short sleeves as a seamer. She will probably be quite chilly out there. There is quite a bit of wind. You can see the flags in the distance.
Well, you can't wear long sleeves as a seamer.
Well, no, you definitely can't.
Everyone will
That's
just think you throw it.
Yeah, that's true.
Hides a chuck does wearing a long sleeve. Why do you think I wore one for my whole ground truck? I don't think I'd be able to throw it. I'm done now, it's fine.
Cross once again into the attack. Scrivens has nicely chipped that. There's a slight miss in the field. Doesn't manage to get the run. I guess Scrivens she's a very interesting player because she's come through the system quite young, but hasn't had the same rise as someone, for example, like Alice Capsey. But actually, in terms of taking that captaincy and going to the Under-19 World Cup and leading the England side there, it feels like she's kind of destined for potential England captaincy in the future. Or I guess just she's been put in a very different role to someone like Capsey. Obviously, I know they're very different players, but it's quite interesting to see how the trajectory of two players can end up being quite different.
Yes, totally different. There's a lot of pressure on Scrivens now.
Norris from the James Anderson end to Dowse, who gets past the fielder, heads towards the boundary at deep backward point. It goes for the first boundary of the game for the Sunrisers. Takes their total for 6 without loss within the third over. 4th over even.
Yeah, lovely late cut. They're just playing the ball past backward point, just letting the ball do the work. It was wide outside the off stump from Tara Norris and the first boundary of the innings.
Norris to Dowse once again. It goes through to Ellie Threlkeld. She slightly fumbles it, so run through for the single. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but
well, Ellie Threlkeld has picked the ball up and thrown it at the non-striker's end, but thrown it at Fee Morris instead.
She seems to be alright. She's on her feet, so it's not too much of a disaster.
10 out of 10. I love it when stuff like that happens.
Norris charging in. Left arm to Scrivens. There won't be a run on offer as the score remains 7 without loss. Reminded there are 3 other games happening across the country at the moment. We've got Western Storm 6 without loss against the Northern Diamonds. The Vipers are 48 without loss against the Vipers. The South East Stars 72 without loss against the Blaze. Norris to Scrivens. She plays that tentatively. Saren Smale does the fielding.
I don't reckon anyone had on their bingo card that Tash Farrant would be opening the batting for South East Stars this year or any year, but she's doing a fantastic job. 90 in the first game. She's currently 36 not out today.
Norris from the James Anderson end. Scrivens plays that really nicely. Hoiks it into all the way to the boundary for 4. Score moving to 11 without loss.
Yeah, lovely timing from Scrivens. Just the perfect cover drive. There is no cover for Tara Norris. Scrivens just leans on the ball. Pure timing through the covers.
It's an interesting point you made about Tash Farrant, because I kind of see a mirror with Freya Kemp in terms of getting a back injury and then ending up batting really well instead of bowling, as Scrivens plays that within the ring to Katie Mack fielding. Yeah, they've both had lower back stress fractures, I think, and yeah, I guess it gives them a bit of time to work on their batting whilst they're they're having to slowly come back to bowling to try and avoid injury, because I know Freya Kemp is a reoccurrence. But yeah, Tash Farron opening the batting, would not have expected it, but seems to be working.
She is one of the most resilient players that I've ever come across. You know, she's been so up and down in her career, had an England contract, then didn't, then had one again, back stressy, now had back surgery. So the fact that she's been able to go away, work on her batting, and actually go from number 11 to number 1 is a proper effort.
Cross into Douse. He plays that down the ground. Amy Tatani fielding that. Yeah, to go from number 11 to number 1, not many people do that in their career, so it's extremely impressive.
I know Tammy Beaumont did.
Yes.
She's batted in almost every position possible, for England probably as well.
Why did we never see you opening the batting?
Well, I ask that question all the time.
Cross once again to Douse, who defends, just protecting her wicket.
I often thought it would be, well, as a number 11, you actually face the best bowlers because you face the opening bowlers. But how good would it be just to send your number 11 in, take the shine off the ball, get out, and then it's easier for the actual batters? I'd have been doing the team a favour.
Cross comes in and it's played back to her. Naomi Tatani clears up, but
I'm also pretty sure that in my overall Lancashire career, I took more wickets than I scored runs.
I mean, that could say something about your bowling, but it's,
yeah, well,
you know.
I'd like to think it did, but I didn't bat very well either.
Kate Cross charging in to Ariana Douse, who plays it towards V Morris, throws it back. Sunrisers 11 without loss, with 2 balls left of the over.
Cross has gone for 1 run here in 2.4 overs. It's easy, this regional cricket.
Cross back into Douse. He plays that with a straight bat.
There's also the element of not wanting to lose early wickets as well, so they are just defending Cross here. Wait for their first change bowler, wait for Phoebe Graham to come on. Maybe a little bit of spin, but then you've got Sophie Eccleston and Fee Morris. You know, got a great bowling attack, and missing Mahika Gore today as well.
Cross once again into Douse, who just clips that into the offside. And at the end of the over, Sunrisers are 11 without loss, and I'll be departing and handing back over to Mike Perkins.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Thunder do on Saturday when Mahika Gore's not at school and she's back in. I'm presuming she'll be back for selection. But if you've got Sophie Eccleston and Fee Morris, you're probably doing a straight swap for Hannah Jones, the left arm spinner. You're bringing in another seamer, and you've still got 2 spinners there. So it's good that you know, Thunder have got questions already.
It's always been Thunder's strength, hasn't it? There's been depth in bowling, and with the runs on the board today, they're in a very fine position here, Alex.
They are indeed. I always like doing the half-time wager of what's the opposition going to get. Are they going to be bowled out? Are they not?
I guess a lot depends on this opening pair of Scrivens and Douse, who both have hundreds against their names. Magnificent partnership that was between them, as that first ball is driven back at Norris at Loughborough in the penultimate game of last year. The first 2 Centurions for Sunrisers, and
both in one game.
Both in the same game, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it was that one that the Blaze sort of, they were right on the, you know, that if they got one more win, they were going to finish top of the table, and they couldn't get it against the Sunrisers or against Vipers in the end, as that one is cracked away into the offside. Good bit of fielding there by Katie Mack, who still looking sprightly even after 100 there at backward point, preventing the run. But yeah, Dowse in particular that day. I mean, it's always good to bat at Loughborough. It's a good surface there. Boundaries give you value for your shots, but she batted really, really well that day.
Yeah, it's not a great place to be a bowler, Loughborough. Tiny ground. Always used to think, don't be at Loughborough, don't be at Loughborough.
I think it's the location of the highest score in this competition as well that Catherine Bryce got back end of the second season. Tempted to work that to leg, did Scrivens, but just got a bit of pad presumably in the end because there was no signal of a wide ball as it crept past her pads. A few just in the kind of picnic area at the bottom of the hotel at the moment on the park benches looking on, but it does look chilly out there still, Al. We've definitely not shed any of the jumpers just yet as Tara Norris is bowling down the leg side. It goes. Threlkelder's across. That time it is a wide. Doesn't take any of the batter on the way. 11 without loss.
Yeah, I went outside to celebrate Fee Morris's 100, so I'll take the blame of why she got out. So I went outside to give her a clap and go on housemate Fee. I was out there 10 minutes and I'm sort of glad she got out in the end because it was so cold.
And you could come back in.
Come back inside.
Highest score though for Fee Morris today. She'll be happy with that 89. Good day's work, but as you say, she did like the other 11 having gone that far. Here's Norris again, bowling from the James Anderson end. It's a full of length delivery, driven up to Ditani at mid-off and returned without a run being scored. Which was rather the theme of the first 10 overs in the Thunder innings. It's been the same for the Sunrisers here.
Yeah. The only difference is the scoreboard pressure now builds for the Sunrisers, so that run rate now is 6 and over, and it's just going to build up and up and up.
Yeah, it can very quickly get away from you, that run rate, as Scrivens drives hard, and that's a really good bit of fielding in at short cover there to prevent a run being scored. It's Fee Morris who's there to do the stopping. Thunder very, very happy with their position in the game. You're listening on Lancs TV with Mike Perkins and World Cup winner Alex Hartley, as well as Scott Reed and Polly Starkey. And this is also available thanks to BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire on the BBC Sport website and app. As Norris bowls, back into the stumps goes Scrivens, who's blocking out into the offside. A windy Emirates Old Trafford here at the moment. Kind of got half the picture in front of us is cloudy and half of it's blue and sunny away to our left-hand side.
It'll be snowing soon, it'll rain, then the sun will be out, then there'll be some sort of horrible wind. It's just Manchester.
It feels like it didn't stop raining all last summer and it hasn't stopped in the intervening period.
I live, you can basically see where I live from here. I'm right the opposite end of where we are. I've got a little balcony, and you get up in the morning, the sun's shining, you can sit on the balcony this time of year and have a coffee out there, and you think, oh, it's quite warm. I'm in my pyjamas, so you get ready for the day and you put your shorts and your t-shirt on, you go downstairs, you have to go back up and get changed. It's a different climate up there.
In comes Kate Cross, bowling from the Brian Statham end and delivers in towards the stumps there, but it was just driven away into the onside in the nick of time. Doesn't produce a run for Dowse. Sussex cricketer bounces on her toes down there. So she might be a bit disappointed that it's gone to Hampshire, the South Coast franchise, although
she should have put in a better tender then.
If she stays with the Sunrisers, she'll be becoming an Essex cricketer. So that one's forced away into the offside and no run on offer.
I love this, right? This is my favourite thing. So, County's complaining that they haven't got a team, or disappointed, rightly so, right? But if Lancashire had lost their county status to Cheshire, it would have been because Cheshire put in a better tender process and a better bid for a team. So therefore, Lancs have to look at where they would have gone wrong to not get a team, rather than going, can't believe we didn't get one. Look at where you went wrong.
Yeah, and it seemed to be, I mean, Durham seemed to suggest it was because they were going to let the team that they got play on their main ground, as that one's pushed away into the offside. Mack there with the fielding, no run on offer again, 12 without loss. They seem to suggest that was very much the thing in their bid that caught the eye. Essex, it seemed to be about the the training facilities they were going to offer there. So it seems as if all the bids that have been chosen, we obviously don't know exactly what was said in front of the panel, but there was a real distinct reason for why they went for them. And I guess it would be support of women's cricket that Lancashire have shown over the past 5 years with the Thunder franchise. As this one's clapped away on the pull stroke, it sort of doesn't quite kick on the way you were maybe expecting the ball to, but still reaches the boundary for 4, and that's a much needed 4 runs that Dowse has managed to hit away into the leg side there, well in front of square. 16 without loss. She got onto that early, Alex Hartley.
Yeah, she did indeed. Crossy trying the short ball. Dowse straight onto it. It's a good shot. Nobody out there. Mid-wicket. Catching mid-wicket, Emma Lamb straight over her head for 4.
We've also got this kind of very straight catching mid-on in the form of Seren Smale, who's cross bowls, and that's going straight to Sophie Eccleston at short mid-wicket, and she takes the catch there on the onside. In fact, it's Emma Lamb who's taken the catch in that sort of short mid-wicket position away to her right-hand side, and she's taken a really, really good catch off the inside half of the bat there, Alex Hartley. The score is 16 for 1. The boundary comes, but so does the breakthrough.
Yeah, great catch from Emma Lamb, having just fetched the ball from the boundary straight back into position, almost taking the ball to her right, but almost behind her a little bit as well, because Dowse got hold of it. She hit it quite nicely, but good hands from Emma Lamb. And Cross gets the breakthrough. She takes her first wicket, and she's only gone for 5 runs in her 3.5 overs, and the Sunrisers, they could have done with a decent opening partnership today.
Well, she'll very much be thinking that serves you right for spoiling those figures with a boundary, because Cross has come straight back next ball and got the catch in the mid-wicket region, and she clearly feels there was something there to Dowse that she could get at with uppish shots into the leg side, and so it's proved.
Yeah, it has indeed. I've just had a message from Mitch the scorer saying, has it been filtered to you that today is Cross's 50th competitive game for Thunder, including the KSL, Rachael Heyhoe Flint and Charlotte Edwards Cup. She's now 4th one after Ellie has played 82 games, Emma Lamb 66 and me 53.
There you go. Well, 50th game, and it's now a game with a wicket in it for Kate Cross, which is exactly what she feeds on. 119 of those across all formats at international level, and still counting on that front. And from a Thunder perspective, it's a wicket that puts them in a very, very good position in this game, because another 200 and what's that over there? I can't see. We're looking at a target today of 293, so it's very, very much a in-charge position now for Thunder against Sunrisers. Cross bowls, and the first ball is blocked out into the offside by Griffith, who's come to the wicket and, as we say, is happy with her surroundings here at Old Trafford. And I suppose she would be the batter who, in that Sunrisers lineup, who could probably take the game away from Thunder at some rapid speed.
Yeah, she could indeed. She's a good player, is Cordelia, and good player of spin as well. So Fee Morris is going to come into the attack early here for the Thunder, but Cordelia, as I say, a very good player against spin. Likes to go down the ground, but you know, as a spinner, you're always in the game with a player like that, because it just takes one to be mistimed or miscued, and you're in the game for a caught and bowled, or even if you do get hold of it, you're long on and you're long off in the game.
And I suppose with those runs on the board, with that big target of 293, you can sort of almost take your you can take your chances in that sense as a spin bowler, I guess.
Yeah, you can. 277. Is that what you were trying to...
That's what I was trying to... Yeah, I was trying to work out where it was on the board, and then I realised I was reading the balls rather than the actual total.
It's underneath the 16, if that makes sense.
Yes, yeah. No, I've got it now. I was just like, it's definitely not 258.
It's on there somewhere.
It's definitely not 258. As Morris comes into the attack and is just moving that gully fielder ever so slightly finer, almost to a third slip. As Scrivens defends the ball into the leg side. Back to the bowler, really, in the end. As the sunlight bathes Emirates Old Trafford here. And on away comes Fee Morris. Delivers a ball that's blocked into the onside. And brings the hands to the head of Ellie Threlkeld, who was quite excited about that one.
I love that there's a spinner bowling in the power play. A bit of a challenge for Morris as well. I know Thunder are on top here.
Mainly thanks to the 89 that Morris got and the 100 that Katie Mack got. This one's prodded offside, and there is no run on offer.
In a way, it also challenges you for later on in the season when you're under pressure, and you almost get that confidence for already bowling in the power play when it comes to T20 cricket.
Eccleston on that occasion with the fielding close in on the offside, as that one's driven away off the back foot. Again, no run on offer. Very, very tight first over. And the pressure just continuing to build. Morris contemplates an extra move at the back of her run. Delivers now and pushed leg side by Scrivens. Threlkeld goes herself to do the fielding. 16 for 1 it remains. 2 back on the leg side, just for protection, but other than that, Morris has got everyone up and looking for the wicket here. Down the track goes Scrivens. Doesn't get much of it. Just the bottom of the bat, and there's, again, no run. So a good start from Fee Morris. Maiden over. Exactly what you want from your off spinner there, to just come in and keep the control at 16 for 1.
Yeah, the pressure's building here for the Sunrisers. Just going at 2 runs and over. The target now, or required rate, sorry, over 6.5 and over. So they are going to have to try and find singles here and there. And I know Thunder, they accelerated quite nicely. They built a platform in the first 10 overs and then they accelerated, and it helps when 2 batters get 90. Katie Mack obviously getting 100, and then Eccleston coming in and, you know, striking the ball as well as she did. But somebody's going to have to start scoring runs here for the Sunrisers.
Yeah, it was strange because it didn't feel like they were motoring at any point, really, Thunder, until the very, very end, as that one's blocked up to Seren Smale at this very short mid-on position.
And I think it just shows that when you have one player to go on and get 100, but you also have somebody else supporting them, that your score does get up and around 300 without you thinking about it. When you look at T20 cricket, if 2 players can go on and get 50, 60, you're already at 180. When, you know, little contributions elsewhere.
Yeah, no, that's very much the way Thunder built it today. But at the moment, it feels like you almost need somebody like Griffith to come in and just take a chunk out of this total and to make it a little bit easier for the rest to come in. Blocks into the offside on this occasion. Morris there with the fielding. At the moment, we've got a gully field, a backward point, extra cover mid-off, and a third out on the boundary, as well as this short mid-on, a more conventional mid-on on the back of the ring, a short mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. Here comes Cross again, heel to toe as she runs in and bowls a ball on a 50th appearance for Thunder. It's prodded into the offside. There's a quick scampered single, 17 for 1, but Sunrisers needed that. There was a big spell of dots building up there.
Yeah, pressure was building. It was one of those where you could just tell that Griffith was looking for that single. Katie Mack would have picked that ball up cleanly. The run out would have been on.
So the trap set on the other side now. Slightly different approach. We've got Smale remaining almost stood still, but she becomes an offside fielder now for the left-handed Scrivens. In comes Cross. Bowls right arm over the wicket. It slides off the face of the bat and out towards the rope on the offside. Quickly slid, pick up and throw from Katie Mack. May well see a little bit of her with the ball potentially later on, but
what does she bowl?
Little spinners, I think.
Does she?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think little leggies.
Oh.
From memory, but I'm not certain.
I'm going to say they'll be dirty leggies.
They could be, yeah. I think she sort of occasionally gets a little WBBL bowl. But who knows? After 100, she might be going. You know what? The rest of you can. The rest of you can chip in today. third moved a little wider by Cross. She's also got a gully, a backward point and a cover point, as well as mid-off, and that one very, very close to Scrivens' sumps as she went back. Sort of motions with her left glove the direction of the movement.
Yeah, it was well bowled that from Cross, just nips back towards Scrivens. And she'll bowl that wobble ball a lot, Will Cross.
Is that one she's sort of learnt as the career's gone on?
Yeah, I think it's had to be a point of difference, because how else was she going to get in the England team with Anya Shrubsole and...
Delivers another, which is chopped back into the feet, really, of Scriven. She kicks it away in frustration at not being able to find a run. End of the over, 19 for 1.
Catherine Sivert-Brunt, sorry. So she's almost had to adapt her game to become that first change bowler, and now she's opening the bowling for England, but she's now got these other little skills as well. She's got the away swinger and tries to nip the ball back towards the batters, bowls the wobble ball so it nips away, and I guess that's become her super strength, just hammering the top of off stump.
Yeah, and so it's almost something she developed in that kind of second phase of her career after she had that bit of time out of the England side. She sort of came back in and found that way of, as you say, being almost a different bowler.
I think so. I don't know when she'll have first bowled it. I mean, she had to teach me how it's bowled with a mayonnaise pot when we lived together, because I was asking how it's done. I was like, I don't know how to pick it on the telly when I'm commentating. So you're gonna have to teach me. So we had a mayonnaise pot, and she was flicking it up in the air and teaching me. So
I mean, it's a white ball, so it's kind of mayonnaisey colour,
yeah,
I suppose,
exactly.
isn't it? As in comes Fee Morris, who flicks out an off spinner, and it's defended by Griffith into the offside. And Smale comes in from cover to do the fielding. Elsewhere, we've got Northern Diamonds have set 276 for Western Storm to win. They're 37 without loss. As Morris prepares to deliver from the James Anderson end once more. Throws it up, Griffith off the outside half of the bat, just to Emma Lamb. And there is no run on offer once again. Vipers 59 for 1 in pursuit of 173 for victory, so they need another 114. And we've got the Blaze needing 22 ahead still from their modest first innings total, as that one's chopped away down towards the third boundary. Will it go all the way? It does. Emma Lamb just realised she was running out of ground there and threw herself at it, but couldn't prevent the 4 being scored. 23 for 1. The Blaze set a target of 127. The South East Stars 105 for 2, so they need another 22 more there and on course for another victory, having beaten the Vipers in the first round. That presumably the surprise for you from those first round results, Alex. We'll get your thoughts after this ball from Morris, which is pushed into the offside. Datani there and returns it to Threlkeld, another dot ball.
Yeah, I think the Vipers are a strong. Well, they are the strongest team in the comp. You know, they've won the most trophies. They've been dominant, but the South East Stars are also a really good side. They look really well balanced.
Here's Morris, bowls a full toss, it hit into the offside, and this could be out. The umpires will confer. Free hit, though, as that one is played away and ends up just being the single in the end to Griffith. The no ball signalled in the end, in fact, 25 for 1. So we're going to have the free hit coming up now. Yeah, early ice cream symbol goes. Yeah, it was just above waist high in the end.
Filthy ball from Fee Morris, that.
So out of keeping with everything else she's sent down as well.
It's probably a little bit jaded.
Just came from nowhere, that one. But fortunately for her, it picked the fielder straight out on the onside. Morris bowls again. Scrivens looks for the reverse sweep, which is an interesting option.
Why would you do that on a free hit? Just wallop it down the ground.
Yeah, it seemed to go for the short side, not the long side with a reverse sweep, but she got taken on the pad anyway and didn't produce a run. Just assesses her options once again. You imagine she'll go back to a more orthodox approach here as across comes the fielder Jones, goes over the top and just over the top in the end. Running back there to try and affect that there was Phoebe Graham, who's a tall figure, and it only just cleared her in the end.
Yeah, she didn't quite pick it, Phoebe Graham, or read it
as well as she would have liked, just tracking over her shoulder. But that's what you want as a spinner. You want the batters to make those mistakes, go down the ground and chip one straight to your mid-on and your mid-off.
26 for 1 with the single that's been added from the 10th over. We'll bring Polly Starkey back into the position next to me. And we'll have Scott Reed along shortly as well from BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire. But 26 for 1 after 10 overs of this innings so far, under cloudy but unthreatening skies, and with a target on the board of 293 set by the Thunder. It is very much Thunder in pole position, and they're going to look to turn the screw here by bringing Hannah Jones on, who bowls very straight, accurate left arm spin. Starts a spell for the season, ever so back of a length, and nearly allowed Scrivens the opportunity to score there. Polly Starkey, what are you making of this? It seems as if it's going one way.
To help if my microphone is on. Yeah, it does feel like Thunder are in control here.
Jones bowls a second ball of the spell, and it's edged between the legs of Threlkeld right along the floor and rolls out towards the boundary rope. 2 added to the total as it's held in just inside 28 for 1.
Yeah, Grace Scrivens, who usually kind of knows what she's doing and looks quite comfortable, she looks a bit stuck. She's 7 from 35 balls, and you know she can rectify that, but it will take some time.
Flicks into the leg side this time. Scrivens again doesn't find a run. I think that's what that shot down the ground was. It was maybe sort of more in desperation rather than judgment that she went over the head of Phoebe Graham. Jones again. Ball short of length. It's pushed out into the offside, and Thunder just look as if they've got every base covered. It's almost like a chessboard where they've got all the pieces, and Sunrisers are struggling to go anywhere at the moment. 11th over of the game. Jones bowls, cut away into the offside. Lamb there with the fielding.
Yeah, Hannah Jones is a fantastic bowler. I've watched her a number of times, and she tends to be very economical. She, you know, keeps it consistent, and she's always a good person to turn to when you just want to keep that run rate down and put the pressure on.
Had her best year in 2021 when she took 14 wickets. There's another swing outside the off stump. Threlkeld, I'd be interested to see the replay on this one. Threlkeld looked quite disappointed. I don't know. I think presumably just that she conceded the bye, but Scrivens just doesn't look like Grace Scrivens here. There definitely wasn't anything on it, was there? And it was just the sort of the bounce and the turn that Jones was able to exact there.
Yeah, it's a difficult one today for the Sunrisers. Scrivens 7 from 39 and Cordelia Griffith 6 from 9. They look like such a strong team against the Western Storm, who, you know, they are a weaker side in the competition, but they did play really, really well against them at the weekend. So you'd have expected some of that momentum to come here today.
Morris bowls and Scrivens drives back up to mid-off, but doesn't find a run. Look over towards the high rises away in the city centre of Manchester to our right-hand side. A few clouds behind those, the wind blowing towards us, the flagpole's very much heading in our direction, or the flags on the flagpole's heading in our direction, and it's been hit into that wind and should have been taken by Phoebe Graham going away to her right-hand side, but just couldn't cling on. It was perhaps swirling a little in that wind, but Scrivens opting for the shot that nearly was her undoing in the previous over, and she ends up being dropped here. A false stroke induced by Fee Morris. It's a strange approach to take going against that wind, and really Graham should have clung on to that.
Yeah, she's got no excuse.
Scrivens again uppishly towards mid-off. This time it bounces once into the hands of Phoebe Graham. 31 for 1. How big could that moment prove?
Oh, I mean, Scrivens at the moment, as we've said, is going quite slowly, but it was a really silly shot for her to play, and she should have been out. Phoebe Graham should have taken that catch. So she's lucky that she's been given another life there.
Again, Scrivens down the track. Again, can't get the ball away. Again, looks frustrated. It was almost when she was tapping her bat at the crease there, as if she was admonishing herself for those strokes. But she's got to do something here. She's got to just find a way. And Sunrisers almost look, with the bat at the moment, back to the side that lost so many games in this competition before that run of 5 wins in a row. This one inside edged onto the pad. Again, no run.
I think the only thing I would say about Grace Scrivens, and the only positive you can kind of take from that drop catch, is the fact that Scrivens is really struggling, and keeping her in means that the Sunrisers are just eating up deliveries, that they're not adding runs to the total. Whereas if she got out and you know, another player down the order came in, perhaps the run rate would increase.
Looks to chop away into the offside here. Not really forward or back. If she did so, the ball was almost pitched crease length. 31 for 1. Again, Morris just in charge here. 12 overs gone. But yeah, I mean, Sunrisers lost so many games before getting that first win. They've lost 41 in total as I consult the souvenir album produced by Polly and Richard Starkey. And just the 7 wins, and when you bear in mind 5 of those have come in their previous 5 appearances in the competition, it shows just kind of how far they'd come in those games. But I don't know, with the bat here, with a big total on the board, they just look almost back to where they were a little bit.
Yeah, at this point in the game, Thunder were 47 for 2. So of course, 1 more wicket down, but you know, significantly ahead among the runs.
Here comes Hannah Jones. Left arm around now to the right-handed Griffith, who's forward defending. But no great urgency here from the Sunrisers. So they were on the wrong end of that Emma Lamb 111 as well at this ground. And it looks as if they're going to be on the wrong end of the result today as things stand. Here's Jones again, bowls a ball that's prodded back down the pitch.
I imagine Jones is quite a frustrating bowler to bat against when she's bowling like this so consistently.
And certainly the balls could well tick away, but that's a better shot. Cut away, and this is going to be 4 runs for Griffith, just manoeuvring back into a crease and finding the gap square of the wicket and adding 4 more to the total. 35 for 1, just nicely played by Cordelia Griffith. Elsewhere we see Stars closing in on victory, 5 runs needed to beat the Blaze today. Jones again back on her length, and this one's defensively played back to the bowler, no run. Southern Vipers need 98 more to beat the Sparks. They're chasing 173 at Wormsley, and 276 is the score that Western Storm have to chase. Their 56 without loss. Griffith going through the offside again, this time as she advances down the pitch. A good palm from Kate Cross prevents the ball going to the boundary, but another run to the total, 36 for 1.
Yeah, it looked like it bounced quite awkwardly in front of Cross, but she managed to make contact with it to prevent it racing away.
Scrivens waits, and Jones will induce a poor shot again, and Jones herself goes and takes the catch this time. Hannah Jones getting out a torturous innings for Grace Scrivens. Caught and bowled in the end, but on a couple of occasions trying to go down the ground, getting nowhere with it. She's out for 9, and it's rather summed up the Sunrisers' reply so far. 36 for 2, chasing 293. It seems a very long way off at this stage, Polly Starkey.
Yeah, Sunrisers have a big task on their hands, and without Grace Scrivens, their captain, there's a lot of work to do. At this stage, Thunder were 54 for 2. The 50 mark had come up. But at the moment, Sunrisers 36 for 2. And they're going to need a couple of players actually to step up and have a big innings. Jodie Grewcock coming to the crease at the moment. She'll need to step up and.
I mean, you could look at it as, okay, they're only 4 or 5 hits behind at this stage, but the fact was it was from this stage that the Thunder innings got better and better and better, and they're going to need something like that. I mean, 46 ball innings there for Grace Scrivens, only 9 runs. It was torturous for such a talented player as well, a player who's gone past 1,000 runs in her first innings of this competition, has got 63 not out in that first innings, admittedly chasing a low total against Western Storm. It's not that she's out of form, she just couldn't get going on this surface today.
No, it was strange. I haven't seen Scrivens play like that before, particularly in the 50 over format. It tends to be her strength, but she looked just quite off today. But
yeah, she's usually such a dominant player at the crease, isn't she? And it's going to get more difficult now for Sunrisers, because Sophie Eccleston, with 240 international wickets across all formats, is coming into the attack.
Yeah, their job just got a little bit more difficult with the best bowler in the world turning up to play for Thunder, which you can imagine must be quite frustrating when these England players aren't going to be available for all of the games. So when your team has to face them, you've got 2 really strong internationals. It's a bit of each team it's potluck. So yeah, the Sunrisers will have to rise up to the challenge of facing Sophie Eccleston.
Griffith's approach to begin with is a forward defensive into the offside. No run as a result of it. Thunder up and about here. They know they're on top. I know there's another 257 required for their opponents to win this game. Griffith drives into the offside once more, and there is no run on offer from this first Sophie Eccleston over. 2 more taps of the bat from Griffith. Waits and again defends back to the bowler, but it's going to be caught. It was in the air. And 2 caught and bowled in 2 overs, and Thunder are well on top, 36 for 3, and it just popped up off the bat of Griffith, and Eccleston was able to throw herself underneath it full length. She used every inch of her frame to get there, and the fingertips underneath the ball, and it just popped up really to Sophie Eccleston, who caught it offside of straight. 2 caught and bowled in 2 overs, and all of a sudden there is big trouble here for the Sunrisers, chasing 293 for victory. They don't look like getting anywhere near it at the moment.
Yeah, it was a great reaction by Sophie Eccleston, just diving to take that catch. And yeah, not looking great for the Sunrisers. I don't quite see where they can recover this. They've got 2 batters on naught who haven't faced a ball at the crease. That's never a good sign. Yes, Jodie Grewcock, she can bat. She got 3 half centuries last season. Maddie Villiers is a handy batter too, but as I mentioned before, Katie Mack got a century. You need players to be able to do that. The partnership that Fee Morris and Katie Mack had over 191 runs. Sunrisers have to replicate that if they want to come anywhere near winning this game.
Well, it looks like that could at least be the margin between the 2 sides when we get to the end, as that one's pushed out to Lamb, who's gone in on the offside. Close in at cover is Emma Lamb. We've also got a slip in place as Villiers advances in a threatening sense, but doesn't produce a run, just hits mid-off. And Sunrisers just stuck. Their captain was stuck when she was there, and nobody seems to be able to find the fluidity that Thunder did during their innings. Villiers over the top. Does find a bit of fluidity there, with a strong swing of the bat into the offside and out towards extra cover. And 40 for 3. And if those last 2 shots are anything to go by, Villiers has decided she's going to try and take the attack to Sophie Eccleston. Eccleston hit her for 6, of course, in the first innings of this game.
Yeah, it's a brave shot, I guess. her options at the moment are either play safe and kind of continue how the Sunrisers have been doing, or take a risk. And I think she's gone with the better option of taking that risk. Of course, yes, you know, she could end up getting herself in a difficult position and getting out, but the Sunrisers have nothing to lose at this point, really, because if they continue like this, they're going to lose the game either way.
And what we'll do is we'll bring Scott Reed into the commentary position, and and Polly Starkey can continue to take this over, and I'll make way for Scott to come into the commentary box.
Hannah Jones is set to continue. And she's in to Grucock, who plays that gently to mid-wicket. 40 for 3 is the score. Grucock yet to get off the mark. Maddie Villiers on 4. As Jones continues, plays it back behind the bowler. Phoebe Graham does the fielding. Once again a dot ball for Hannah Jones. The Sunrisers chasing a target of 253. Jones once again left arm spin. Defended. Cheers from her teammates as once again it goes down as a dot ball on the scorecard. Jones to Grucock. There'll be no run on offer as she just glides the ball to Sophie Eccleston. Sunrisers are stuck in a bit of a rut, really, and if they want any chance of winning this game, they'll need to get out of it very quickly. But it's difficult when you've got Hannah Jones bowling at one end and Sophie Eccleston at the other. Jones in, and Ellie Falkeld gathers the ball behind the stumps.
Yeah, this kind of works perfectly into Thunder's hands, doesn't it? You start with a bit of pace with Cross and Norris. Get off to a really tight start with the two opening seam bowlers.
Jones once again has played behind the bowler. Phoebe Graham to do the fielding, and at the end of 15 overs it's 40 for 3, 35 overs left, and Sunrisers, reminder, they're chasing a target of 253 set by Thunder in the first innings.
And then you get your spinners into the game, and you kind of get tangled up, don't you, a little bit, really, in these potentially in this little period where you're having to go at over 7 and over just to keep up with the run rate, and you're way below that mark. So you're then trying to force the issue when you've got Eccleston, you've got Jones, you've got Morris, all just twirling away with pace off the ball on a use pitch that's offering something for them. It's a really difficult position, this, for the Sunrisers to try and get any kind of momentum into their innings.
Sophie Eccleston continuing from the James Anderson end. She's into Grucock, and that's fielded really well. It's a really good stop by Fee Morris. She prevents any run on offer. And I guess for the Thunder, I think they've done really well is they've set a big total, and they're backing it up with performance in the field, and that's just chipped away to down all the way to deep third man. It heads towards the boundary. I think Hannah Jones may have just stopped that.
I think she did, yeah.
Again, a great piece of fielding.
Didn't have much room to work with. We're talking like maybe an inch or two from the rope, but it's a great effort that, just to get the fingertips behind it and flip the ball back.
Yeah, and of course in a much closer game that would make the difference. I suspect this game is going in Thunder's direction, but every run counts.
Well, and it's not. I think that, as well as wanting to do the right things, isn't it? I mean, it looks like Thunder are going to win the game. It's a lot of runs to get with balls running by and wickets falling. So it's a tough order from Sunrisers. They might well take it close, and we could be in for a really good finish. But even if that's not the case, from a Thunder point of view, you want to see kind of good habits, don't you, early on in the season, and that was good to see.
Sophie Eccleston once again to Grucock, who just plays that back to the bowler. Yeah, and I guess it also sets a precedent if the opposition see you fielding really well, see you sharp in the field, they're going to take fewer risks, and I guess it's a sign of a strong side if your field's good. Again, identical shot play back to Eccleston, the bowler. Her figure's 1 for 7 so far in her second over. Grewcock struggling to find a shot other than a forward defensive. The Sunrisers 43 for 3 as we approach the final ball of the over. Eccleston, Grewcock just defending it once again to finish the over. 43 for 3 after 16 overs. At this point in the game, the Thunder were 62 for 2.
Yeah, we can see there, can't we, on the graph as to where Sunrisers are, the below the line where Thunder were at this stage. I suppose if they're going to try and catch this up, you need to have kind of wickets in hand, try and go again a little bit later in the innings.
Hannah Jones once again, and Villiers managed to scoop it behind her. It's heading towards the boundary, 2 fielders in pursuit. It's potentially stopped, but it looks like it's that Tara Norris who was touching the boundary as she picked up the ball.
It's close, that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's a long way from
It's
where
a
we are.
tight one, but yeah, the umpires haven't signalled a boundary.
They've run 3 in the end.
Hannah Jones had a few steps into action. This goes over the head of the bowler, but falls very short. Phoebe Graham does the fielding, just take a single from it. The score taking over to 47 for 3 for the Sunrisers. Hannah Jones in again, left arm spin.
Sure.
And that's played really nicely by Maddie Villiers. It's going to head all the way to the boundary at deep point. They need boundaries at this stage. As much as they have been stuck and struggling to get runs, finding those gaps, they have been able to do a couple of times.
Just a little bit of width there to work with. Put it away beautifully. It's a lovely shot.
Jones into Villiers. Be no run, but the 50 is up for the Sunrisers. 51 for 3. It's taken them a little while to get there, but slowly chipping away, and that's hoiked by Maddie Villiers over. It drops just short of the boundary, but will tickle over as the fielders were in pursuit. It's another 4 for the total. Maddie Villiers seems to realise what she's got to do and is taking control of the game. We saw her early attacking at Sophie Eccleston, not being afraid of that left arm spin. She's doing the same for Hannah Jones. As Phoebe Graham just feels that one on the edge of the circle. 56 for 3. Score moves to for the Sunrisers.
It's good over that. It's best one for a while, isn't it?
Yeah, it was really strong. I think Maddie Villiers helped that a lot. She got the boundary. They were the first ball where it was heading towards the boundary. They were good with their running, getting those 3 runs in. And if they can continue at that pace, they'll be absolutely fine. But I sense that V Morris looks like she's going to come back into the attack, and I think they might struggle with the spin again. Thunder have a very, very comprehensive bowling lineup. They've got a lot of options.
Well, spin here works really well, doesn't it? Whether it's women's cricket or men's cricket being played here in the shorter format, spinners are key. The dimensions of the ground and the nature of the pitches, I think. So if you're batting second and you've got a decent total to chase, and you know you're up against some good spinners, you're going to have to bat well.
Morris into Villiers. He just chips that to cover. No run available. V. Morris, who has already registered a maiden today. And Maddie Villiers hits that over to mid-on. It's more of a deep mid-wicket. Apologies. You sense that Jodie Grewcock, she's 1 from 11. She needs to add a couple more runs. Yes, she could perhaps be second fiddle to Maddie Villiers, but the way that Katie Mack and Fee Morris rotated the strike in that first innings, that was the strength. That was one of the reasons it did so well, and you'd imagine Sunrisers would look to replicate that. Fee Morris in from the James Anderson end. And Grewcock just defends that to mid-wicket. Sophie Eccleston is standing. As we mentioned, Sophie Eccleston and Kate Cross, the 2 changes for the Thunder, coming back from international duty. Sure. Morris again beats slip and heads down to the boundary. Katie Mack does the fielding to prevent the 4, but they'll run through for 2. 59 for 3 is the score for the Sunrisers.
They're going to find a way, as you say, to keep rotating the strike if boundaries are hard to come by.
Morris to Grewcock and just plays that one into the ground.
But this is a good field, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's nobody on the boundary. Everyone's inside the circle. So you've got Fee Morris bowling nice and tight, really accurate stuff from that top end, and you've got fielders right on top of you as a batter. There's nowhere to go really with it.
Morris again plays that behind Threlkeld, running away towards the boundary. And manages just gets there, beats Seren Smell, who was in pursuit. Yeah, as you say, it's quite an intimidating field, so you've either got to play those shots over the fielders, which is risky if you don't get enough power on it, or you've got to really look for those gaps, which is it's much harder when you've got such a packed ring and you know there's not as much room to find those gaps.
Just got a little bit of a bonus there with that final delivery from Fee Morris, a little leg sidey, wasn't it, and able just to help it on its way. No, there's a start here, isn't there, for the Sunrisers? They've got themselves a little bit of a partnership together.
Yeah, 63 for 3 after 18 overs. So the Thunder at this point are 78 for 2, so not miles ahead. And the one thing they did have was that extra wicket, which partnership proved to be crucial. So perhaps Sunrisers can do it with 1 wicket less, as Sophie Eccleston is back into the attack. Herself and Katie Mack both don't have numbers on their shirts at the moment. I think it's layers.
Okay.
I think because at times they've had numbers on their shirts, so I think it's extra or fewer layers, depending on the weather. As Eccleston once again plays that to Villiers, who they scamper through for a single.
Yeah, because when
the board.
Katie Mack was batting, she had a number on them.
Yeah, because she wears the number 2. Sophie Eccleston 19, but neither of them at the moment. Luckily, one is bowling and the other is fielding, so they are distinctively different, so it's all right. Eccleston, left arm spin, just slightly strangling the Sunrisers batters, making them thirsty for runs, but he's preventing that at the moment. Eccleston in, and that's just nudged by Jodie Grewcock. Feels like after Thunder's innings where, you know, it felt like a lot more was going on. There was this big progression, I guess, crescendo of the game. Feels like there's a bit of a lull now with Sunrisers, and they had that brief moment a couple of overs ago where Villiers was kind of getting into the game, but it feels like they've gone a little bit quiet.
Yeah, I guess they've got to just try and take it as deep as they can. I mean, they've pushed the run rate up to just under 3.5. It was about 2.5 when I first joined you, Polly, so they've managed just to sneak it up a little bit, haven't they? 7 wickets in hand. I suppose you've got to try and take it as deep as they can. They've lost 3 wickets already. It's a big total to chase, and they are getting strangled a little bit by the Thunder spinners at the minute, and they're on the attack here, aren't they? They've got a short leg in place as well now.
Yeah, Seren Smell's come on and with a helmet. So it's so no, Seren Smell, usually a wicket keeper, is extremely chirpy, so I'd imagine she'll be giving the batters a lot of chat. She's in quite short proximity to them. That's defended from the bowling of Sophie Eccleston. Yeah, during the Under-19 World Cup back last January, Seren Smell was the main wicket keeper for England, and I know Amy Smith of Australia did not enjoy having Smell in her ear while she was batting. That's defended, particularly in that crucial semi-final where England saw victory and beat the Australians. And at the end of the 19th over, 64 for 3 for the Sunrisers. So 1 from that over. Sophie Eccleston keeping it very tidy as usual. I think this is the part where you notice the gap widening between the 2 innings. Thunder were 81 for 2 at this point. The Sunrisers 64 for 3. So Sunrisers will need to up that run rate slightly. Morris is back in from the James Anderson end, and Villiers just defends that into the leg side.
Again, just one fielder outside the circle, had a deep mid-wicket. Plenty of catches close in.
Morris once again over ahead, and that's been taken. The catch has been taken by Tara Norris. Not enough power on it, and Maddie Villiers, her innings comes to an end. She's played it up and over, but Tara Norris got herself in the right position. She didn't quite have to dive, she had to make quite a bit of movement though, and secured the catch. The 4th wicket falling for the Sunrisers. Villiers ending on 21 from 16 balls, which included 3 fours.
It's a good catch, wasn't it? The catch on the move. It's in the air. It's going at a decent pace. Having to shift quite a bit to a right-hand side and taking a good catch. Both hands in the air. Ball probably about shoulder height, maybe, something like that, by the time she got to it. No, it's a good catch. I think Maddie Villiers thought perhaps that's probably going to be 4. And if it gets past mid-off, it probably is 4. But no, it's a good catch. And it ends what was just a partnership that was just starting to develop. They put on 28 from 35, and maybe just starting to try and build a little bit of a platform for the Sunrisers. But it's just that sense of pressure being built up. We mentioned the spin that the Thunder have got from both ends here. Obviously, you got absolute world-class spinner in Sophie Eccleston from one end, and then Ellie Threlko can kind of rotate a little bit, and she's had a little bit of Hannah Jones, a little bit of Fee Morris. But when you get these spinners at both ends, you've got catches close in, you've got one fielder out on the deep, and the bowling is so accurate, and the sense of pressure building up, at some point you're probably going to have to play a risky shot. You have to play a shot that you don't really want to play because you're getting behind in the match, and it's a build-up of pressure, I think, from Thunder. It's worked beautifully for Thunder. It couldn't really have gone much better the way the match has gone so far.
Continuing to build that pressure, Fee Morris into Amara Carr has a slight appeal, but the umpire's not interested. Amara Carr, Sunrisers wicket keeper, has been at the side since 2020. Was one of the first 5 pros down at that region. Morris in again, and that's just flicked by Amara Carr into the leg side for no run. Interestingly, grew up in the Devon pathway, but has made that move to the other side of the country, to the Sunrisers. And once again, just flicked into the leg side. They'll run through for a single. It's also familiar with Emirates Old Trafford, as Carr was a part of the Manchester original squad here. She's another player earlier who's played for a number of 100 sides. I don't think she qualifies to be part of the 4 from 4 yet. There's no run on offer again at the end of the over. Is 65 for 4 after 20 overs. 30 overs remain, and the Sunrisers need 228 to win from 180 balls. That's a rate of 7.6 and over.
Yeah, it's quite a formidable task, isn't it? And you look at the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern score. I mean, it's not going to rain, but it gives you an idea as to where perhaps you should be as a batting side. And it's 146 at the end of the over, the DLS score. So way behind. But we see this, probably taking a break now. Alex Hartley's back alongside. But we see this so many times, don't we, in the shorter format here, especially in games here, where you get your spinners into the match at either end, and you got a team trying to force the issue and trying to keep up with a run rate. It's so difficult.
And also what happens is when you've got a spin at each end, you race through the overs. By the time you look up, 25 overs have gone.
Here's Eccleston from around the wicket. There's an appeal for an LBW here. Not too convincing in truth.
No, probably sliding down that one, if not slightly high as well. Amara Carr, only a tiny little figure.
65 for 4 in the 21st, the start of the 21st over. Carr on 1. It's off the back foot, just trying to find a gap through the offside, which he's done quite well, because there's not much room. There's a whole stack of fielders inside the circle, and he managed to weave it away through 3 of them. Scooped up eventually by Kate Cross and sent in, and they've come back for 2, 67 for 4.
I love Sophie Eccleston's competitiveness. She's got 1 for 10 from three overs. She bowls one that wasn't a bad ball, it just turned and bounced, and she's gone, come on, because it's been hit for 2.
In the balls on the sweep this time, out towards backward square leg and down towards the boundary. Might be 4, it is. There's a dive on the rope, and there's a glare from the bowler as it's gone for 4. It's now 71 for 4.
Well, it was a great shot from Amara Carr, playing the sweep shot, knowing that Eccleston's only got 1 fielder out, that fielder at deep mid-wicket. So you get the ball past square leg, it is going to go for 4. So it was a great shot from Amara.
Carr moves on to 7. 71 for 4. Required target of 293 to win the match. Sophie Eccleston's just tweaking a few things in the field. There's a silly point, there's a short extra cover, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg and a deep square leg off the front foot and defended this time into the offside, no run.
Sarah and Smale under the lid there, just sat on the floor.
He's effective.
Yeah, she's blocked him and sit down.
Yeah, sit down. Done me a bit. Under the helmet, right under the batter's eye line. Here's Eccleston, left arm around and bowls Carr. And has the final say as the Lancashire left-arm spinner, having been swept for 4 in the over, then sees one breaching Carr's defences. 71 for 5 now.
Yeah, slightly fuller from Eccleston, slightly quicker. Amara Carr, it's gone between bat and pad. It's not what you want as a batter. It's not. You've not been done by the spin. It's almost the angle of the delivery. Eccleston outsmarts Carr, as she does on the international stage and as she does time and time again with a Lancashire shirt on.
Do we know? I suppose we don't, do we? Maybe it's a question for the captain or the head coach. How as we see a replay of that dismissal there, how many games Sophie and Kate are going to play? Because when the first international women's match is a kind of early part of May, isn't it?
11th.
11th of May, right. It was 24. Oh, I don't going to see much of them, are we?
No, so I know that they're both available Saturday.
Okay, right.
And I'm not sure after that.
Right, okay.
But they play, the Thunder girls now play Wednesday, Saturday, so twice a week. So I would maybe suggest that they could play the Wednesday as well.
Right.
That's me guessing.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It is just a bit of guesswork.
Yeah.
But
I'll try to find out.
I was kind of hoping you would, since she's your best mate. But I mean, to state the obvious, obviously it's a massive boost to have them both back. But but broader than that, it's interesting as to how they feel as though they want to get themselves ready for the start of the English summer, because obviously they've had a busy winter. The tour of New Zealand only finished at the start of April, didn't it? So there's not a massive turnover from a tour of New Zealand finishing to the start of an international summer here, is there?
Yeah, and they're on time off now, and they've decided to come and play. So they obviously feel like they want to be playing cricket. They don't feel like they need a break. So I love that from them.
71 for 5. This is off the back foot by Miller. Played safely away into the offside. And there's no run. Well, that was a quirky over from Sophie Eccleston. I think she got a bit grumpy at one stage. But maybe a few smiles now. 71 for 5.
She definitely got grumpy. She stands there with her hands on her hips. And she's, how on earth have you just hit me for 4? It was a great shot. And then she gets a wicket the next ball. She's competitive, is Eccleston.
Do you know many professional cricketers that aren't?
I think you become less competitive when you're at the back end of your career and you know you're going to retire, so you don't really care.
You see, okay, 71 for 5.
Or is that an insight into my brain?
Fee Morris in and balls. It's a little bit short and pulled, but straight to back with square leg and there's no run. Is it that you don't care, or is it that you feel a bit more relaxed and carefree?
Yeah, it's
you
carefree.
Want to win,
it's not that you don't care. You always care. Otherwise, what is the point of playing? But you are more carefree and you realise it is just a game of cricket.
Morris in, swept again, and a very good stop again. Managed to sneak through for a quick single, but Hannah Jones doing really well at square leg inside the circle. Twice she stopped the ball. 72 for 5. Grewcock moves on to 8, brings Miller on strike. Which I suppose is quite a nice feeling to have, isn't it? If you get to that point in your career when you're a bit more relaxed and you...
It's a good place to be at if you can find it earlier in your career, where you've still got that fire in your belly.
Here's Morris bowling, and that's pulled out through the leg side by Miller towards deep mid-wicket for a single. Moves to 1, 73 for 5. I suppose it's difficult though, isn't it? You only get to that stage with
the experience. Yeah. I'd have loved to have had the same attitude, not last year that I had because I was in the bush, but the year before, of just...
Here's Morris to Grewcock off the front foot, no run.
Just wanting to be out there, wanting to play, but knowing that you can have a drink with your mates at the end of the day, and you play well, you take wickets, you relax, you enjoy life away from cricket as well as working hard. I'd have loved to be able to find that balance earlier in my career.
Morris in. Grewcock off the front foot, punching away through extra cover. Through for a quick single. And she moves on to 9, and the score now to 74 for 5, with 1 ball left of the 22nd over. Bringing Flo Miller back on strike for the Sunrisers. Still need a further 219 runs to win. That's one of them. Just turned away to mid-wicket for a single, and it completes over number 22 to 75 for 5 at the end of the 22nd over. 28 remain. That's 168 deliveries left to get 218 runs at the end of that over. Yeah, but I suppose it's quite nice, isn't it? And maybe that's where, as a whether you're a senior player or whether you're out of the game as you are now, obviously not playing, but part of it. Well, you can have those conversations with younger players, can't you? To try and be, if it's possible, to be a bit more relaxed.
Yeah, that's why I quite like the idea of sort of being a coach, mentor, and working with people, because, I was quite good in a dressing room with that sort of thing and passing on that experience.
Here's Eccleston to continue from around the wicket. Oh, that's a lovely delivery.
I don't know how that's missed.
No, I don't think Eccleston does neither.
She's so used to bowling deliveries like that. It's just, yeah, I've done another one. I'd be running around.
It's a beauty from Eccleston. In and bowls. An appeal for LBW. This big appeal. She's gone back here, which I think perhaps got Sophie Eccleston a little bit more interested. Umpire says not out.
Potentially going down. She's gone back deep in her crease. The angle of the delivery, not much turn on it. Hitting leg stump.
Umpire's call.
Umpire's call.
Eccleston into Miller. That's dragged away through mid-wicket for a single. I've not seen you since you did a bit of coaching, mentoring.
Yeah, I was spin bowling coach of the Multan Sultans.
How did it go?
Amazing, loved it. I was a bit intimidated at first, you know, going in and coaching men's cricketers, and every single one of our starting 11 had played international cricket, so it was a little bit intimidating.
Over the wicket, Eccleston this time to Krukak, who looks to sweep. Kind of hit short legs, shin guards.
But honestly, I was quiet for the first few days, sort of weighing everything up, and then realised where I can give my advice and my experience, and ended up just being more of a tactical bowling coach.
Eccleston bowls again. That's punched away. Oh, straight to extra cover. And hit firmly to short extra cover. The score remains on 76 for 5. One ball left. I'm going to come back to you on. Actually, Sophie's just going to go see if everything's all right because that was hit pretty firmly. But all is okay. Final ball of the 23rd over. Krukak on 9. Target of 293. Eccleston in, floats one up, scooped away towards the leg side. Now that's beaten short mid-wicket. And down towards the boundary comes a dive. It's a decent effort, but it's gone for 4 runs, and that completes the over. 80 for 5 after 23, a target of 293 for the Sunrisers. So did you seek any advice from coaches about?
Nope.
You just went in?
Just went in.
Just went in.
Just
okay.
went in with no expectations.
Right.
And was sort of, I know who I don't want to be and who I want to be because I've been coached by the coaches that I want to be and who I don't want to be. And there is nothing worse, or I know there's nothing worse than a coach coming in and trying to change things in a 4-week period when you're there for franchise cricket. Almost try to, I guess, prove why I was there. So if I went in and tried to change somebody's action, that's more for me, that's not for them. So I knew that.
Start up a fresh over. That's dragged away by Krukak through the onside for a single.
So I knew I almost wanted to be there more, and what could I give? And it was all tactical stuff. I've commentated on these players for the last 6 years, and I know how they play and their backlifts and strengths and weaknesses, so I almost gave my 20p in that way.
Okay. You quite enjoy that. Here's Morris in bowls. That's going to be 4. It's a good looking shot. It's gone right into the back foot, deep into the crease, and pulls it just in front of square for 4 runs in front of the new hotel. Score moves on to 85 for 5.
Yeah, loved it. Honestly, loved it. And it's almost thrown a spanner in the works because I'm like, oh, I did enjoy that. Oh, could I do a little bit more of that? But then someone asked me a question, would you go to Lancs for this much money and coach? And I just went, no.
So the consultancy, just having a little dabble here and there could be something that keep your eye on.
Don't mind a dabble.
Okay. That's off the back foot and lifted high towards the leg side this time. Won't reach the boundary rope, but Krukak will come back for 2. As Tatani catches it with the ball. Score moves on to 87 for 5.
Fee Morris has just been a little bit short in her lengths here in the last over or so. Just everything back of a length. She just needs to go 6 inches fuller. Get the players playing off the front foot.
87 for 5 as we get, well, we're halfway through the 24th over. And Jodie Krukak is 19 not out.
Ah, the umpire has told Sarah Smale she's so close at slip she's got to put a lid on.
Yes, there is this rule, isn't there, that if you're within a certain range, that you got to have the helmet on. There's Morris, who struggled a little bit in this over. Balls to Krukak. Looks to sweep. playing a miss, and well, Sophie Eccleston's claiming that maybe Grucott had just left her ground there. She takes the catch, and then in classic kind of Threlkeld form, she's flicked off the bails in the blink of an eye, hasn't she, really?
She does it before you even notice, doesn't she?
Yeah. There's Morris in again to Grucott down the pitch, hit up towards mid-off. Oh, he beats the diver mid-off. That'll be 4. It's Phoebe Graham with the dive away to her kind of right-hand side. She's tall as Phoebe Graham. She put the full stretch in there, but couldn't quite get fingertips to it. And this is turning into a very productive over.
Yeah, it's a good over this for the Sunrisers.
So the replay there of the stumping, Ellie Threlkeld taking it and flicking off the bails quickly, but square leg umpire was actually at point. He was pretty happy that the batter was grounded. Forward in defence to end the over. 91 for 5, that. And we've had 24 overs. Grucott on 23, Miller on 4. Target of 293 to win. So a tactical kind of coaching role. So what was it? Is that
I don't know. I'm happy to coach technically, but that period of time wasn't the right time for it, because if I'd have started tinkering with things, and there was a few bowlers, there's a left arm spinner whose action was all over the place, but there wasn't the time to change that. There was the time to make the best of what we've got. So it was almost finding ways of using the bowlers' actions to say, right, we've got you for the next 4 weeks. We can't change anything, but let's just make it better. So, yeah.
Start of a fresh over from Sophie Eccleston. Swept away for 4 by Miller. Another emphatic sweep shot, this time by Flo Miller to double her total. She moves on to 8.
Yeah, and it ended up being the coach that I guess the players would come to for tactical things, because I would, tell the bowlers where to bowl to certain batters, and run off the pitch and go, what's the plan?
So how much of that is your just your kind of naked eye, or is it that combined with kind of data and that type of stuff? Eccleston in, that's off the back foot by Miller into the offside, no run.
There was data. We had an analyst, so there was data if needed it, but most of it was just off previous notes that I've had commentating, and knowing that when Daniel Sams is in, you bowl fuller to him, and when someone else is in, you bowl back of a length and hit the splice of the bat. And I'm a proper cricket nuffy. I love it, so I remember all these things.
95 for 5. Here's Sophie Eccleston for Thunder, in and bowls, and defended by Miller. And there's no run.
Yeah, I went through all the teams on like day 2 and wrote down all the notes for all the teams that I had in the back of my mind, and then lost it.
Eccleston in, little flattering quicker, beats Miller. He's playing a miss in, taken again by Ellie Threlkeld, who flicks off the bails in the blink of an eye.
I left it in a team meeting room.
Excellent.
And one of the hotel staff's now got it.
Eccleston bowls, and well, there's another appeal for an LBW here. That felt like a little bit of a better appeal, but Miller again shaping to play it to the leg side. Give you an indication as to where the ball was heading.
Back pad, front pad? I thought that hit back pad.
Oh, well, if it's a good call, back pad, isn't it?
Could be wrong. My eyes are going in my old age.
Another feeling.
I've had them lasered as well.
Have you?
Yeah.
1 ball left of the over. 95 for 5. Eccleston in and bowls forward by Miller. Play back down the pitch. End of the over. Halfway point. 95 for 5. Run rate required, you can see it on the screen there, is just under 8 and over. Currently going at just over 3.5 and over. And as the old trajectory tells us, they kind of just briefly been up with what was needed early on in the reply here, the Sunrisers, but in truth that worm, that run rate has flattened a little bit, hasn't it? And they're struggling a little bit.
Yeah, and I think the Sunrisers have managed to get a few more runs on the board because Thunder have been so aggressive with their fields, so they've only had 1 fielder out since the power play. So there's a few more runs on offer, but I love that from Ellie Threlkeld, just saying, look, let's be aggressive, let's take wickets, let's put pressure on. You can give them 6 runs and over, they're still behind the rate. You can give them 7 runs and over, it's still behind the rate. So, yeah, I like the aggression from Threlkeld.
it's almost been like a team in a test match chasing a win with the short legging and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
I mean, they've
great.
really sort of, you know, put the squeeze on. And I suppose there's been so many times where Thunder have probably been either in competitive games or games where they've been chasing the game a bit. It must be nice, actually, to be out there and be on top and sort of be together as a team and kind of put that pressure on.
Yeah, and it's knowing that actually in this scenario, even though they've built a little partnership here, there is absolutely zero pressure on Thunder. They are totally in control of this game, and it's just a matter of, should be a matter of when they win it. Yeah,
and they, as I say, they won't have had many drinks like that where they sort of all sat round as a team and able to just kind of, I guess, buzz off what they've been doing here. They're in a very, very commanding position. Another 198 still required for victory by the Sunrisers. Miller and Grucock are the two who are going to attempt to try and at least chip away at that, but there's not too much left for them in this second half of this chase here, with such a formidable target on the board of 293. Reminder of scores elsewhere. We've already had a win in this competition for the South East Stars. They won by 8 wickets against the Blaze, only chasing 127 in that one. You've got the Southern Vipers closing in on victory. They need 39 more to beat the Central Sparks, chasing 173 at Wormsley. And then another 142 required by the Western Storm, who have 7 wickets remaining in which to get to their target of 276 against the Northern Diamonds at Headingley. So that one probably the most evenly paused. Here the Sunrisers about to resume on 95 for 5. And from the Sunrisers' point of view here, Alex, is that I guess you've just got to try and take something from the game at this point, don't you? You've just got to find an innings somewhere that allows you to take something from this.
Yeah, it's about building those partnerships. Can you be in the game for as long as possible? Yes, the run rate is just below 8 runs and over, but what can you do to win certain passages of play?
Hannah Jones, who was second in the wicket takers list back in 2021, coming on from the James Anderson end. A little bit back of a length first ball after drinks, but it's just hit to Emma Lamb, who's at backward point.
Hannah Jones is one of those bowlers that never misses. I mean, she'll just bowl line in length all day. Just hit the top off.
She seems, though, to be maybe bringing a little bit more flight into her game, as she actually overflights that one and is driven down the offside up to mid-off. There was, I think that's hurt Hannah Jones, actually. She's looked to take the ball on the return from Phoebe Graham up there and seems to have really hurt herself. She wants the ball back, though, which is an encouraging sign.
Always just stings when it cracks you on the end of the fingers or gets your thumb.
She's really felt that one, and I don't think the cold's going to be helping Hannah Jones, but she's a tough cricketer. But she seems as if she's started just to kind of almost add a little bit more flight into what she does to provide a bit of variation as she comes in and bowls that one very flat and barely bounces, and Flo Miller did well to get something on that. Is that sort of the next development in her game, that she kind of needs to sort of almost just bring in, even if it's just one delivery and over?
I think so, just variations and getting the ball to actually turn off the surface as well.
She throws this one up looking for a bit of turn, but it's swept and Emma Lamb can't hang on there, and it's gone away for 4 runs behind square on the leg side. The 100 up for the Sunrisers, 100 for 5. It's been tough going in this game. They're still a long, long way off their victory target of 293. But yeah, it's as I say, she's an interesting bowler to watch, and it's almost seemed in 2021 when she took all those wickets as if she kind of caught oppositions out, really, and they weren't quite expecting her to have what she did.
Yeah, it's just because she bowls quick and straight, targets the stumps.
Tries to do that again now and is spot on as she's driven up to mid-on for no run off the back foot.
And she just keeps things so simple. And we always talk about bowl straight, be great, because when you're hitting the stumps, it's so hard to score. You know, she's one of the bowlers that can consistently just hit the stumps.
Yeah, just keeps every dismissal in play, every single ball. As the umpire just wanting to clarify something here. Hannah Jones will be allowed to continue. The flag slightly less, or blown with slightly less gusto than they were last time I was with you, as this one's driven down the onside of straight for a single. Miller gratefully takes it, because runs have been hard to come by out there. 101 for 5 for the Sunrisers. We've had 26 overs. You with Mike Perkins and Alex Harley.
Yeah, it's good little passages of play in parts for the Sunrisers, this partnership in particular. I think Grucock has shown that you can go out there and be aggressive, as did Maddie Villiers. For me, it was the skipper, Grace Scrivens, just sitting in like she had 5 days to bat.
It was a strange innings, wasn't it? It was I mean, she was trying to get going, she just couldn't, you know. And for a player of that quality to struggle in that way is very, very odd. Sophie Eccleston then to continue. Always a joy to watch bowl. Funnily enough, the previous wicket, the Amara Carr one, I thought she'd beaten her on the outside edge, and then you saw the replay, and it had just gone straight on and through, as that latest one is just pushed into the offside of a good length.
I mean, that's what Sophie Eccleston does so well. She just mixes things up. You know, she can get the ball to bounce off the surface, turn sideways, and she also can, you know, bowl that one that slides on as well. She's such a skillful bowler.
Has another go here, swept and powerfully swept, and the Thunder fielding just getting a little bit ragged. They'll want to keep an eye on that, as the ball's returned well by Datani, who was anything but ragged across the ground out there. 102 for 5 the score. 103 for 5 rather.
A little bit sloppy there at square leg, but Naomi Datani, a great bit of fielding on the boundary to save the fort. And with that misfield, the square leg's going out. So Eccleston's going to bowl with 2 fielders out. Protect her figures a little bit now.
And it had been a strange game for Datani, because she usually gets to go with the bat. She didn't today, and then she usually gets to go with the ball. But it's been all about the spinners so far, as that one's nudged into the leg side. And another single to the total, 104 for 5. But shows what a good professional she is, that she still finds a way to contribute in the field.
Yeah, you've got to. Otherwise, what's the point being out there?
Well, that's true. That is true. It's just a cold afternoon then in Manchester.
And I think you've got to accept when your internationals come back, they're almost going to take over, because you know that's what they're the best players in the team. That's why they're playing for England or Australia or whoever they play for.
Yeah, I mean, when they saw that squad yesterday, Sunrisers must have thought, oh great, we've got Eccleston and Cross all of a sudden to deal with, as that one's swept away, and there'll be another single here behind square on the leg side. Grucock wanted 2, and it was a good job she was sent back there by Miller, because she wouldn't have got anywhere near.
No, there would have been a horrific run out if Miller had just turned and ran then.
I think by the fact she got a third of the pitch and turned round, just evidenced the fact that there was definitely not a single there. 105 for 5, Eccleston delivers. That's where the score will remain, as it beats the outside edge. Threlkeld quick with the gloves again. I mean, you look at Threlkeld's numbers, 794 runs in this competition now, 36 dismissals to add to that. She's made a 50 in every edition, as Eccleston comes and bowls, and this one's prodded into the leg side, and there's no run up to mid-on. That brings the over to an end. 105 for 5, 27 overs. I mean, surely, obviously we know how good Amy Jones is, but you would expect to see Threlkeld more around England's squads. I mean, is it just the fact we saw in the documentary she likes walking a dog on the beach and that kind of thing, and she likes captaining this team, and it's almost maybe not worth going on an England day just for the sake of being away? Or
no, she's just not getting picked, and I think it's because she's not scoring enough runs.
Yeah.
I think she's not scored consistently enough runs, and that's been one of her frustrations. Her keeping is, you know, the second best in the country by a country mile. You know, she's an unbelievable wicketkeeper. Just hasn't been able to convert those runs into big runs, and to knock somebody like Amy Jones off.
Here comes Hannah Jones, and this one's worked into the leg side. No run on offer.
You've got to really stand out, and you've got to, you know, be scoring 1,000 runs a year to knock her off. And yeah, she's just not done that.
Yeah. In comes Hannah Jones to bowl, and this one is down the ground and flicked over the top on the charge there from Jodie Grucock, and there's another couple of runs into the leg side. 107 for 5, and clearly England then see Bess Heath as the one who's got the potential to do that in the future, and obviously as maybe a slightly younger option as well to come through after Amy Jones.
Yeah, she's got that firepower in the middle as well. She can clear the boundary.
Here's Hannah Jones to bowl, and looks for the little late cut that time, but no run.
But yeah, it's, you know, Amy Jones is 30, early 30s now, so England will start to be looking elsewhere. Ellie Threlkeld's keeping it is better than Bess Heath's.
Here comes Jones, and down the track comes Grucock. This is going to be a tight single. Throw misses though, so they're through safely. 108 for 5.
But Bess's batting is probably better than Ellie's, so if you could mix the two together, you'd probably be playing all the time. But yeah, I think Ellie's definitely got the capability to be reselected for the England A and, you know, potentially playing England games, but it's just scoring those runs.
Here comes Jones. It's low and just dabbled away by Miller into the leg side. Another single on off, 109 for 5. I mean, this partnership now has got more of the feel of that one, the big one that we saw earlier on between Katie Mack and Fee Morris. They're sort of doing the same sort of things now, it seems, Sunrisers.
They are, but it's just too late.
Yes.
You know, their run rate's way over 8 and over.
In comes Jones. Swept by Grucock, finds the gap as well, and that's going to go for 4 behind square on the leg side. Beautiful shot, and away that rolls for 4 more. 113 for 5. Really classy stroke.
Yeah, great shot from Grucock. She's played the sweep well today, actually. It was a rank delivery from Hannah Jones and punish from Grucock, and even though that over went for 8, it's still not enough to be up with the rate for the Sunrisers, so it's a tough ask for them here.
But it's just almost as if they've decided here, right, just go back to basics, hit the bad balls, make sure we get the singles, and just get something out of it, really, and get a proper partnership on the board, because the innings has just struggled to get going. As Miller returns to her end to mark her guard. Road still busily zipping along in the distance. Trees in good form out towards the town hall there as well. And we're going to see Phoebe Graham come on and try her look from the Statham end.
Yeah, the first time we'll have seen Phoebe Graham today. She was on loan at Storm last year, back end of the year. She went down there to play some games, get some experience, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing her bowl.
Yeah, she's one who's represented numerous teams. Started off with the Diamonds and moved to Thunder, as you say, a little loan spell at Western Storm. What can she produce here back in the all red of Thunder? Right arm over the wicket, Statham end, and on the spot first ball. And pushed back up to mid-on, but no run on offer. Mind you, you're watching Lancs TV or listening via the BBC Sport website, thanks to BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire. Scott Reed, Polly Starkey, alongside myself, Mike Perkins, and World Cup winner Alex Hartley here at Emirates Old Trafford, as in comes Phoebe Graham. Flick down to long leg, although quite a late decision to flick that, I think. It looked as if it might sneak through.
Yeah, I thought that as well. Might have been a little inside edge down to fine leg, which is Hannah Jones down there.
Still another 179 required for Sunrisers. That's very unlikely, but 114 for 5. They'll just see how far they can progress that. And I suppose this is a crucial spell for Phoebe Graham. She knows Mahika Gore's out today, so she's got to put in a little spell and prove what she can do for the team. Threlkeld's up to the stumps. Graham bowls, back of a length. This one's pulled away. Straightish mid-wicket it ended up, over the top of the fielder in the ring, and there'll be a run taken out to Katie Mack.
What a bowling attack that would be. Kate Cross, Mahika Gore, Tara Norris, Sophie Eccleston.
Yeah.
There's 4 international bowlers.
It's pretty formidable, isn't it, for a regional side to have at their disposal. And that's what Phoebe Graham's trying to force her way into here, although obviously she won't have Cross to compete with for much of the summer, you would imagine, because she'll be going off to international duty, as that one is cut into the offside. No run on offer there. Remains 116 for 5.
Yeah, and I would imagine when Mahika comes back on Saturday, if she's available Saturday, that she would come in for Hannah Jones anyway. So Phoebe Graham for me keeps her spot, but obviously I'm so far removed from the team now. I'm just giving my opinion. I don't know what's actually going to happen.
In comes Graham again, striding towards that crease, delivers, cut away. That's a nice shot, but it's again going to slow up on its way across the grass, and that will allow Datani to pursue from cover, pick up and return. Another run. In fact, another 2 runs added to the total, 118 for 5. City of Manchester looking very sedate in the distance over there with the high-rise buildings, but Phoebe Graham will be hoping with the wind up her back she'll be able to make an inroad here. Beats the outside edge. That wind blowing towards her, so she's pushing into it at the moment. That one misses the outside edge, no run. 118 for 5 at the end of the 29th, Alex Hartley.
Yeah, good over there for Phoebe Graham. Got a little bit of extra pace about her, but what's impressed me the most is she's targeting the stumps.
Yeah.
And she, in the past, she's been a little bit wayward when she first comes on to bowl. So just every delivery there, hitting the top of off, and it's good to see. And also the hard work that she'll have put in throughout the winter. And you know, pre-seasons are tough when you're in the indoor centre from October. You do your fitness testing 1st of October or whatever it is.
I'm guessing that's the part of this winter that you've not missed from previous ones.
Missed it so much. I actually just bumped into the S&C.
Oh, really?
In the media centre downstairs, and he said, "I remember last year."
Here comes Hannah Jones to start a new over, and it's flicked by Miller, who's going to scamper through for 1 and does well, 119 for 5.
And he said, "And you came back from your commentating wherever you'd been, Australia, and then I was in Hong Kong, and I was turned up to fitness testing. I'm going to be honest, I've not done anything." Not worked hard, not been to the gym, I've not run. Apparently he was like, okay. It's no wonder I had a sore shoulder.
Whereas this year, it's you've been allowed to do that, which must be something of a relief, as this is hit well over the top of mid-on, and it's going to stop in the grass again, so there's another 2 on offer. Grucock just lifting that one nicely, 121 for 5.
Yeah, well, it's got to the stage now where I haven't really done anything for a while. That's the 50 partnership between these two. I'm ready to go to the gym again. I'm ready to do some exercise.
51 minutes and 32 balls for that 50 partnership, as Threlkeld there with the gloves, and the off stump was nearly rattled by that latest delivery.
Yeah, it's been a good partnership between these two. They've taken the attack on, and we're saying likes have been aggressive.
Here's Jones again, looks for the reverse sweep, and that's bowled. And it was the wrong option, really, there. It was speared in towards the stumps from Hannah Jones. As Alex Hartley says, she rarely misses, and she's bowled Jodie Grucock for 38. The 50 partnership comes up, but that's as many as it will add. It salvaged some pride with a score at 121 for 6 and an unlikely target of 293.
Yeah, great delivery from Hannah Jones. Just slightly fuller. Grucock looking to reverse sweep the ball. Completely misses it. Hannah Jones cannons the ball into middle stump, and it's the partnership breaker that the Thunder needed. Yes, they're on top of this game, but when you know you've just won a bowl a team out and get off the field, get out of the cold, those partnerships can be really frustrating.
That's the value, isn't it, of what you were saying before. Made sure she was hitting the stump, so she was in the game.
Yeah, make the batter make the mistake. It sounds so simple, but if you're keeping all dismissals in play, let them make the mistake. And there are times, of course, where you need to go to your wide Yorker plans, or you need to change things up a little bit, but for as long as you can, keep the stumps in play.
Yeah, and that's what Hannah Jones did there, and that's why she'll have a new batter to bowl at in the form of Jo Gardner. Umpire's got the gadget out again. Checked just about everyone today, I think, on the way to the crease. And Jo Gardner has passed the bat regulations test, and she's going to come and take her guard, but it's just salvaged some pride, that partnership, and it was in danger given they'd managed to put these 5 wins together back end of last season, start of this season, of kind of ending up with a real thrashing here, and it's sort of stalling their momentum. So a few partnerships here, it'll just keep them feeling good, I guess, the Sunrisers as a squad. As Jones bowls, that one kept low, just about flicked around the corner in the end by Gardner for 1, but you don't want that first delivery. It's a leg bye in the end, in fact.
Yeah, you don't want one to stay alone. You get trapped on the crease.
There's your afternoon. Thank you very much. On your way. But this will be such a big boost for Thunder. Didn't go well in their first game of the competition, but they've shown what they can do today. Built on the back of 100 from Katie Mack and 89 from Fee Morris. The bowlers have then come in and done their work, as Jones does there. Another dot ball. 2 in her wickets column already. Takes a cap. She'll be happy with that. Must be a satisfying feeling, that, knowing you're winning the game, you're bowling well, you've got a couple of wickets on the board.
It's quite frustrating though at times because you just want to get off. You know you've won.
Yes,
you're going,
that's
come
true.
on, can you all get out now? I remember playing the West Indies in the 2017 World Cup, and they were just blocking it and blocking it and blocking it, and we were getting stuck into them. And one of our players, I won't say who, was like, "You are ruining women's cricket here. You need to go. You need to play some shots and get on with it."
Dear me. So the message was very much, it's a long tournament and this game doesn't need to be.
Exactly, and you're wasting our time.
In comes Phoebe Graham with the shadow beginning to lengthen slightly as we move up past 10 past 4 in the afternoon. Delivers a ball that seems to take the batter on the pad. Gardner's going to have to scamper for a ground. Gets there. 122 for 6. And again, it's a leg by. Guessing then that didn't go down especially well with the West Indian batters at the
time. I don't think they cared.
No,
really,
just
I think they were like,
it.
nah, we're just staying here. We're gonna stay out here all day.
In comes Graham again. Right on over the wicket. Stay the mend. Looks for the pull shot, which is ambitious given the bounce we've seen in the last couple of overs. Hits more batter than bat. And away into the offside. Dot ball. Continues to just examine her options here, does Miller. 19 to her name from 28. What else can she get from this innings? Looks for a cut, and it's out. Caught behind. Just a thin little snick through to Ellie Threlkeld. Stood up to the stumps. They're never easy, but Threlkeld is always on hand with those gloves. And Flo Miller, for just the 19 runs, is out. Caught Threlkeld, bowled by Phoebe Graham. The score 123 for 7. The target 293.
We were just talking up Threlkeld's keeping. That was a great catch for Ellie Threlkeld. They are never easy. Stood up to the seamer. But just a little bit of extra bounce there for Miller. She's gone underneath the ball, taken a little outside edge. Great wicket for Phoebe Graham, who's had to wait a long time to come into the ball and attack, but when she has, she's made her impact.
Yeah, she's making every delivery count, and you just almost, when Threlkeld was appealing there, you just thought, that's what she lives for, isn't it? They're just those little takes up to the stumps that just look really flash, and yeah, it was a brilliant piece of keeping.
Yeah, you know when she thinks it's out or not, because she'll just celebrate. So yeah, bye, done. She sort of appeals more when she thinks it's not out.
Yeah.
She's
yeah.
just like begging for it.
Whereas that, she was convinced, wasn't she? From the moment it hit her glove, she just knew that little touch had happened in front of her, and it was all she needed. Hancock comes to the crease then. Chance for the Australian to get used to conditions here. Seems as if he's happy to have a little chat on her way to the crease. Marks the guard. What will she be able to produce in at number 9? In a game that's quickly disappearing from a Sunrisers perspective. In fact, it disappeared some time ago as she defends her first ball. Another 170 required. That's out of the question here. And I think even the bonus point target, which I will calculate now, but I think even that is way, way out of the question.
Oh, is it? I'm meant to be impartial. Oh, is it?
So 5.86 was the rate in the Thunder innings to get to the 293. As Graham comes in and bowls, and that one's defended, so that means they'd require a rate of 4.688. So that makes a target of 235 to get to the bonus point. So even that is another 100 plus runs away as Hancock defends her second delivery for no run.
I don't know how the bonus points work. I've played in this comp for how many years, and I've got no idea.
Well, weirdly, I worked out how to calculate in the second year, and I think forgot in the third and fourth, and just remembered the other day as it goes through from Phoebe Graham into the gloves of Ellie Threlkeld, and that is a dot ball to end the over. 123 for 7. It was a profitable one for Graham, getting Flo Miller out.
Yeah, wicket maiden for Phoebe Graham. There was a leg by, but they don't go against your figures, so perfect.
Don't mind those at all. Yeah, wicket maiden. Very happy with that indeed. And it's going to be Sophie Eccleston next. But yeah, it's No, the key I've found to it is you don't minus the run rate, you divide it. That's the bit I forgot, and I was coming out with all sorts of weird figures.
Oh, look, if I did a primary school maths exam, I'd fail. So it's way out, way over my pay grade. What's the right phrase? Not my pay grade. I don't know, I can't do maths.
Fair enough, fair enough. As Graham has just moved from 45 to short third by Sophie Eccleston. She's happy with where she's got her red-kitted fielders. And will approach left arm around from the James Anderson end. Turns through to the gloves of Threlkeld. No run there, 123 for 7. Eccleston again. Always in the hunt for wickets, you know, she'll want these last 3. And that one's prodded away off the back foot. And that's going to produce 1 for Gardner. Bullet arm back in from Ditani.
Yeah, you can just see the extra little bit of turn and bounce there from Eccleston. Almost a slower delivery that's sat up in the pitch.
Hancock faces up to Eccleston now. And that one turns quite considerably, I think, past the outside edge. I think Eccleston would quite like to get the overseas out here and just assert her authority a little bit. Starts off from in front of the umpire and then delivers now, right on the spot. Hancock hasn't looked much in the mood to do anything other than just prop forward so far.
Yeah, a bit boring. I'd like to see like a 13-ball 50 or a 30-ball 100.
Let's see if she'll expand things now. She's starting to get used to the pace and bounce of the wicket. No, forward again, defending into the offside. No run once more, 124 for 7. If you just join us, Thunder well in charge of this game. Eccleston again. Comes to tweak another one down towards Hancock, who drives up the onside of straight. There's a single on offer, and it's taken just about. And Hancock moves the board on to 125 for 7 at the end of the over. Very simple over for Sophie Eccleston there. A couple of singles in it, but no great alarm from her point of view. And it's just trickling away now, really, this game. They've sort of not been up with the worm, as you're seeing there, since around about the 5th over is when it's all started going wrong from the Sunrisers' point of view, this one.
Yeah, the rate got up to 6s pretty quickly.
Yeah. I mean, and I guess it's always going to, I mean, it was near enough at 1 a ball, wasn't it, the 293. There's Graham bowls, there's a bit of a snick into the pads. And plenty of oohs and ers from the Thunder fielders. As the game continues to drift, really, from the Sunrisers' perspective. But what can they produce from the last 3 wickets, and what can Phoebe Graham produce here with the ball? Delivers, and it's defended into the offside. There's no run on offer again. Picked up by Ditani, who sort of almost seems determined to use a bit of energy up here.
Yeah,
Ditani,
burn some calories.
She's running around all over the place, whipping the ball in at every opportunity. I think Morris and Mack at this stage are quite happy to just
chill. Yeah,
just know that their work's done for the day. As Graham bowls, and that one's just fiddled out into the offside. Mack is there quite quickly from point, but won't affect a run out. Single to the total, 1, 2, 6, 4, 7.
Well, this will be easy for Mac. You score 100 in Australia, sweating. Then you got to go out and field 50 overs, or vice versa. So this is like, oh, 100, didn't even break a sweat. I was actually shivering the whole time.
Yeah, it's certainly a different experience to Canberra, I think, this one. With Adelaide in the Women's Big Bash League, has had success in that competition. She'll be a very, very useful cricketer for Thunder to have. As there's an attempt to flick down the leg side. There's appeals everywhere from Threlkeld. Taken the bails and the ball off what we think was probably the pad as she went down the leg side there.
Such good keeping from Ellie Threlkeld to be able to take the ball down leg, take the bails off, and then appeal to both umpires to go.
That was almost the most impressive bit.
Yeah.
The appeal to both umpires. I think
You're not giving it out. What about you?
I think I've got a chance on both counts here. In comes Graham again. Pushed into the offside. No run available to Gardner. The score remains where it was, 126 for 7. As Graham continues to look for one of these last 3 wickets. Game just in Thunder's control here. And it's going to be a big win and a much needed win for Thunder. It'll give them confidence early season to build on. Graham bowls right onto the stumps and prodded back down the pitch. Imagine we're going to have another result when I take a look at these scores elsewhere in the competition, because earlier South East Stars beat the Blaze. 126 was the Blaze total, and the Stars winning by 8 wickets, chasing that one down. We also have the Southern Vipers chasing against the Central Sparks. They were well on course last time we looked, and they're still 13 away, but with 14 overs and 8 wickets remaining. So that one going in favour of the Southern Vipers, who lost their first game. So sending out a little bit of a message in that one. Northern Diamonds need have set 276. They have Western Storm 5 wickets down, needing another 109 in 19.1 overs. That game still looking a little bit in the balance, as this one is launched high into the onside by Hancock. It won't quite make it to the boundary, does it? In the end, yes, just rolls into it on the far side at deep mid-wicket, and Hancock has blocked absolutely everything. All of a sudden launches Sophie Eccleston for 4, Polly Starkey, 130 for 7.
Yeah, not many people managed to launch Sophie Eccleston for 4. It's a rare sight.
Another swish of the bat from Hancock, who has gone from defensive mode to ultra-aggressive mode here. Dot ball. Misses outside the off.
You can kind of see that Thunder are keen to get this wrapped up. The Sunrisers are being quite stubborn, and I think they'll just try and last those 50 overs out, whether they get near the total or not.
Yeah, they don't look getting near the total or even the bonus points at this stage, or denying Thunder the bonus points. So it's going to be a big 5-point win for Thunder as things stand. Just knocked into the offside, that one, behind square. Yeah, 2-3-5 for the is what Sunrisers need to stop Thunder getting the bonus point, as that late cut is skillfully played in the end by Hancock. She'll come back for 2. Graham has to chase down to the boundary, which is slightly frustrating when you're bowling at the other end. Gets a high 5 at least from Seren Smale. And the 2 make their way back to the ring. We've got short cover mid-off, a conventional cover, point and short third. That one's defended by Hancock, back to the fashion she was in earlier in the innings. 8 to her name from 15 balls, including that 4 earlier in the over. Long on's gone back now. We've got straight mid-wicket, a conventional mid-wicket but on the boundary, and a backward square leg for Sophie Eccleston to bowl a ball that's flicked into that leg side. 1 taken by Hancock on this occasion. She'll be happy with that over. 7 from it so far.
I guess it's a little bit frustrating for Lancashire Thunder, because they know ultimately they're probably going to win. It's just they're not able to take those final wickets. They're struggling a bit with that, and they are putting pressure on, and the Sunrisers are stuck, but the game's just not really moving anywhere. So I guess from both sides it is a little bit frustrating. But weirdly, it's one that neither side will want to do much about, in terms of, you know, Thunder aren't suddenly going to be sloppy and let Sunrisers get runs, but at the same time I can't see Sunrisers, you know, going crazy attacking, because I don't necessarily think that, yes, okay, they've got nothing to lose, but I don't know if lower down the order they have the capabilities to do that.
Yeah, they've decided to switch things up a little bit here from the Brian Statham end. It's Kate Cross who's going to come back into the attack, so maybe Kate Cross has decided she's had enough of this particular day out. We're getting up towards 4:30, let's get it done. She runs in and bowls right arm over the wicket, right on the stumps. Takes an inside chunk of the bat as it goes down to long leg for 1. Jones coming in to do the fielding, 134 for 7. But the side all in red in control of this one. The team all in back. They'll regroup, won't they, Sunrisers? They've had 5 wins on the bounce if you go back to last season, so they won't be too worried as Cross bowls, and that one's pushed into the offside from the crease. Natani there with the fielding, busy as ever. 134 for 7, it stays.
Yeah, I don't think it's too much of a concern for the Sunrise in the grand scheme of things, because it's quite clear where they went wrong, and they'll be aware of that. And so I think those things are slightly easier to fix in terms of, you know, attacking and preventing those runs being scored in the fielding in particular.
Cross bowls and is pushed back to it. No run on offer once again. Hancock and Gardner doing the batting at the moment for the Sunrisers. I guess they'll be thinking that it won't be one of those games today, but there's lots of games where you think, oh, if we'd only had 10 or 20 more. So they'll be thinking, well, if we can put a partnership on like that, it's useful for later in the season. This is a nice shot off the back foot, pushed away through the offside, through extra cover. Phoebe Graham has to go all the way after it and doesn't get that. And that's a very nice shot indeed. 138 for 7. 1 or 2 more out in the sunshine on the balconies, particularly in the second bit of hotel that's been built, the more grey one. People maybe just returning from a day out, and in comes Cross to deliver. Right arm over the wicket, flicked into the leg side, and that's another 1 to the total. 139 for 7. We'll bring Scott Reed back in at the end of the over. I imagine it might be Tarrar from me, unless the Sunrisers do bat out these overs as they seem intent to try and do. But it's certainly been good to see what looks for all the world now to be a Thunder win. It's been led by the international class of Cross and Eccleston coming back into the side, but it's been built on the partnership of Mack and Fee Morris, as Kate Cross just lets that one slip out the fingers a little bit and goes a little bit fuller than she would have liked. Only concedes a single as a result down the onside. 139 for 7. So let's get a thought from Polly Starkey, and then we'll bring back Scott Reed of BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester.
Thunder on course for victory. Many thanks to their first innings, where they piled on the runs. I don't quite think the Sunrisers were expecting Thunder to break their record for runs scored in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. They've been outstanding with the bat, as mentioned many a time. Fee Morris and Katie Mack outstanding with the bat, and they've backed up their performance with the ball.
Sounds like a pretty good all-round performance.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic.
It has, hasn't it? It's been absolutely on the money.
As Eccleston continues in, and it's defended with no run. Nick Hancock facing up. Hancock remains on strike. That's just tickled away down to third. It's heading towards the boundary, but is stopped by Phoebe Graham.
And they're back here again on Saturday against the Western Storm, then a couple of away games against the Southern Vipers and the Blaze.
Eccleston continues, and the same shot is played, trickling down to deep third. Phoebe Graham once again with the fielding. Just keeping an eye on scores elsewhere. Western Storm need 94 runs to win from 16 overs against the Northern Diamonds. The Vipers just need 3 runs to beat the Central Sparks. Eccleston, and again that's played back to her. It's gone behind, but the fielding is done neatly by Hannah Jones. And we mentioned the plays against the South East Stars Raptor earlier. The Stars winning by 8 wickets. So it looks like the Vipers are on course for their first victory. And that's defended by Hancock, but Threlkeld whips the bails off. Hancock safe. Western Storm potentially could win theirs, needing 93 runs, but they have 5 wickets remaining. Eccleston again, and that's chipped up in the air by Hancock, and it's taken. The catch has been taken by Tara Norris. Another wicket falls for the Sunrisers, 8 down. It was one of those shots where you think she's kind of thought in her head, go big or go home, and she's gone for it. It hasn't quite paid off. She didn't get enough on it, and went right down the throat of Tara Norris.
Yeah, it's a good catch, and maybe a couple of paces to walk away to a left-hand side, but pretty decent catch. Went high, as you say, just trying to hit out at the back end of the innings here. Do you try and just play through 50 overs, or do you go out kind of all guns blazing a little bit? Well, she went for a big shot, which is a risky thing to do against Sophie Eccleston, who's returned. First game back for Thunder with 3 for 40.
Nick Hancock scoring 15 from 24 balls, including 1 for in her first batting appearance for the Sunrisers. She's their overseas player for the start of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and brings Esme McGregor to the crease. Sunrisers requiring 149 runs, which you suspect they won't manage to do.
No, it's a tough day for the Sunrisers. I mean, they won the toss and wanted to have a feel first, maybe with an idea of what they could potentially chase. But I mean, you're batting last on the pitch that was used here for a championship match a couple of weeks ago.
Kate Cross plays into Gardner. There's not a run available.
You know what you're going to face, don't you? You're going to face a lot of
Precisely.
spin. You're going to face some good opening bowling from Cross, and then you've got Eccleston and the other spinners to all pitch in. A tricky run chase, especially when you're chasing so many.
Kate Cross, who has 1 wicket and 2 maidens so far this game, continues.
Catch.
And that's caught. Fee Morris takes the catch. As it's a brief appearance for Joe Gardner.
It's a good catch.
It's a very good catch. It's just quick thinking. It's fast off the bat. Gardner goes for 6 and faced 13 balls.
I mean, she absolutely hammered that. Went pretty low down to Fee Morris, who took a very sharp catch. The fielding's been really good.
Yeah.
Fielding's been excellent. We saw a couple of good catches when Thunder were batting, but I think the ground fielding, the intent, the manner in which they fielded, not just the catches they've taken, but the desire to try and run down to the boundaries, cut off 4s where they can, try and prevent ones becoming 2s. Just the general feeling, the intent, I think, has been really good by Thunder. It's obviously been a very fine performance with bat and with ball, and it's been backed up very nicely in the field, and that's a sharp catch.
Yeah, I think it's kind of completed their all-round performance, because at times they've had quite a closed-in field and it's quite intimidating. But when they've had sweepers, when they've had people on the boundary, they've gone for it. You know, they've given their all to it, and it's really positive to see that. You know, even though they're kind of guaranteed to win, they're still putting that effort in and making sure that they're clinical. As Cross continues, it's played back to the bowler.
Mentioned this, didn't we, when we started the game a few hours ago? What do you want to see as a new head coach? What would the captain want to see? First and foremost is a response from last weekend. Obviously, it was disappointing to lose as they did against the Northern Diamonds at Chestnut Street, but then you also want to see what potentially could happen through the course of the summer, and this is a really high standard to set.
As Kopak faces, she flicks it behind her. It's running away to the boundary. Fields in pursuit, but it gets there, and it'll be a boundary for the Sunrisers. It goes down as a wide as well. Buck, which isn't ideal for Thunder, but Kopak capitalises off that.
Yeah, just strayed down the leg side a little bit. Kate Cross, 2 for 15, becomes 2 for 20 from 6.3 overs for England's Kate Cross.
Kopak tapping her bat. She gets a slight edge on that, defending it. Score 149 for 9. 1 wicket remains for the Sunrisers, requiring 144 to win from 80 balls. Cross charging in again. That's defended. Kopak looked quite uncomfortable trying to stop that. She's really guarding her wicket. Cross walking back to her mark. She charges in again. That's defended. Emma Lamb scooping up the ball, and that is the end of the over. 149 for 9 after 37 overs. With 13 overs left, 144 required for the visitors. Lancashire Thunder on course for their first victory in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Yeah, and that'll feel good too. We mentioned last season the difficulties that Thunder had at the start of their season, especially in this format. Made such a slow start to the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy last season, and actually, to their credit, they managed to turn their season around. It was a pretty difficult first couple of months, and it looked like it could turn into be quite a difficult season. In the end, they had obviously the success in getting to the finals day in the Charlotte Edwards. But in contrast, what we got last year, this is going to be a really positive start for Thunder.
Hannah Jones is coming in from the James Anderson end, and it's just defended. And results from elsewhere, confirmation that Southern Vipers have won. They have beaten the Central Sparks by 7 wickets. As Jones once again into McGregor, and there won't be a run on offer. Yeah, Central Sparks struggled to defend their total. Jones again. It's a repeat of the previous shot. Yeah, Central Sparks scoring 172 for 9. Vipers chasing it down in 38 overs. Hannah Jones with another dot ball there. Economical bowling continuing. She's got 2 wickets from her overs so far. Jones again to McGregor. He struggles with that one. The Western Storm Northern Diamonds game still in the balance, as McGregor struggles to get anything on that one. Hannah Jones bowling very well in that over. She registers a maiden.
Yeah, good variations there by Jones. Kind of varied a pace up quite a little bit through the course of that over. It's an impressive 6 balls set down. She got one that kept that span a little bit and kept a bit low, but it was the variations of pace which I thought were really good in that over. Got some really good bowling options, haven't we? I mean, even obviously having Sophie and Kate is a bonus for Thunder, but even without those two, there's still quite a few options there for Ellie Threlkeld to turn to.
As Kate Cross continues, and Ellie Threlkeld shouts as she thinks maybe a bit of contact with bat. It was Threlkeld and McGregor kind of leaped at the same time. They both went up at the same point. It goes down as no ball, so This will be a free hit.
I'm not sure.
Did it not signal a free hit?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Cross continuing. There'll be no run available.
It was an interesting bouncer attempted from Kate Cross. And it went a mile over the batter's head. And it was a great piece of reaction, wasn't it, by Ellie Threlkeld, who had to leap up for it. Both feet off the ground to get to it, but it wasn't a particularly good bouncer from Kate Cross.
As Kopak faces Cross. And again, and just hit out to point for no run. The score 150 for 9. There's 143 runs. Seem too big a feat for the Sunrisers. Cross charges in. Swiped at by Kopak, but Threlkeld takes hold of it.
Having a good workout here. Kate Cross is at 8th over. I mean, the game's effectively over. I mean, Phoebe Graham's only bowled 3 overs. Tara Norris has only bowled 3 overs. Kate's into her 8th. Ellie's working her hard.
Cross once again to Kopak. He defends that with a straight bat. Yeah, it's not like Cross has been short on cricket over the winter.
No.
With England duties and being part of the WPL. Well, she didn't play a game for RCB. I'm sure there was plenty of training involved, plenty of net sessions. Cross in again. And there's a big appeal by Cross. Umpire isn't interested. There's a couple of shouts from Threlkeld and a few of the other Thunder players, but the umpire didn't think that was in line. $150 for 9, the final ball of the over. Cross comes in, and as we've seen many a time, it has been defended for a dot ball. End of the 39th over, 150 for 9, 143 still required to get over the line.
Well, Ellie Threlkeld's having a chat with Kate Cross as to whether or not she's going to bowl another one or two. She has 2 left. She bowled 8 overs, picked up 2 for 35. It's a good effort through the course of this game by Kate Cross. She's bowled more than any other seamer. Sophie Eccleston's bowled out there, 10 overs, 3 for 40.
Will be Hannah Jones who continues. Slightly low and short with that one, but be no run. Didn't look like Jones had complete control of the ball on that delivery. She continues. That's flicked by McGregor, but won't be able to scamper through. Reap any rewards. McGregor in her stance as Jones come in, and she tries to get some power on that, but ends up chipping it to cover. Jones pacing in once again. McGregor just guides it to cover where Emma Lamb is fielding. Sun still shining here at Emirates Old Trafford, as there's a big appeal by Jones. The umpire not bothered by it at all. Thunder clearly hungry for this final wicket. Jones again. Gregor makes some contact with it, but heads back to her crease. The end of the 40th over, 150 for 9, with 10 overs remaining, 143 is still needed to win the game.
Looks like Kate Cross is going to continue. 9th over of the match. In this spell, it's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 13, Kate Cross. So not been used for massively lengthy spells. I think she bowled an opening spell of 5 overs at the start.
Crucially, Kate Kopak and Esme McGregor are both still on naught, as there's a huge appeal by Cross, and it's given. The game is concluded. Cross takes the final wicket. Kate Kopak has trapped LBW and has gone for naught from 12, faced 12 deliveries, but did not manage to get off the mark. Thunder with their first win in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy in their first home game. They suffered defeat at Chesley Street to the Northern Diamonds, but at home have managed to secure their first win. And they have started their home campaign strongly. Thunder have won by 142 runs. The Sunrisers struggling to have an answer to, firstly, the very strong batting performance in that first innings, but then the bowling, which included Sophie Eccleston, Kate Cross, Hannah Jones. There were many, many wickets and good economical bowling, which helped. I'm joined alongside Alex Hartley. What are your thoughts on that game? I imagine you'll be very happy.
Very happy. A little bonus point win. You know, I think it was an outstanding performance and an all-round team performance as well, and something that, you know, we've struggled with over the years. You know, we'll bat well and we don't bowl well, or the other way around, and the fact that, you know, we've managed to get 292 on the board. You know, Thunder were absolutely outstanding here. There was a good platform with Katie Mack and Fee Morris. Katie Mack getting her first ton of the season, sorry, alongside Fee Morris, her highest score of 89. Those two were the standout performers. And then with the ball in hand, when you've got a world-class ball in attack, you've got Kate Cross and Sophie Eccleston in your attack. You know, Lancs were able to have aggressive fields throughout. They were able to almost gift Sunrisers runs in certain passages of play to try and add some pressure, having a short, silly point, a short leg. You know, these things don't happen very often. So, yeah, Thunder will be very, very pleased with themselves. And Kate Cross back into the team, taking 3 for 21. Eccleston, 3 for 40. Hannah Jones, 9 overs, 2 for 35. And Fee Morris, 7 overs, 1 for 31. And Phoebe Graham, just the 3 overs today, but 1 for 6 as well. So wickets shared all among the bowlers for Thunder.
I'll just talk you through the scorecard as Lancashire Thunder secured the win by 142 runs. Emma Lamb scored 5 and Seren Smale 21, but that wasn't before Katie Mack scored her century and had that incredible partnership with Fee Morris. Fee Morris scoring 89 from 106 balls. Ellie Threlkeld, the captain, 26 not out. Sophie Eccleston contributing 24. Naomi Datani with 3 not out. Sunrisers bowlers, we had Kate Kopak, 2 for 32. Nick Hancock, 1 for 55. Jodie Grucock, 1 for 40. Maddie Villiers, 1 for 71. Esme McGregor, 0 for 37. Grace Scrivens, 0 for 49. And then on to Sunrisers batting innings. We had Grace Scriven scoring 9 from 46 at the top of the order, with Ariana Dowse 10 from 19. Cordelia Griffith scored 11, Jodie Grucock 38, Maddie Villiers 21, Amara Carr 7, Flo Miller 19, Jo Gardner 8. Nick Hancock had her first appearance in a Sunrisers shirt with the bat, scoring 15 from 24. Esme McGregor and Kate Kopak both without scoring. Among the Thunder bowlers, as Alex mentioned, Kate Cross 3 for 21, Tara Norris 0 for 10, Fee Morris 1 for 32, Hannah Jones 2 for 35, Sophie Eccleston with 3 for 40, and Phoebe Graham 1 for 6. Thank you very much for tuning in to the stream here on Lancs TV and BBC Radio Lancashire. Thunder winning by 142 runs in the second Rachael Heyhoe Flint match against the Sunrisers here at Emirates Old Trafford. You can tune in this weekend when the Thunder host the Western Storm again in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that?
How is
I think the pace of the women's game and how far it's moved and how quickly it's moved is absolutely phenomenal. And I think not many people would have ever envisaged that it could have moved the way that it has done.
So you would never imagine seeing that type of crowd for a women's match when I used to go and watch Thunder play Blackpool in the KSL.
Just to see the growth of the game, it's a super exciting time.
Been here at Emirates Old Trafford in the indoor school over the winter. The first time ever
as a women's team, we've been able to have a really good training block here.
Today, there's huge misogyny in cricket. There's huge casual sexism every single day.
I guess it's pretty entrenched. Women's cricket wasn't really on the agenda.
Problems in cricket have been dominated by a very sort of small pool of white men, basically.
I think it's pretty clear there's a huge funding gap. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
As females, we don't want equal pay, we want equal opportunity, and that's what we're getting now at Lancs.
Okay.
I'm recording, so...
Nice. 3, 2. The Charlotte Edwards Cup begins on Sunday, and it's going to be a very exciting competition.
It's a massive competition, you know, especially for our Thunder girls as well. After, you know, a relatively quiet showing in the 50-over competition, I think the coaches will be really pinpointing this competition to do something.
So the Charlotte Edwards Cup is our T20 domestic competition for our regional team.
Obviously named after the great Charlotte Edwards, who's strangely a coach in the tournament, so she's playing for her own name.
It's a round-robin competition, so each team plays each other once.
Then the top 3 get through to a finals day where top of the group goes straight through to a final, and second and third play off in a semi-final.
I think, in a way, this season coming up could be quite pivotal for Thunder. I think they're at a point where they're going to try and show a little bit of something for the investment that's been put in.
The pressure's there at the end of the day, you know. We're putting in significant investment from the likes of Hilton and Sports Breaks, and the club are over-investing over and above what the ECB are putting in as a regional programme, and which to a level more than any other team. I mean, we're trying to develop a professional elite environment. The fact that it is so much more visible, that people know they can make good careers from it now, will engage the teenagers and even younger women than that to really get involved in the sport and drive it forward, which is an exciting thing for all of us involved.
A lot of teams were looking at us going, wow, they've been on this amazing pre-season tour. What are they going to be like?
Emma Lamb on strike.
You'll need 2 or 3 individuals to step up, and you need the team to function effectively as a unit.
Deandra Dottin tries to sweep, but completely misses, and the stumps are rattled.
With that investment and with that support,